sure that we're able to be giving some dictates to be able to resuscitate the economy because of Ghana's inability to be able to pay its debts. Subsequently, here we are today. It looks like relative stability of the cedi against the US dollar seem to be giving the government accolades, but beyond that, a number of concerns being raised by.
I think the point you make about austerity is very crucial, because in our attempts to maintain our expenditure and keep it within check, it has also come again with its own revenue issues, because we're still not generating as much as we ought to generate. And this is a very familiar story with those who have covered budgets and those who have monitored Ghana's economy for a very long time. And so the challenge now becomes that major government initiatives like the 24-hour economy is expected to take off in full swing. It will mean that we have to expend a bit more resources. So how would we bridge the gap? It's no surprise that after government had presented the budget, they came out with a revenue measure which had not been discussed during the budget presentation, the 1 cedi per litre on fuel. The reason is that government had realized that there were issues with the revenue that was coming out, and so they had to bridge that gap. We have been looking at the IMF country report for this particular month before the disbursement of more than $300 million to the country. We know that we are supposed to get $3 billion. So far, we've done about 2.4 billion so far. And so we still have a bit of funds available, but it's not too much. And the IMF makes the point that government will have to focus on the revenue mobilization side, because the government's approach seems to lean towards cutting down on expenditure. But here's the situation where you have to spend, you have to undertake major projects, but you're already being austere as a means of containing everything and keeping the numbers clean. We all know the pressures that the latter part of the year also comes with. And so it will be very interesting whether government will review its growth targets, whether government will review its inflation projections, whether government will review its revenue targets as well, in order to ensure that the numbers look very good. Because, mind you, we are under an IMF program. We don't have the luxury of running things the way we want to. And the country report, Roland, raises serious questions about how the previous government managed things in December, the pre-election period. The IMF describes it as serious slippages. We'll walk you through some of those numbers for you to look at how things look at and the importance of government ensuring that they keep things in check.
Well, certainly. So, well researched not only by the team right here at Media General TV3, but also back in the talk with a lot of infographics by Joseph Akable as he walks you through, by the touch screen, all the numbers that you need to know. But more importantly, we'll be having experts in the studio, and we will be discussing critically some of the key measures that have been undertaken so far, and then what we should look forward to. But in the meantime, while we say stick and stay, you still have to be with us, because we're going to have Johnny Hughes with his editorial, Johnny's Bite, from the studios of 3FM 92.7. And then after that, we'll be right back.
Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Hasbunallah wa ni'mal wakil. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? And yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil, my cup runneth over, and surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. And I'll dwell in the house of the Lord forever and ever. Amen. Assalamu alaikum. It's Thursday, the 24th of July. Welcome to Johnny's Bite. May Professor Atamil's soul and spirit rest in peace. He was a good man. Now, let me say thank you also to all those who spend time to share our content with the rest of the world. We appreciate you. Today, the finance minister will be in Parliament, and they will be sharing the budget review with us. The people of the Republic of Ghana expect that the tangent that the President Mahama Sajina Nopokwajiman government has taken will continue. And we expect that it will be good news for all of us, and that the government will continue on that path and make sure that we are all excited and happy. Today, my first fruit, Ivan Parkwesi or Brempong Beresford Hughes, will graduate from nursery, kindergarten, and will move on to the next stage. So I'm excited. So pardon me. Now, let's begin the conversation. At the inception of the government of President John Dramani Mahama, 60s, a certain notice was put out to suggest to all of us that post-retirement contracts, which I have spoken about, 6, put that notice up there, the green letter, will be a thing of the past. I would read that letter to you and read another letter suggesting that somebody has been granted a post-retirement contract, and ask the government a simple question, whether or not they are committed to the letter they wrote in the past. We will get to that point. When I finish that point, I shall also show you videos and pictures of the Minister for Education, the MP for Tamale Central, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu. 6, find me that document, please. I'll play that video for you and show you pictures of an engagement he had, which will take us back to the conversations. Let me begin and talk to the Mayor of Accra, the Honorable Michael Pakwa Alote. Go to yesterday's folder, please. Now, yesterday when I was driving through town, I saw that people were sleeping under the bridge. The whole conversation about the congestion and all of that, people have not gone back to respecting what the dictates of the authority has been. And it's a problem. It is a big problem that people have not gone back to the dictates, and people are misbehaving. People are literally misbehaving, and people are doing what they please because they think that authority cannot do anything about it. They can't do name. And it's a problem. Yesterday I talked about Linda Oklu. Yesterday I spoke about the regional minister, and I said, look, I support her 100% what she's doing. But people know people, and people know that because we know people, they can misbehave. Sisters, are we there? People know people, and they know that because we know people, they can misbehave. And all of us are sitting down and watching. All of us have relaxed. We have kicked up our feet into the air. We have laid bay, and we are watching. Everybody is misbehaving. And you ask yourself, why do people do that? Why do people permit themselves to do that? Why? Why do people do that? Look, put that up. Put the document up. This was written from the office of the president. Put it up. 2nd April 2025. Secretary to the president wrote this. It says suspension of the grant of contract appointments. The grant of post-retirement contract appointments to retired public service staff has been suspended with immediate effect. 2. Consequently, all requests for such appointments will no longer be considered. 3. Kindly take note of this directive and ensure strict compliance. Dr. Callistus Mahama, 2nd of April. What is today's date? 24th of July. Find me the police letter. And we'll ask IGP Ohunu, we'll ask him a question. This is dated the 16th of July. Contract appointment, COP, Mr. Michael Inketia Frimpong. I write to inform you that approval has been given for post-retirement contract appointment in the Ghana Police Service for 2 years with effect from expiration of your terminal leave on the 19th of July 2025. The contract appointment shall therefore expire on the 19th of July 2027. What did the presidency letter say? 2, it should be noted that the period of your limited engagement is essentially to afford you the opportunity to enable you continue to impart, to bring your rich professional and management experiences to bear in the service. 3, the terms of your appointment, including salary, allowances, and other conditions of service, shall, with the necessary modifications, be the same as those applicable to the rank of Commissioner of Police. 4, the extended service appointment shall be governed by the provisions of the Police Service Act 1970, Act 350, and Civil Service Act 2001, Act 600, and all relevant pieces of legislation of the Ghana Police Service, as well as existing administrative rules and regulations on discipline in the service. 5, you are, however, to acknowledge receipt of this letter and indicate your acceptance or otherwise of the offer. 6, meanwhile, my heartiest congratulations, Inspector General of Police Christian Teteyonu, copy to and all the people. Now, please bring up the presidency's letter again. The presidency's letter is dated in April. So the question I want to ask the IGP, the Interior Minister who has copied, all the people who were copied, was that, did they not see this letter? And I've said it here many times before, that the same issues that took the previous administration out of power, if you joke with them, it will take you out of power. I've said it too many times. So this COP Frimpong, and you tell young people that they cannot find jobs, and you keep older people at work and at a post. So what's going on? No, I'm asking a simple question. What's going on? What's happening? What's going on? 6, let's move on. Find me Haruna Idrisu's photo. When people are working so hard and they are achieving so much, and you want to celebrate them, and you want to endorse them, and you want people to know that they are doing some work within the educational sector. When Haruna Idrisu was picked and nominated and made Minister for Education, everybody started say, oh, he's not an educational person, blah, 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 blah. That's my former NUC's president, by the way. And everybody started asking questions. 6, there are many photos, rotate them. People started asking questions as to whether or not he was qualified and competent enough to hold that post in that position. And consistently, he has proven the point that he is holding on to the fort. 6, this photo has stayed on for too long. Consistently, he has showed that he is pushing the forward of the educational sector. Consistently. He's meeting with, the teachers, he's meeting with the educators, he's meeting with all of them, swearing in board, doing all of that. So now, the teachers who come to me to talk to me, the teachers who come to have conversations with me, the teachers who engage me, would they say that this is the bad minister that they got? It's a simple question. Very, very simple question. Sisters, let's go back to yesterday's folder and look for the video of people sleeping at Circle Dubai. And I want the city authorities to pay attention to that. They have to pay attention to that particular issue. Because we spent money to do decongestion at Circle, the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. And people are back there, sleeping there, treating it as they are home. Reginald Anseje, good morning to you. Pay attention to the video, please. And look at how people are sleeping in the open. How people are lying there in the open. How people are disrespecting the authority of the communities that connect to Kwame Nkrumah Circle. Pay attention. Just pay attention, please. And let's look at it and ask ourselves if this presents a good picture of the Republic of Ghana and the capital city called Accra. Ask yourself. Pause. And ask yourself. Pause and ask yourself. Why we do this to ourselves, I don't understand. And consistently we have permitted people to be going on this tangent and nobody talks about it. Consistently, nobody talks about it. Consistently, nobody complains about it. Consistently, nobody raises a voice about it. Consistently, they leave it for Johnny Hughes to talk about it. And you ask yourself, but this was taken at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. People are already lying down and covering themselves. 7 p.m. Look, there's a trotro that was trying to misbehave. Yes, there's a trotro that's trying to misbehave. It is going through the wrong route. Yes, 7 p.m. in the heart of the city. This is Kokma and AMA conversation. I know the two gentlemen who are running Kokma and AMA, and they are doing so well. But if, as citizens of the Republic, we do not help them, we will be in trouble. We have big people who travel out of this country, go elsewhere to go and enjoy the weather and enjoy the largesse and enjoy the good things that happen everywhere. And when we come home, what do we bring home? What do we bring home? What do we bring home? 6, go back to yesterday's folder. Find me the hostel fees. I'll talk about it. The hostel managers and the hostel owners and the hostel operators, they must do right by the people of the Republic of Ghana. You are not adding any new facility to the hostel. You are not adding any new thing to the hostel. All you are doing is that by the end of every academic term, when the hostel begins, then you start collecting money. And you collect money in addition, and you compound the money that you collect from the people. I said the father called me yesterday and told me that his BP has shot up because he has 3 children in the university or at the university, and he cannot afford to pay for their hostel fees. I showed you that photo yesterday. He cannot afford to pay. And you ask yourself the question, why do they do that? And why do the universities themselves endorse that is done to the university community and to the parents and to the students? Why? Let me leave it here. Please call me. 055-924-2717 and 055-691-0154. Please call me. Good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
Odewale.
Umpire adios, yes, yeah.
We asked the children, how many of you brushed this morning? And this little boy, his hand didn't go up. And I said, well, why didn't you brush this morning? He said, my brother was using the toothbrush. If I'd waited for him, I would have been late for school. I'm sorry, I get a bit emotional when it comes to that. To be able to change a child's life, to be able to bring back that confidence about their smile, for me, is phenomenal.
This advert is FDA approved.
Every morning, I wake up to this miracle sleeping soundly. But mornings weren't always this peaceful. I remember the sleepless nights, leaks that woke us both up, damp clothes and tears. And all I wanted was for my baby to be dry and comfortable. Then I discovered Flora Kids baby diaper. Its maximum absorption keeps my little one dry all night, giving us peaceful, restful sleep. And the stretchy side tapes, they make sure it's comfy even when she's on the move. Thanks to Flora Kids baby diaper, our nights are calm and our mornings are full of giggles. For bulk purchases, call Delta Paper Mail on 0243 033 033.
My first years in university were very difficult for me. I struggled with acne like so many of my friends. When I started using Forever Clear Blemish Control, we all noticed the difference. It's like a light bulb went off. My skin was clearing up, and with it, my confidence soared. I
Good morning to you. We are so glad you're here for the special coverage of the 2025 mid-year budget review. Kamenia Mano, you've met the gentleman already.
Yes.
Joseph Akable, who's going to take us through the highlights, because in a bit we should have the conversation about the budget, what to expect, what has been done so far. We'll begin the conversation here in the studio. But right now, let's set the tone for that. And that's what Joseph Akable will be doing right now. Joseph, what are we looking at?
We're just going to look at some key indicators, and we know that there was a lot in terms of the content of the budget that was presented. What I'll be trying to do, I'm just going to stay on just a single slide for you, just this particular slide, because it has some key indicators that generates lots of attention. We have to look at the issues of the real GDP growth target. We're also going to look at the end period inflation and also the overall deficit as well. We're just going to stay with this because of the importance that this brings to bear in terms of what people expect to happen. And earlier, I was making to the point to Roland about the verdict the IMF gave when it did the last review just a couple of weeks ago, and it raises concerns about the fact that it expects growth to slow down. So first, let's look at the real GDP growth target for the end year. This was presented in the budget that was laid out this year. They're expecting to do 4.3%. I mean, for those who like numbers, the good news is we are doing above 4.3% currently. We are in the 5% region. But the IMF says that, look, they expect it to go down. They expect it to slow down. And so that is something that government may want to pay attention to, because the point will be that, are we spending enough? Because mind you, in the last couple of months, government has made it quite clear that they lean towards an expenditure adjustment approach to stabilizing the economy as against a revenue mobilization approach. It's another issue of concern that the IMF notes in its country report that, well, ideally the program looks at the revenue side as well beyond the expenditure rationalization. But the new government, when it took over, made it clear to the IMF that it leans towards expenditure rationalization. But we see that over the period we've had challenges with revenue, and it's no surprise that the government attempted to make changes by way of the 1 CD on the liter. And so far, we've not seen the numbers over a long period, so we can't tell the impact that that has had. But what we know is that we are doing well in terms of the real GDP growth, above 5% currently. End period inflation. And inflation tells a very interesting story. As at the end of last year, we're doing around 23%. Our target for the end of year 2025 is to do 15%. It will excite those who like the numbers once again to know that we are doing around 13 currently. And so that is a bit of good news again for government. But the question that remains is, will government revise this target? Would they want to take it down a bit further, or they would want to keep things at the 15 that they are looking at so far? The IMF expectation is that we may do around 15 or a bit more. And so that is also another area of concern. And mind you, we all know what the central bank's role has been in all of this, trying to keep things very tight. We know the issues surrounding the forex. The CD has been doing so very well, and we'll eventually get into the numbers of the CD. The CD has been doing very well against the major trading currency, particularly against the dollar, and that is what many have attributed to how inflation has looked so far. And so what it would mean is that the policies that the Minister of Finance will be laying out, if he intends to make changes, it will have to be geared towards also ensuring that they consolidate what has been done by the way of, in terms of the performance of the city, just to ensure that we keep things at this level, unless we are overseeing a possibility of a change. In terms of the overall fiscal
I mean, before you even go to that, on the subject of the inflation, speaking of the central bank, they're also projecting that by the end of the year we should see some, single digits. And so when you visit their website today, they're projecting some 8% by the end of the year. Whether or not that is possible, as it stands about 13% right now, only half of the year. That's a conversation that will be had.
I mean, I think it's one thing that we'll take to the table, and the discussions, in the last couple of months too, because of the issues surrounding the FX, it has also had an impact on the cost of transport. Petroleum prices have been very, very stable. In fact, they've gone down actually, I mean, in simple terms. And that has also ensured that has also been kept within that particular range. And so that is a positive that they would have to look out for, and the central bank would also have to try to deal with that. I'll end on the fiscal deficit. Overall, we are looking at doing 3.8%. Currently, if you put our expenditures against our revenue, we are doing around 1%. So it's not too bad. But it still means that there are revenue gaps as well. And you don't have to panic. I mean, it's a very familiar story, and the experts across the table will make the point. It's a very familiar story. Ghana, as long as anyone can remember, we've always had revenue challenges, and the point has always been made. I remember growing up, one popular phrase we used to hear is, expanding the tax net? expanding the tax net to bring more people inside.
Headed for over 2 decades now.
Over 2 decades now. I mean, our tax to GDP ratio and all those things, if you compare to the general standards, we are still not doing too great. So we are not still raking in as much revenue as we are expending. And that is how come it's no surprise that every new government that comes in, we can go back to the Ken Ofori-Atta budget, the 2017 period, they always try to cut back on expenditure. But the challenge always becomes that it means that you are not spending a lot. And so the economy may not be growing as you expect it to be. It also means that you are able to slow down inflation. That's how come you're doing around 13%. But there are commitments. And you've heard the finance minister, even the president, talk about contractors and what they owe them, and they have to pay all of those things. And they are doing what every new government does. They want to validate those claims. The IMF country reports makes reference to that the fact that there are lots of claims on the books of government that need validation before payments ought to be made. And it's no surprise that even recently, a couple of days ago, we've seen the Auditor General report raise serious questions about even the total debt of the country. And so all of that goes to make the point that it is a very important presentation by the government today, because it's a new government in force. If it was an ordinary government that was in a transition period or continuing, they would have at least laid their budget in November. They did it this year, and they will now have the opportunity to take stock of it so far. And so this will give us a clear sense of the policy direction, because what they've tried to do in the last couple of months is to simply make the ship stable, because we were in perilous times. We're having difficulties, particularly in the years preceding, and particularly the build-up to the elections. Very serious challenges that we're experiencing, which they've tried to stabilize. And so now the next step will be, what will be the direction of growth that will be taken? And I'm sure that is something we can throw up to the other side.
I mean, some indicators I will also be looking out for. I think you talked about the revenue, which is really important, because remember when the budget was announced in February, there was some deficit of over 60 billion cedis, right? And so we are looking forward to what the government plans to do to show up that difference that we are seeing in our expenditure and the revenue we had projected to get at the end of the year. But then also we, in reference to our debt to GDP ratio, again, I want to know where we are when it comes to our debt. Remember that this government has taken a different approach towards our T-bills, where we borrow domestically, right? T-bill interest rates are all the way down now, from as far from as high as 30%. We're now seeing some 13%, 14%. How is that affecting or impacting our debt levels, right? Are we getting money from the domestic market to be able to do things like the big push that the government hopes to embark on or is starting to embark on? So those are some things that I want to see also, because then that will give us a clear picture, like you've said, of where we are headed, whether we are making money, we're bringing down our debt at the same time, or we are increasing our debt, but we're using it for good things that will eventually give us money or give us some growth. And so I look forward to what the finance minister has to say to that. But you're right. Let's take the conversation to Roland at this point. Roland and his team of men will have that conversation. Roland.
Well, quite a comprehensive discussion between you two. Very comprehensive also this coverage will be, and Joseph Akable as well as Kamini Amani Nyamano will be coming in through, so that the discussions then will be spiced. And just to lay what the ground will be, Kamini, is for us to make sure that we don't make this quite boring, but very innovative, as we always do as Media General or TV3 for this great coverage. So we'll be going through our correspondents, right?
Absolutely, we will.
And then also we'll be stationing some of those correspondents in some of the key market hubs of the capital, but more importantly, other parts of the country.
And that's really important, because remember, this finance minister, at the beginning of their term, what did he do? He went to the market people, because he says, look, they are the people who understand the economy. They are the people who experience the economy firsthand, and I want to hear from them. So you're right? That's why we'll be going around and speaking to the everyday people, the traders, the people who are dealing with the cedi every day, exchanging it with Forex, right?
Yes.
And so a really important point you make there.
Yeah, so we're going to have one of our correspondents in Abosokai, the hub of Ghana's second-hand vehicle parts, and then subsequently we'll be in Kumasi. We'll try as much as possible be in Tamale as well. There are key issues that have been raised by key trader associations or interest groups when it comes to the commerce industry. We're talking about the Ghana Union of Traders Association. More importantly, some of the things they've been saying. And it's our duty also and responsibility based on the scanning we've done in the market to be able to put forthright what the information and the education is, but also deal with the subject matter of the CD and the dollar. If you go through the banks, you will get the right rate. If you go outside the banking sector, then it means that certainly you'll be grumbling like others do on Facebook. And it's a key thing that we need to do. How do we realign the forex market? I think that we'll be doing that.
Absolutely.
Well, I wish you all just in the next few minutes.
And I hear today it's a referendum on whether or not Ato is forcing or he's not forcing.
Yeah.
And so we'll see about that as well.
Yeah. The decision really.
All right, you go on ahead.
The decision and the assessment of whether Ato is forcing regarding his policies and management of the economy also lies in the public domain. You and I, as well as those, especially on social media. Okay.
Indeed.
All right. We'll see how that goes. And Joseph, yourself, what are your key expectations as well?
I think we expect a clear sense of what Dr. Ato Forson wants to do. I mean, I think that's what I'm basically looking out for. The point needs to be made quite strongly that so far what they've done has been very good. But they've not taken major steps. They've just been very cautious. And that is how come we expect that they need to lay a blueprint for us to see clearly how they intend to progress. All the indicators that are looking very good now, they need to now think of how to stabilize it and also how to still do the expenditure that they expect to do, because the main government programs are yet to take off fully. And that is what is going to have an impact on our overall numbers. And so until we get to that level, we can all be very cautious as at this point in time. And that is how come this presentation is very, very important for us to get a clear sense of how things will be run in the next couple of months. And I will look forward to that. And Roland made a point about how it relates to the ordinary Ghanaians. In the last couple of weeks, in fact, months actually, we've heard calls being made on trader associations to bring down their prices. Some have done so, others have simply refused to do so. And so we expect the governments to have the ordinary person in mind. Some of these the times when we talk about these numbers, I mean, what matters in the morning. And the reason why when I was talking to Kemni earlier, I was making a point about the fuel price, because it's something that I can relate directly to. I mean, I just go and I use my card and I see a lot of difference. I mean, the gentleman is done. And you are curious, you look at the numbers and you're like, okay, is it like actually full? Like I meant you should fill it up completely. And he's done. And you are not paying anywhere near what you used to pay previously. So that is the kind of reflection that people want to see in their lives. No matter how you want to do the politics, no matter how you want to do the economics and everything, what matters most is what people can relate to. And that is the conversation that we would have to have at some point, and government would have to deal with, just to make everyone happy and everyone assured that, look, there's a new sheriff in town and people like what a new sheriff is doing.
Yeah, I think I've really loved the assessment by Joseph Akable as well as you, Kemini, as well. But then it also means that just like other professionals or other individuals, maybe within our age brackets, who tend to pick information from the market based on the services that they encounter, that's the opinion generally. Yeah. And so I guess when we do the introduction of the experts, then we have to ask the key questions. And I'll pose that same question to the two of you. Can we say, you look at the mixed reaction so far for the introduction of some key tax handles, i.e. the 1 Ghana cedi on each liter fuel that all of us buy, compared to what transpired during the Ken Oforiatta 2023 period with the introduction of the e-levy. Would you say that reaction basically now is because of the way Ato Forson seemed to have handled and then realigned his expenditure, and so keep some of those indicators in check? I start with you, Kemini.
Well, I don't think the nuances are the same, right? Okay. Remember that the e-levy came at a time when the Ghanaian people were already burdened, right? The Ghanaian people were already tired with the government. The Ghanaian people were unhappy about how the NPP administration, and again, I know they're going to come for me, but they were unhappy by how the NPP administration had run the country thus far at that time, right? And so introducing that thing was almost like adding insult to injury. And for the Ghanaian people, they couldn't take it. Now, fast forward to the first term of John Dramani Mahama 2, right? He comes in, the Ghanaian people are already excited. He has goodwill with the people. You're seeing some positive changes. And so when that D-levy comes, as you know, the opposition likes to call it, they're thinking, okay, I still see that fuel prices are lower. I'd give this government a chance. I'll pay that extra on that fuel and see what they use it for. And so I think those are the nuances that I see with the introduction of the D-levy and the E-levy. It was just a matter of people being unhappy with the government, at the time.
Okay.
And I guess, 17 cedis per litre, 12 cedis per litre, the jury's out there on that one.
There's somebody who's saying local parlance, Joseph, won't pay way out per diem. But at the end of the day, there are still some microcosm of interest groups within the market or the population of consumers who still are unhappy. Why are they unhappy, based on your own observation?
The concern really is the fact that you'd have to pay more. But Kemini, I don't even know what's more to add to the point she's made. And I like the word she used, the nuancing. It's what makes the entire difference, the context within which that change took place. And like I was making the point earlier to you, Roland, and even to Kemini about the decision that government took at that point. It was a very smart move looking back. And I'm saying so because I've been looking at the numbers in the last 3-4 months. And you realize that the revenue numbers were not looking good. So there was no better time to introduce that, in the sense that it gave an opportunity. And Kemini makes the point about the price of fuels generally. The point is that eventually, if things are not maintained such that we see the FX not doing too well, we're not doing too well, and we get to the level where now petroleum prices go up, some of those things we know that we don't even have control over them internally, then it will come back to the point that that increment that had been done will now have an impact. And let me give you a very simple example of what happened with me. I bought fuel just before the 1 cedi took off, and after the 1 cedi took off. And the difference was not very significant. Even though there was a difference and I noticed it and I felt that, well, I've had to pay more, it was not too different. And so that is something that someone can easily make sense with and say that, well, I'm not too happy about it, but okay, I can look at how things will go. But eventually, if things get out of hand and we get to the pre-2020, in fact, let's just pre-2025 levels, then people are going to be unhappy. And for those who are unhappy about this, mainly people who buy in large quantities, they are the ones who, when you put a city on it, and we are looking at people who use the long vehicles, they are conveying items across the country. Those are individuals who clearly will be badly hit by any single or any little change that is made. Right. And so that is the context within which we have to have the entire discussion. And the key issue that we will be raising all through this is that what Dr. Atuforsen does today is very crucial, because it can wash away all that has been done or potentially consolidate, then we can see us head in a certain direction that we want to head towards. And Roland, an important point to make, we are looking for $3 billion from the IMF. We've received about $2.4 billion so far. And so that tells you that the money that once a while comes in, around $300 and something million that comes in, we'll not be getting all of that coming in forever.
Absolutely.
At some point, it's going to run out.
To add to that, you make a key point about the Forex, right? Yeah. And the central bank governor has made the point that, look, we can take all the monetary policy actions or efforts, right? But if it is not combined with economic growth, it's not combined with how the finance ministry handles the economy, so that we can have, we will continuously have good indicators coming from the nuances of our economy, then we shouldn't expect that this 10 cedis should stay there, which worries me when the president made the point about how we should keep it at 10 cedis because of exports. Again, I have a whole different outlook on that. I do not believe in that propaganda. when the cedi was at 5 cedis, when it was at 3 cedis, we still traded in our export. I think that the mindset should be to ensure that we are looking at a holistic approach towards, in terms of our measures towards Forex, our measures towards economic growth. We combine both of them and keep things stable. I don't think that the cedi should continually stay at 10 cedis, because then what do? The least thing that goes wrong, we are going to see the Forex go up again. Imagine if the U.S. economy gets better. U.S. is having its own challenges. That is also assisting us in how our cedi is performing. If it gets better, what's going to happen to our cedi? The focus should be on us. The focus should be on what the Ghanaian people want and need at this time. We'll get there, right? We'll get there when I make that point.
But that'll be.
I'll not take the wind out of your sails, but
yeah, but that'll be for the two of you. But I think that this is how we have to do this programming. So we'll have our experts, then we'll also come and do our own wrap-up analysis. It shows that we have the talents and the brains, right? But more importantly, the dynamics of the market have changed as the CD went up against the US dollar to 17 Ghana cedis. And so for those dynamics to change, it also means that it will take some time for the various subsectors of the economy to be able to align with those dramatic or drastic reduction of the cedi. And we have to be realistic with that because we're an import-driven economy. And then the pattern of the traders' behavior in relation to how they tend to adjust upward prices of goods and services also means that it will take some medium to long term before, if we say and make the argument, like particularly what you make, Kemini, that we need to have the cedi at 9 or 8 or 7,
or
which
maybe
will be
even
good.
lower.
It also means that my friend who lives in North Carolina, Charlotte, Dr. Carl Dominion, I will be able to afford a ticket. Or a flight
it also
to visit him,
it also means if your friend sends the money, it's very small.
I don't mind.
That's exactly the point I'm making, right?
I don't mind.
If
I have
that
few
is the
friends outside.
mindset,
Yeah, Roland, I know.
then the cedi shouldn't come down below 10,
I know people-
right?
I know people who
but that shouldn't be the point.
Okay.
I know Ghanaian exporters who say, well, then our exports will be very expensive. My question is, when the US dollar is expensive to get, US exports do not care about that, right? They expect that once you're producing the goods and the goods are unique to your country or whatsoever, you will go and buy. You find the dollars and buy. I think we should have the same mindset. My concern only is what Blade talked about, because we get a lot of money from remittances, right? And so when people are not able to send those monies back home,
it's the fourth contributor to our GDP.
Absolutely, absolutely. If those monies are not able to come back home in very large quantities, maybe there will be a problem. But that is something we can sacrifice, because think about it, right? If the economy is so good, the cedi is so good, and I here earn cedi and I'm able to do the things I'm supposed to do, I won't be worrying my uncle or my cousin abroad for that money. Maybe once a while I will do that, but it wouldn't be an everyday thing. So I think that for a long time we have had a myopic view of why we should have the cedi up there, so that when they send us money, it will be a lot. It's something we can work around, and I don't think that we should just jump on the bandwagon of that propaganda and go with it that the cedi should stay up. The cedi once upon a time was 3 cedis, right? Why can't we go back then? Why can't we go back to 5 cedis?
3.5, 3.9.
Yes, it was really good.
1.1, yeah.
Hey, it was good. It was good.
I remember that time you were told that come and visit for a fellowship abroad. You said, how much am I going to make? $1,000. If I stay here, I could make the reverse in cities. All right. So we'll hold our horses for now. Okay. We come to our guests. Is the reason why we've invited them. And so let me just quickly introduce. Based on my assessment, I haven't interacted with him before. The man of the moment, the member of Parliament for Sanerigu. He's been all around these days, getting the accolade. I think he wants to inherit the brand and stature of Mr. Adongo. So Atta Issa is a member of Parliament for Sanerigu. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. Good morning.
Yeah. You did the coup d'etat for my mentor and then our great friend. That is, who did you take the seat from?
No, Honorable ABF said. I think it was just a political transition, not a coup d'etat.
So you did the political transition?
Yes.
Okay, first time hosting you. Welcome.
Yeah, thank
and then
you
more importantly, he's been in the studio before. I talked to him, I think, once or twice. He is a finance and tax expert in his own right, and then also currently the head of finance, Merban Capital. And then when it comes to those who tend to be the intermediary between you and the type of investment, whether advisory, etc., if you have those boxes of money at home, or you have them deposited in your account and involved, what do you do with that? And so that's his area as well. So the two of you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
But particularly, I will come to you the second, because his government's in power, but he's been talking big talks. The reality is that, Mr. Issa, we know that when you have the honeymoon period, just like the way Ken Oforiatta and his appointing individual authority, that's Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, you enjoy a lot of laxity.
Yeah.
It's the same period and honeymoon as well.
Yeah.
The difficulty then kicks in when you have to make the big expenditures, whether capital or not, or those that are recurring on the line item for each expenditure period.
Yeah.
Now, critically, what's the thoughts within the circles of government about this winnowing period that we're enjoying? And then when the big expenditure tickets come in, how we intend to brace the odds?
All right, so let me say good morning to our viewers and to the good people of Sanargo, and thanks for the opportunity. Look, I don't tend to believe in the concept of winnowing, especially when it is in the 7th month of the year.
Why?
The reason is that currently the 2025 budget performance is 63%. So you cannot cross more than half, and you are still talking of not spending on big ticket items. Let me shock you. For some time now, you realize that statutory payments like Get Fund, NHI, and all those things have always been in deficit for multiple quarters. As we speak, first, second quarter for DACF, Get Fund, NHI have all been paid.
Your
and these are big, yes.
Okay.
And these are big
up to date.
Up to date. Look, it will shock you to know that, in fact, last year, 2024, some districts received as low as 500,000 Ghana cedis for the entire year. Currently, the minimum government is expecting, and in fact, the first quarter and second quarter combined, assemblies are receiving 7 million Ghana cedis for the first time in a while. So, and these are huge items or ticket items in any national expenditure. So it is not the case that we are not doing a lot of big ticket spending. In fact, we are processing currently to pay a lot of contractors as we speak this month. So for me, yes, we should be cautious in the way we are excited, because we've been there before, like you indicated. I remember 2017 when the MPP took office, because we had just signed on to an IMF program, and it came with some level of goodwill and policy credibility on the part of our sovereign ratings. And because of that, the MPP inherited a much more stable economy, and they built on that. But I remember that time, we were of the view that they must continue the steps that we took, especially under the IMF program. But we saw where, post-2019, what happened to our republic. So for me, the finance minister is not coming to do anything extraordinary. It is just based on a constitutional provision in Article 179, and that of even the Public Financial Management Act that stipulates that from time to time, depending upon the global environment. For example, currently we are faced with several geopolitical tensions in the Middle East that could affect our oil revenues. So because of some of these issues, and also a mid-year is just supposed to reflect social and current economic realities. Because of that, today we are just expecting to hear our budget performance as at now. It was passed in March 2025, and we are in July. What is the performance of the budget as we speak?
Okay.
Where are the challenges and opportunities that exist in the budget? And how do we intend to keep the gains that we are seeing, the macroeconomic indicators, moving into December end year? So for me, that is what I would just say about it.
Now, you have your party in government,
yes,
but more importantly, you are in Parliament.
Yes.
What do you think? I wouldn't say that or ask you whether you have maybe very concrete intelligence or information, which perhaps could be due you as well. What do you say are some of the objectives of this mid-year? Is there a review where we're going to have a supplementary, or is just telling us what the states of the expenditure and then the performance of the economy?
Yes, so it is not just a mere review, and I'll attempt to narrow it down to specifics, because if you've been following, for example, recently you saw that nurses went on strike, and the issue that they raised were not brought to the attention of the ministry as at the time of the budget preparation. So currently the finance minister is in the process of consolidating some of the activities that we can add on that will not throw the economy out of gear. So that is one aspect that I think people should expect. Then, of course, we'll update Ghanaians on the cost of... In fact, one of the important concerns to Ghanaians before the preparation of the budget was the issue of cost of living, in terms of fuel prices, in terms of goods and services, and transport. As we speak, you can see that your colleagues intimated some of the gains that we have seen in terms of fuel export prices, and also the gains we are getting in the price of goods and services. In fact, last month, Trade Committee, we met GUTA, AGI, and many other importers and exporters associations at the port. And we could see they reported that over 4,500 goods have reflected the current trends that we are seeing. So there will be an update on it. And inflation, of course, currently we are doing around 13.7%. The expectation is that we should do single digit of 8.8%. In fact, the producer price index currently is already in the single digit. So these are some of the things that we should. Then the city performance. In fact, the Finance Committee was petitioned by some importers and exporters association, and the concern was that at the commercial banks, they are unable to access the forex. So we probe further, and the concern is not that there's unavailability of the liquidity in the forex market, but the requirements and documentations that you need now to fulfill before you can do any foreign transaction. So because of that, I just want to urge that today you will still see a continuous performance after today in terms of the exchange market. Currently, the cedi is doing 42% against major trading currencies, including the dollar. We also expect updates on the debt position of the country. In fact, yesterday I was sad to read from the Auditor General's report, which stated that 2024 debt was overstated by 138 billion Ghana cedis, which is a worry to some of us, especially considering if you look at the incidence of poverty on our people, if you look at the debt to GDP, if you look at even how much each Ghanaian is supposed to pay, those are some of the issues that I expect to see. No new tax will be introduced today. I can say that for a fact. So there won't be any new tax. Okay. Yet we'll continue efforts in terms of revenue collection, which is very key. So increasing your tax to GDP need not necessarily be through increasing the rate, but also in your collection. Right. And then finally, before my brother comes in, look, infrastructure is critical to this government. And that is why we launched the 13.25 billion this year committed to the Big Push program. In fact, this year we are expected to see massive road infrastructure improvement. Currently, we are trying to implement a 24-hour economy that will open up the country as an industrial hub. So right from the northern region, where we can do production, to the middle zones that we can do manufacturing, and then Accra serves as the end of the value chain for export. So based on that, infrastructure is key, and Ghanaians should expect more roads construction in their communities and road improvement. As we speak, they have awarded more than 2,000 kilometers of improved reshaping and regraveling of various roads. And we are coming to now do the bitumen surfacing after today's media review.
Well, Nelson, they say the content of whatever is said by the lead politician, especially in the ruling government, is how the market behaves. So far, you say from January, the market as well as the various players within it seem to have responded well. Yeah. Based on your own assessment, where you work, what you tend to review by way of literature, and then the network you have, why do we have the market responding positively? Whether it's there are consumers, those who tend to make orders within the supply chain industry, etc.
All right, thank you very much, Roland, and good morning once again to you and our cherished viewers and listeners. Let me start by saying that we have had an overheated economy from 2022, 2023, 2024, to the extent that even in December 2022, we had an inflation of over 54%. Mm-hmm. And that made the economy so overheated to the extent that cost of living, cost of doing business was so high at the time. And so the prudent thing for the government to do upon assumption of office this year is to cool down the temperature of the economy. And as you rightly said, the government decided to embark on a contractionary fiscal policy, not to spend so much. Mm-hmm. And so you realize that by that policy, coupled with the Bank of Ghana monetary, strict Bank of Ghana monetary policy,
the economy actually responded to, the various indicators. You realize that the economy grew by 5.3% as at the end of first quarter. Inflation also moderated from 23.8% in December 2024 to about 13.7% in June. We have built enough reserve that actually gives stability to the Ghanaian cedi. So all this confluence of factors actually give some muzzle to the economy. And so you realize that market players, based on the stability of the cedi, based on the inflation that has moderated to 13.7%, actually responded positively to the economy. But the thing is this: yes, we have made a gains, but are those gains actually enough going forward? Can businesses confidently say, okay, based on the stability of the cedi, based on the moderation of the inflation, we have a good business environment to operate on? I think the factors that are giving strength and muscle to the economy are good. But if you look at the underlying factors, you realize that the foundation is still fragile. For instance, you are living in an economy where the average lending rate is well over 30%. You cannot grow an economy with over 30% lending rate. You understand? It means that businesses cannot go to the banks to go and borrow. And that makes one of the underlying factors very fragile. Then again, is there the sovereign rating that we had recently? We were moved from CCC plus to about B minus. That is giving confidence to the economy. But he wants to juxtapose confidence in an economy with real GDP growth rate. Which one will you go in for? Real GDP growth rate is quantitative. Confidence in an economy is qualitative. You understand? And so the market is actually responding positively to the gains that we have made. And for the very first time in the history of this country, you saw GUTA and other trade unions asking their members to reduce, prices of goods and services. So I think the policies that the government has implemented from January to date has yielded, the right result. And going forward, we just want the finance minister to tell us what measures are they putting in place to consolidate the gains that we have made. Don't forget that the gains that we have made is not only up to the end of 2025. It will straddle into the future. So going forward, are we going to continue implementing the colonial economic model? Are we going to be dependent so much on import, and heavily on export of commodities? Because if you look at every economy, generally there are 4 policies that lead to economic growth. We have the fiscal policy, we have the macroeconomic policy, you have the exchange rate policy, and you have the structural policy. And so we have used the colonial economic model for so long a time, and that has not yielded any result. And so I think structurally, we need to transform the fundamentals of the economy, bring down the policy rate, bring down the lending rate so that business can respond favorably to some of these indicators.
Okay. So at what point in time do you think that we need to have a reflection, whether it's on prices of basic goods and services or normal commodities, linked to how the cedi has performed adequately with the US dollar?
Well, I don't think there is any...
And what factors tend to influence that or should influence that?
Okay, I don't think there is any particular time that we need to make such a decision. Once the opportunity comes for such a decision to be made, we need to make that decision. Now, let me give you an example. When you go to the West African sub-region, there is something we call Indice de Prix Harmonisé à la Consommation, which is the consumer pricing, basically inflation. You realize that inflation within the sub-region, Francophone countries, is below 3%. Are you aware?
The UEMOA market.
The UEMOA market is below 3%. Actually, as I'm talking to you now, Cote d'Ivoire, their rate of inflation is 2.6%.
But that's for good reason.
Yes,
because of the backing from France. And
so I think there is no specific moment in our economic history or time that we need to make certain adjustments. When the time comes, we do those adjustments to reflect the realities of the market. You realize that businesses in general currently within the Ghanaian economy are responding positively to the gains that we have made. Just yesterday, I received a call that there is an artificial shortage of dollar in the system, which is not true, because we've been given assurance that there is so much forex in the system and that people are just creating artificial shortages. So I think there is no specific time that we need to deal with economic challenges. As and when it comes, we need to deal with it. One of the major challenges confronting us as a country has to do with inadequate domestic revenue mobilization. Because this last year, our deficit was 7.9%. This year, the government intends doing a deficit of 3.1%. They want to raise 224 billion cedis in revenue, but expend about 268, billion Ghana cedis. And so if we are not able to take advantage of the moment and mobilize enough domestic revenue, you will realize that every year and then we'll be expanding the deficit, and that will also translate into, public debt.
Mr. Issa,
yeah.
The wage bill is a big issue. It has always been.
Yeah.
And I believe over the last 6 years, it's taken just 2 items, the wage as well as other debt servicing commitments.
For interest cost.
Okay. And then and that has eaten into our revenue.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, it became our bane after 2022 when we had all those shocks, so to speak. Of course, partly committed by us and then also externally. At what point in time do we need to prioritize one or the other, or make consideration for maybe the market, whether it's labor, etc., to also reflect what the mood of the country is by way of what the receipts are and what we can give out by way of payments?
So I think if you look at many advanced democracies where we see massive growth, you realize that they prioritize productivity over qualification. I think that the wage bill of this country is a lot, especially considering the output. You cannot spend 93% on wages and salaries to achieve a revenue of 100%. So you are only making a marginal gain of 7%. I think it is not efficient. So for that reason, public sector reforms is key to make sure that we use more of productivity matrices to know how much people are earned as a. In fact, in China, it is practiced where your wage is dependent on the productivity you are making to the economy. So that is what I will say about that. But coming to what my brother indicated, I think that Ghana is already doing well in terms of a downward trend of the policy rate, considering where we met it and where it is now. You can see that there's a downward trend. Then also, sovereign ratings is measurable, not only qualitatively. You can use the FDIs that come to the country to measure, because normally capital inflows and outflows also depends upon the ratings that these institutions give you. So when you have a good positive outlook, what it suggests is that more funds can move and investment can move into your country. So when you see FDIs increasing, partly it's as a result of those sovereign ratings. Then that of 24-hour economy is the game changer. I believe that it is not enough for us to continue this overage structured economy that we have, the Gagisberg in the west of President Akufo-Addo economy. I think that there is a need for us to do a value addition and export-oriented country. Currently, the basic objective of the 24-hour economy is intended to serve as an import substitution and an export-led economy. And the idea is for us to identify where Ghana has competitive advantages so that we can produce more. And look, if you look at after when they were doing the memorandum for the establishment of the Continental Free Trade Agreement, one of the key highlights was that there exists a potential market within Africa that do not require us to move externally. So the conclusion was that by 2020, trade within African countries should have been around 50% of the total trade volumes Africa has with the rest of the world. As at 2024, we were still doing 17%. So it means that there exists a good market for African countries to take advantage of that. In the wake up of the global supply disruption by Donald Trump through his trade tariffs and monetary tightening, you are realizing that people are now developing more trade rules and regional blocks. So it affords us, the 24-hour economy affords us the opportunity to tap into the African market. Before we started, I just wanted to make a brief comment with regards to the 1 cedi levy and the e-levy. Look, for the purposes of education, E-levy is not a consumption tax. It was robbery. And I'll demonstrate that. When you are doing a levy is normally charged on goods and services consumed by the person. Now ask yourself this question. If you are paying an e-levy, first of all, the government takes 1% communication service tax from every transaction that you do with the telcos. The government also takes 25% corporate tax from all the telcos. The platform that subscribers use to do the Momo transactions are created by the telcos, and that's why we pay the 1%. So what was the essence of charging the e-levy? For no services done by the government. On the other hand, if you look at our fuel build-up, you realize that purchases of fuel, first of all, are discretionary and also a service consumed. You are consuming a service, and for that matter, if you look at the export price...
You're not convincing.
No, what I'm saying is that...
Because critically, the uproar against e-levy was that people's monies, their own monies, were being taxed across multiple platforms. Regarding multiple number of transaction activities. So that was why there was the uproar. Then there were other externalities regarding the factors within the environment that were affecting the consumer. So already they were reeling from a banking crisis that transitioned into how poorly the dollar fared against, particularly the US dollar. Inflation was up the rafters. There was also haircuts that were experienced by...
I think we are saying the same thing.
And you, with your expertise, you know that the investor community in Ghana are the same. Somebody is investing in e-currency or whether it's crypto, etc. At the same time, that person is playing within the space. Now, that argument about the 1 cedi and then also that has been taxed on each liter of fuel. We already have the ESLA already in place. So you're increasing already a consumption tax. Is that not true? Okay. But then if you have to do it, it has to be at acceptable levels. The buying was not there from the public, so to speak. What has helped the government, I believe, is the fact that it has goodwill.
So, Roland, you are coming back to the same point I just raised.
And which points have you raised?
My point is that the 1 cedi levy on petroleum prices is a consumption tax. Consumption tax in the sense that the export price is largely determined by government.
Which is fair.
Which is, you get the point, because we import through the BDCs and then government has either margins or tax components. So it's an inelastic commodity where you only pay it when you consume the services as provided. On the other hand, the e-levy is a service provided by independent telcos where government takes corporate income tax from them, government takes the communication service tax of 1%, and we also pay. And in fact, we were tempted in literature to say that it was tax on tax, because the communication service tax is already built up in the Momo that you are doing, and then government takes another 1% on it. That's tax on double taxation, tax on tax. So that is exactly what I'm just driving at, to say that the comparison and the nuances, like Kemini said, are different. Then finally, if you look at Ghana is doing very well, especially considered a sub-region. In fact, I'm doing a paper on global economic uncertainty and economic activity of the world, how it impacts Africa and Ghana. And what is revealing is that among the sub-region, Ghana has the most resilient economy as we speak for the first and second quarter of 2025. And it will interest you to note, Ghana is doing the first quarter growth is around 5.3%, right? Do you know African average, what we are expected to grow by? 1.9%. In fact, end-year growth for global economic outlook is supposed to be 2.8%. Ghana is expected to grow at the end-year growth of 4.3%. The rate at which Atu is going, I expect us to grow above 5%. And it is not going to be something that is extraordinary, because if you look at 2024, we had projected to grow at 3.8%. We ended the year by growing about 4.something%. So for that matter, I think that Dr. Atu is really doing well. And the jury out there can attest to the fact that generally price of goods and services are on the decline.
Nelson, you are still in the market. He is also in the market, but speaking politics attached to his commentary. What could get us back into our difficult times by way of the expenditure, and then also perhaps those projections that could be made, whether how we tend to undertake key policy initiatives by way of projects.
Okay. So, in the past, what actually took us to where we were was fiscal indiscipline and high appetite for debt.
Yeah.
That was actually the problem that took us to, where we were. In fact, one of the reasons why this government is enjoying so much goodwill has to do with their expenditure control measures.
Sure.
You realize that in the past, we had well over 120 ministers, and they were all drawing from the consolidated fund. Currently, we are operating with 56 ministers, and the results are out there for everybody to see. So fiscal indiscipline can actually take us back to where we were coming from. Then again, appetite for high borrowing. In fact, it was as if we wake up the next morning, we've gone to the international capital market to borrow, to the extent that the debt to GDP ratio was so high and our debt became unsustainable. The unsustainability of the debt in the past is still biting us even as of today. This is why this year alone, we are supposed to spend 64.2 billion Ghana cedis in interest payment, debt servicing. And in the budget, 32.9 billion Ghana cedis has been allocated for capital expenditure. So you see, you mobilize a revenue of 224 billion Ghana cedis, you are using 64 to pay interest, and then your capital expenditure is 32 billion Ghana cedis. It is not enough, which means that the unsustainability and the appetite that we had in the past regarding borrowing is still biting us as of today. It's just like your salary has come, you borrow money from the bank, and about 60% of your domestic revenue is being used to service your debt. That is not sustainable. And so if we are not fiscally disciplined, we don't control our appetite for borrowing, then we'll be going back to where we are actually coming from. But as I did indicate, if you look at the prudent expenditure control measures that the government is putting in place, you will realize that let me give you a bit of a data here. Every year, when budgets are presented, what is actually, captured in the budget, we normally overspend.
Yeah.
The actuals are always more than the budgeted. And it will interest you to know that in 2020, our expenditure, the budget overrun was 14.7%. In 2021, we had an overrun of 21%. In 2022, we had an overrun of 37.4%. In 2023, we had an overrun of 19.4%. And in 2024, it went up again to 22.4%. Which means that whatever we provide in the budget, in budgeting, we say spending within the budget and spending to the budget. It means that all these years, we've been spending to the budget and even more. So what will happen is that the government has actually brought on board certain expenditure cutting measures. You recall the recent fuel cut measure for political appointees, DSTV subscription for political appointees, the travel restriction for political appointees. All those, expenditure cut, I believe at the end of the day, government intends to do a deficit of 43.6 billion, but the deficit may...
And Nelson, we all know that we are under the IMF program.
Yeah.
And if you take a look at how governments, whether it's Argentina or it could be Japan some years ago in the 90s when they had those difficulties, or even Korea, for example, or it's even Brazil, but more importantly, parts of Africa, and we have been there before, pre-2016, IMF tends to keep us in check. It's only an economy like Senegal who consistently, after ending their program, they go back to either the Bretton Woods institutions, and their pattern of development seem to be perhaps well assessed within a certain measurement. So the question then is it not true that if we are with the IMF, we behave well? So if we want some space, immediately the program ends, then we feel reluctant to go back and negotiate with the IMF based on the terms that they will be exerting on us or will be asking of us. And so that's why we seem to be doing so well.
Yes, I think that in fact, I was telling somebody yesterday that it's like the IMF is a headmaster who is telling his student what to do and at what time. But once the headmaster is not there, then you realize that the fundamentals will crash. So we have almost exhausted the 3 billion extended credit facility under the program. Our external factors are doing very well, even though they are volatile. For me, at this point in time, it will be prudent and economically advisable for us to extend the IMF program for at least a year. Once the extension is done, because in the past we had the same issue. Sure. As soon as we exit the IMF, then everything comes back to zero.
Happened post 2018,
yes.
2019, we decided to do the exit.
Exactly. So I think that we should, don't forget that we say we are building reserve. And when you look at the reserve of a country, it's made up of forex, it's made up of gold, then it's made up of remittances. The remittances also include the special drawing right of the IMF and any other fund that the IMF is sending to us. And so once we extend the program by 1 year, then it means that we can fully and confidently consolidate the gains that we have chalked so far. Once the IMF is no more in the picture, then we'll come back to, the fiscal indiscipline. But, there is a saying in my local language that it is at the end of the old rope that the new ones are woven. And so you can actually project into the future the current trend of events. And so the position, as I said, adopted by this government, if we should continue into the future, you'll realize I even projected inflation to hit single digit by September. Because end of year inflation is 11.9. We are currently doing 13.7%. So you just have a few percentage points. And so if the prudent expenditure control measures continues into the future, with Bank of Ghana sort of relaxing a bit their strict monetary position, then we may end up having, a single digit by September in order to consolidate the growth and the gains that we have made.
Mr. Issa, we're looking at a thorough assessment, half-year implementation of the budget. Of course, the budget by the current government was read in March. But more importantly, we see how our imports, because they drive the economy, have behaved. Yeah. So the last quarter of each year, we have then the orders being made for the supplies for maybe the last month and then the first quarter of the next year. Yeah. And then from March, we tend to have the orders being made for those imports for consumption for the subsequent third quarter, as well as making sure we prepare for the last quarter as well. So that's the cycle. If you look at the demands, whether it's for forex, but also the goods in itself by the market or consumers, how do you think those factors could affect whatever projections that have been made in terms of the stability that we're seeing with the currency, and then also what the projections will be going into the next 2 quarters before the year ends?
Okay, so the whole thing should be about giving more stability to the market in terms of the forex, guaranteeing that you can hedge a particular rate at over a period of time. That guarantees proper planning. Oftentimes, the difficulties with this lack effect of the exchange rate is as a result of the fact that people are unable to plan. So I can see that there's some level of stability as we speak. So generally, it is easy for you to make your projections as to your import volumes and at what cost, so that it will influence the price that you give to people. So for me, signaling to the market some level of stability is key as to how, if I have what called signaling theory, that suggests that market should always respond to some level of information that they can use to plan. So I think that's what the way I will see it. But to say that, please, I will disagree a bit, especially when it comes to the issue of extending the IMF program.
Why not?
I think that we have failed as a country. Yes, we are a member of the IMF. That one is not in doubt. And when you are a member of an association, the expectation is that in times of difficulties, you always run to them. But for a country like Ghana to have gone consistently for 17 good times, it's not ordinary. It is not ordinary. And so to what extent? If you extend it for 1 year and then we get gains and the reckless finance minister comes again, what happens? So I think that it is about national development planning. That is where I want to draw my this, where we have a constitutional backing to a national development planning, what that every political party can sign up to. That is the only surest way we can guarantee that there's less wasteful and less corruption. Look, if we don't deal with the issue of corruption, we will never stop going to the IMF. He's talking about deficit. How can, in an election year, you are doing an election year that had COVID-19? I don't know if, was it that year 2020? COVID-19 was prevalent in 2020. And you are doing deficit of 14% because of an election. Wasteful expenditures and corruption is the bane of Africa and Ghana. And I think that extending the IMF will not solve the problem. Extending it simply means that in future, you guarantee that a reckless finance minister coming can throw us back into the fiscal distress. Then finally, Sri Lanka serves us as a good example. In fact, prior to the 2020 election, Ghana and Sri Lanka were around the countries with low development indicators. And in this year, when we went for the IMF spring meeting, Sri Lanka presented their story. And in fact, we gave them standing ovation. You know why? What Sri Lanka simply did was to live within their means. So we don't believe in a government that the measure of performance is about expansionary expenditure, meaning the size of your expenditure will determine how people should measure your success. We believe in living within our means. And that is why Dr. Atufosu will not be reckless in the expenditure that we will present today. So today, let me give good news to people. Look, social, education and health projects will commence. In fact, Agenda 111, many hospitals will be completed this year as a result of the media that we are coming to do. LEAP program, National Apprenticeship program, a Jumawura program, and many other social safety net programs will be implemented. And youth unemployment is our being in Africa now. And that's where I will learn to see that youth unemployment threatens the national security of this country. And I'm saluting the CEO of the employment agency, that is Malik Basintale. So far, what he has done for the youth of this country, and many other sector ministers are doing critical job for our people.
A great friend of mine is a PA to the current rules minister.
Yeah.
That's Kwame Gavin Sagboja. And John Fia, good morning to you. And he's a PA or aide.
Yeah.
And each time I have that interaction with John Fia, I keep asking him, the roads minister, Kwame Gavin Sagboja, is always trekking the country, trying to have an assessment of who needs what, which community needs which road, etc.
Yeah.
But we know that there are key trunk roads that transcend one city to the other, particularly the Accra-Kumasi road and the ones that will lead up north through that part of the Eastern Corridor, etc. And I keep asking him, when you go and assess the roads, and then you get to see that these are major trunk roads, what usually comes to mind? He says that, well, the expenditure is needed, but we also have to make sure we tell the people what the reality of our finances are, and then pick up the pieces from where we can and let them know. And that brings in the subject matter of what you experience in those spring meetings.
Yeah.
With the example of Sri Lanka, how they were able to bounce back. It's very important. So do you think that we need to have that buy-in, or even communicate to the Ghanaian public that we need to spend within our means? And do you think we're doing that?
So, in fact, what I would say is that, look, Ghana, we don't prioritize properly. That's what I would say. And let's use the example of the road that you just talked about. When you are constructing a road, it must have commercial viability. You must have done an assessment that the road that is being constructed is self-financing. Currently, there is a paper or a work done by the 24-hour scholarship secretariat.
Led by Guzitano?
Yes, they are doing what we call the Northern Ecological Zone and then the Volta Basin Economical Zone. And the idea is that they want to connect roads from this part of the country around the Volta Eastern region towards the north. And the Northern Ecological Zone will provide an avenue for us to connect directly to Burkina Faso. So when you do something like that, you have your fiscal impact analysis that will tell you that this road will be self-financing because of the trade volumes that you want to establish between those two countries. But for political expedience, what often normally happens in our part of the country is that there's a voter population here that you need to target. So when you go to those communities, they say they need road. Then you say, I'll do road for you. Where will you get money to finance that road? If you, many advanced countries that you have gone to, you will see that road projects are self-financing projects. Road projects are not supposed to come from the ordinary person. What do we rather see? Many of our road projects are indexed on foreign loans. And that is where the problem comes from. And Sri Lanka's example suggests that countries should live within their means. Sri Lanka is not doing above 1.9% deficit. Deficit is not bad. But look at the sources of where the deficit is coming from. And so for me, as a country, and I'm appealing to the government I'm part of, that let's not be pressured into spending recklessly, because I get the understanding from people that suggest that the government is not spending. I don't know what any other spending that we need to do, because the development of the country largely is decentralized. District assemblies are giving enough money for them. In fact, this year, every district will get a 24-hour model market. Every district will get a cheap compound. Every district will get primary school, KG, and that of JSS building. Every district will get at least 10 boreholes. That is the type of development that we want, from the bottom-up approach, not to throw money into the... Look, corruption. How can you lose in 4 years 12 billion Ghana cedis to corruption? Meanwhile, the total amount that we are looking from the IMF is just $3 billion. What is the thinking of Ghanaians? So for me, today affords us yet another opportunity for us to demonstrate to the business community and to the international world, Ghana is in the right hands. And for that matter, investment should come in. And if we get the right investment, government need not to extend the IMF program.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, I have a couple of people who agree with you. And my auditor friend, that's Andy. Andy, good morning to you. Andy Egble says, I agree with Isaac Atta. Extending the IMF program is not the solution. Rather, a development plan, that's the National Development Agenda. I don't know how MPP and NDC could come to a table, because I think the IMF program is not the solution. Rather, a development plan, that's the national table. We had when Dr. Ninoy Thompson was heading the National Development Commission.
Yeah.
And subsequently it was thrown aside. The NPP also came to do their own.
So
and before them we've had various plans as well.
Yeah, so the way forward, Dwayne Nkrumah,
yeah.
You see,
the 7-year development plan.
History should always guide us. You know what we can do?
But Isa, we need the bipartisan.
No, that's what I'm saying. Let me. First of all, the NDPC is an act of parliament that established that organization. The thinking is that every national development plan that you do, first of all, you must pass a referendum on it. Once it is acceptable in the view of Ghanaians and the referendum is accepted, we legislate it. And when you legislate something on the backing of the citizen, no political party will resist it. It's because we've always left it to be the discretionary for political parties to either participate or not. Pass it through a national referendum and get people to campaign for it. Once it is approved by Ghanaians and we legislate it, no political party will survive. If you don't subscribe to what Ghanaians want, you yourself can never win.
Are you going to suggest this to the president?
Yes, I will. If I get the opportunity, I will. And I've been saying it at Finance Committee that it is time for us. And look, President Mahama affords us the best opportunity. You know why? This is not a president who is seeking re-election. That can be his legacy. Another major legacy he can leave.
A national development.
A national development.
And you
plan.
have the numbers in
Yes, and we have the numbers.
That.
And that referendum, if we pass a national economic development plan referendum in Ghana now, we'll get a higher approval rating.
Okay. Now, let's come to the big ticket issues.
Yes.
The finance minister, in March, when he presented his budget, of course, we had one put together by Amin Anta as well, before they transitioned out of office. You will find the expectation was that when it came to the COVID levy it will be removed. But he said that because they were convoluted, he needed to do the decoupling. What's your expectation?
All right. So I think the COVID levy was part of the VAT computation, right? So you have the National Health Insurance Levy, you have the other. All right. So I think the COVID levy was part of the. So you have levy. The COVID levy. And so you realize that in the computation of VAT, there are some structural distortions. And so the finance minister made mention of the fact that they are seeking technical assistance from the IMF in reconfiguration of the VAT. If you look at our effective VAT rate within the sub-region, it's also one of the highest. And so my expectation is that the finance minister will update us regarding the status of that technical support that they are seeking from the IMF. Don't forget that the current disposition regarding VAT, the levies are not deductible. We don't knock them off, the input output, exactly, we don't knock them off. So that is a burden, it's an expense to, businesses. And even you, when you go to any supermarket to buy any product, you certainly pay the levies. And so the expectation is that the finance minister will tell us the status of that technical assistance that they are seeking from the IMF regarding the reconfiguration of the VAT computation.
How is that going to satisfy the optics, so to speak, knowing that we need the taxes that will be able to generate the revenue?
All right. As I said, raking in the necessary tax revenue is not really about, increasing taxes. It's about expanding the tax base. There are so many tax handles in this country that are not being targeted. For instance, gift tax. When was the last time that you were given a gift that you boldly go and declare that GRA, I have been given a gift, I want to pay tax? Look at the capital gains regime of this country. A lot of people sell assets, they make capital gains, but they don't pay tax. Look at the property rate system of this country. And so clearly you realize that we have the good taxes that can actually generate enough revenue to satisfy our, our budgetary needs. So what I expect is that once the reconfiguration of the VAT is done, it is going to boost, the private sector. Expenses regarding, VAT, will come down significantly, and that is going to increase the bottom line of companies. At the end of the day, if you don't get it in VAT, you can get it in corporate income tax. So I think that we need to really look at the VAT system in order to give some breathing space to businesses. Okay. And
the next 2 quarters are critical. Yeah. We're entering August, right? Yeah. Today's date is the 24th. Yes. Okay. We know that the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority started 24-hour service provision. TDC also does that. I went to undertake some. DVLA is also doing that. Judith, our Tando, had been monitoring some of those entities as well. Yeah. Now we need to get into the drive mode. And it's a policy that usually will mean that others would need to come on board. I'm talking about other subsectors. Yes. There's a good plan being fashioned out, or that have been outdoored with this accelerated plan as well for the 24 hours. Yeah. How do we drive that? How do you think we need to drive that in such a way that central to that growth or bringing on board the other subsectors, that it will be organic?
So one way of making sure that it is successful and organic and it reflects in the positive outcomes that we are all looking for is for us to communicate it properly, legislate the outcomes and propagate it properly. They met the Northern Caucus last week, the Secretariat, and I was amazed with the level of work that had been done and the level of expertise that they showcased to us as a caucus. Permit me to say that what the 24-hour economy seeks to do simply is just creating investment income using these fund managers and many other private sector players, and also creating the enabling environment for companies to thrive. So the 24-hour economy is just to increase trade coverage and trade intensity by making sure that funds are adequately available for the private sector. We guarantee enough security and also make sure that we provide technical assistance to various firms. And for me, the concept should be out there that we are just trying to marry the public sector to that of the private sector. The idea is not to say that every organization should work 24 hours. The framework is being fashioned, and we are currently doing amendment to the Labor Act, because as we speak in Ghana, you are only supposed to work, if it is not an essential service, you are expected to close at 5 p.m. Currently, it's being worked on to revise it. But the truth of the matter is that we need the bipartisan support of every political party and various stakeholders to the realization that Ghana need to increase our production capacity. That is not in doubt. There is a company in Botiano, English, that produces sanitary pads. In fact, the annual demand for sanitary pads in Ghana is 7 million. The company has capacity to produce 10 million. Right now, as we speak, the company is producing only 1.2 million. The rest of it is imported. The government of Ghana currently is pursuing one of its social safety net projects, that is a free sanitary pad. How do we make sure that we grow that company in Botiano, English to do more recruitment to produce 24-hour services? There's a market for it. Are you telling me that toothpick, toothbrush, and all those, are there no market for that? So it is just an appetizer to the investment community. So very soon, you'll see that we'll do various regional stakeholder engagement. We'll do road shows for people to know the various packages that are under the Secretariat and under the law. We are providing a structure, a well-defined structure with measurable outcomes for us to assess our performance. And I'm very assured that by next year, when we sit here to review the 2025 budget that will be approved by then, you will see snippets of the gains that we are making as a result of the implementation. What it just requires, the campaign mood is over. Right now is development. And I am using this opportunity to commend once again Honorable Gusitano for the brilliant job he's doing with the team. And President Mahama has taken commitment to ensuring that this big policy of the government is implemented. And finally, like I want to reiterate, people ask me that since we won, teachers, they haven't seen 3:1 to teachers. They haven't seen this. When we were telling them 1 job, 3 shifts, and 3 persons, they thought every other office should be like that. The proper layout will come out very soon with beneficiary companies. We also make sure that we publish regularly the steps that are being taken to make sure that we formalize our economy and become the global trade hub in Africa and the sub-region. So that's what we should expect on it.
Yeah. Big talk, right? Because he's a politician.
It's not a big talk. Have you seen the framework? I can share it with you.
Yeah,
well, I
we
want to
covered it live. So,
yes, I want to.
So relax for me.
Good.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, I know you want to contribute to this. How do we make sure it's organic, not all talk?
All right. So we have seen a situation in this country where policies are designed and implemented by government A. When they are out of power, government B comes and they put that policy, they discontinue it. I think one of the things that is making the 24-hour economy policy to be organic has to do with the legislative backing that they intend to give to it. And so what it means is that government goes, government comes. This is the policy document that the government must work with. So, but it is not just about the policy. I am looking at the funding bit of it.
Sure.
You realize that the total amount that government intends to commit to the program is $4 billion. Is that correct? $4 billion.
Yeah.
And government said they are making available a seed money of $300 million as part of the fund for the preparatory activities. As I did indicate, if you have used a model for so long a time and that model has not worked, it is only prudent that you change the model. And so the structural transformation of this economy cannot be dependent on the colonial economic model, import of finished goods and export of raw material. I think the 24-hour economy policy, as he did indicate, if it is well implemented, will be the game changer. Just that it's going to involve a whole lot of funding, you know, the government intends to use the Ghana Investment Infrastructure Fund together with other private sector players to actually look for money for the implementation. But it is interesting to know that even the $300 million that government wants to commit represents just about 8% of the total funding amount. You get it? And so structurally, yes, the 24-hour economic policy is good. It's going to, as it were, transform the underlying factors that actually can drive the growth. But the challenge is that we have seen one district, one factory in this country. Okay? We have seen other, you know, one village, one dam, you know, also in this country. And so the only thing that I want to say is that in order to make it organic, we need that legislative backing so that whichever government is in power, they can still continue with the 24-hour economic policy. In any case, I mean, in other jurisdictions, people don't sleep in the night. They work throughout the night. But for us, we leave the house 8 a.m., we close at 5 p.m. By 9 p.m., we are, you know, gone. Then we wake up at 5 a.m., then the routine continues. So I think if we want to structurally transform the defects and the inefficiencies within the economy, I mean, the 24-hour economic policy should be the best option.
Can I just get a minute to just provide that information? But before I do that, somebody just texted me that in East Gonja, in East Gonja Municipal Assembly where he works, the DACF in 2024 was 230,000 Ghana cedis.
That's the one paid to them.
Yes, the whole year. And
even though the allocation should be more.
Should be more. And then at 2004 time, the first quarter was 2.4 million. In just one quarter, 2.4 million. So that is just the testimony.
But we also do know that the current management under the leadership of Michael Edelson, they've made a decision based on the points. Yeah, so 80% of the money goes to the district, so and then they make a decision.
Because the first
so it's no more central.
Then what I just wanted to say is that when they were briefing Parliament on the 24-hour, look, if you look at Bank of Ghana's report on FDIs and capital flight from Ghana, monies that passes through Ghana, made from Ghana, but leaves this country is $100 billion.
All right.
And they said what the investors are interested in the 24-hour framework, but they just want us to do certain things for them. Create an ease of doing business environment for them. Improve our judiciary so that they know that there can be that level of certainty when you take case there and you will not be, because you are an expert, you lose the case. And then they also said political stability is key. Normally, like you said, transition, when there is a change of government, all the things that you had done under the 24-hour secretariat will be destroyed. So because of that, investors will not be so comfortable, especially when it's approaching election year. They will think that they should wait to see what the new government will think about it. So I think that once we're able to deal with the regulatory frameworks, institutional quality, ease of doing businesses, and political stability, will guarantee that Ghana is democratically and politically stable. I think that the 24-hour economic foundation should not be a challenge.
Okay, let's also give some credence to those who are watching us online as well. 2,100 or 200 people watching us on Facebook currently live. We're also streaming on the other relevant platforms as well. I have a couple of you. Obrin Ponkaba is watching us. For Sinaimisa is also there. Ridwan Abdullah. He says, you guys are fine brains, loving the analysis. Neo Datemos. Onukpa, how are you? You are in Holland, I believe. You're saying that if Zato sees you, he will be in trouble. Or Zato is not here. So, Yamo. You said, I mentioned Zato. I said, Charlie, we need Zato today on Facebook. And then you said, the fact that I even mentioned Zato, but I mean, we need divergent views as well. Yao February says, also the president taxed CEOs and managing directors. Yao February, it says the president taxed CEOs and managing directors of state companies to be circumspect in their operations and make profits. So after 6 months in government, we have to know how far with their operations. I think that's critical, especially since they are in acting position. The outcome of the national dialogues on the economy and education in complementing the running of the economy as for now. And so those are the areas that you want accountability or some level of address as well from the finance minister. Saira Mabive is also the Prince Daniel York also sent a message, and Emmanuel College as well. I see Dari Danyagri also there, and many of you who, Dr. Yakubu is watching us from the UK, and all of you who tend to watch us, we're grateful. Sending your messages. There was a message on Facebook that said, do we think in the subject matter of the infrastructure provision, where we need to do build, operate, transfer, the BOTs for roads, is it possible, looking at the huge capital outlay that usually is needed? I don't know.
Yes.
For those of you who tend to travel to the UK, you tell me that inner London.
Let the UK person speak
no, you
first.
see,
The inner London roads are always tolled and all.
Yes,
that.
I mean,
is it feasible?
It's
let's
feasible. I mean, in every country, depending on your economic and financial context, you need to devise financing mechanism for your infrastructure project. Okay, because government alone cannot finance all the infrastructure project in this country. And so build, operate, and transfer, I think most countries, I mean, in Europe, they have used it and it has yielded the right result. So I think that government can easily, as he said, give the environment that will permit those with the necessary capital to come and build. For instance, our market. You see, I've always been saying that when you look at KJTR, the market that we are building, I am always surprised that we are building those infrastructure project from our consolidated fund. Why won't the government just give that project to a private investor who will build the market and then start taking tolls from the market women as part of the repayment process? You understand? So I think build, operate, and transfer is one of the mechanisms that we can use to develop this country. Then again, I also think that, you know, metropolitan assemblies like Accra, Kumasi, and Tamale, they should go to the market and raise bonds on their own balance sheet. You get it?
Because they are big, they can generate the revenue.
Look at the quantum
based on the cash flow.
Yes.
Okay.
They should go to the market and raise the debt on their own balance sheet. So I think the BOT mechanism, it has worked in so many economic and financial jurisdictions, and it can equally work in Ghana. Government alone cannot finance all the infrastructure projects in this country. We need to devise some of these innovative ways of financing our infrastructure,
I wanted to go to Joseph, but if you can.
Okay, so the BOT financing model
for roads.
I am not for roads.
Huge
for
capital.
roads or huge capital. I'm not really against it, though it comes with also challenges, because validating construction costs is sometimes difficult
in our part of the world.
In our part of the world, especially they telling you what they have spent. You know, sometimes when we give them those costs, they come with variation costs that when they were doing it, the cost had increased. So validating it is sometimes difficult. And even periods of handover, it is sometimes difficult to give certainty to the conditions of what they will hand over to you. I think that those are the challenges, except that I'm okay with BOT.
But if the money is sourced locally, domestically.
Yes.
Setekwe came here and said, well, by the last quarter of the year, we will be making inroads in making the assessment or the decision whether we want to go into the domestic market and start some level of finance options to be able to offtake. So, but if we raise money locally, any road that is built with the city,
the idea is that.
Oh, you're talking about the value of the money
value
you would have invested over a period.
The value over the period.
Time value of money.
Time value. It's always a problem because normally there is no cash inflows at the beginning.
It makes sense.
And even the condition of the road at the time of handover is a problem. Because if you are doing BOT, it simply means that the people should operate it and hand to you. So maybe the collection will be
the private sector.
Yeah, the private sector. It means that tolls collection will be needed, isn't it?
Yeah, they become the tools.
Exactly. And the period that the tolls collection will recover the cost. At the time of handover, the condition of the road may not be in good shape again.
Typically associated with PPPs in Africa. By the time they hand over the entity or...
But the question is, must it continue that way?
Then you find that the depreciation...
So at the development stage, all these things should be factored
They will come back with variation costs.
Then you find that the depreciation assets and based on what the percentage outlines are just off.
So those are the challenges with BOT, and we've seen it in America.
You get to inherit projects or maybe an entity or whatever it is that was used or is being handed over that is non-valuable, so to speak.
Yeah.
But Joseph, what can we abreast ourselves of when it comes to all the latest information? Now, particularly based on the assessment and then also the expectations so far, Joseph.
Well, I have some answers for you by way of the expectations. There's this pre-mid budget review, a survey that was carried out by audit firm PwC, just to get a sense of what people expect to happen in this mid-year review. We're going to walk you through that quite shortly. They also asked questions about their own assessments, and the conversation around the table largely obviously started off with discussions around how things have gone so far. And so the same questions that were put to respondents sampled in this particular survey to get a sense of what they think government has been done, what are they attributing to the successes chalked so far, and what are the pitfalls that they believe government must avoid. And so that makes for an interesting read, and that is what we'll be walking our viewers through quite shortly, Roland. All
right. So we'll see how that goes. Please go ahead.
So I want to start first with some of the questions that the respondents were asked. And this had to do with an assessment of the government's policies so far, the performance. And the question that they were asked, 95% of them said that the macroeconomic performance in the first half of the year has met or beaten expectations so far. So very significant number, the 95% saying that the macroeconomic performance in the first half of the year has beaten performance, has met or beaten the expectations so far. Looking ahead, 68% remain confident that overall real GDP growth target of 4% would be achieved or surpassed. I want to stay on the 4% because earlier when we were having the discussion, we had made a point that currently, in terms of the data we have so far, in the last couple of months, we are around 5% now. And so the question that remains, the IMF has made a point that they expect to drop, but the question is whether government will look at staying with that number or going beyond that. What our respondents are telling us, those who are sampled by PwC, they are making the point that, well, they expect the growth targets that it will either be met or it will be surpassed. And so that is a very significant endorsement in terms of government's policies, macroeconomic policies so far. Now, it's important that the question was asked that on a balance, what are the top 5 factors that contributed the most to the economy's year-to-date performance? This is a very important question because it's one that a lot of people have been trying to make sense of. What is attributing for what we are seeing now? Can we attribute it to what central government is doing? Can we attribute it to what the Bank of Ghana, the central bank, is doing? Or purely based on inflation and the issues surrounding the currency? Let's look at the graph and what it looks like here. So if you look at this chart here, you see that 85% are attributing it to the monetary policy of the monetary policy management, and that is very significant. A huge endorsement of the work that is being done by the central bank so far. You look at fiscal policy management, and with that one, we're looking at the tax policies, the spending policies of the central government itself, and the impact. We are looking at 81% saying that is what they are attributing to the performance, and it is an important point to make. We had earlier indicated that when government took over, they said that, look, we have issues with the economy. What we want to do is to cut down on expenditure. Even though we are still saying that the numbers that we've seen so far, we still have slight revenue issues, but it tells you that the government's spending policies is having some impact, at least from the side of the respondents who participated in this particular survey. They are saying that, look, fiscal policy management has been important. What many of you thought would perhaps account for the outcomes, the Ghana cedi performance is rather place number 3. 77% are saying that, well, things are going well in terms of the currency, and that is what is attributing to what they are seeing in terms of the first half of the year. Then in terms of creditors' goodwill, 52% is saying so. Then finally, IMF funds disbursement. And earlier I was making a point that so far we've had some $2.4 billion coming out of the $3 billion that we're expecting from the IMF. We've also seen some just recently, a little over $300 million also coming from the IMF. And so that is it by way of this particular outcome. But you see quite clearly that the respondents, they are not giving much credit to that particular inflows that have come in. They are still trusting the central bank and government in terms of the policies that they are implementing so far. Let's go a step further and ask the question about what top 3 factors would you say have contributed the most to the reported consistent decline in inflation year to date? Inflation is one of the topical issues. We've heard government make the point that, well, they are looking at trying to see if they can do single digits. And those who have said that, well, that may be very difficult. Some are saying it's going to be possible. But what we know is that we started off around 23% latter part of last year. We are around 15 now. Let's look at what people are saying about what they think is contributing to the constant decline in inflation year to date. Again, you see the same trend if you compare to the general question that was asked previously. They stick to monetary policy performance, and again, they attribute to the fiscal policy performance, where the Ghana cedi closely followed over there. So that tells you again that there's a certain high level of confidence from, at least from the respondents, what we are seeing in how things are being done at the governmental level and also at the central bank level. The cedi, again, very important there, and suppressed public sector expenditure, 46%. And that should tell you a very interesting story once again, because within the public sector expenditure, that would be something that will fall within the fiscal policy performance, because those are spending decisions that the governments take. They decide where they want to put the money, what they want to spend on. But you see the respondents isolate that quite clearly and identify that we don't see much significance in terms of the consumer demand, just 8%. Then expectations management is just doing around 10% as well. We can move a step further and look at some of the other issues that have come up in terms of the concerns so far. So from your perspective, what are the top 3 factors contributing the most to the performance of the Ghana cedi on the currency exchange market? And the gold board operations is number 1. It's no surprise. We've had lots of discussions around the gold board. What we know is that in terms of the transactions that have taken place this particular year, we know that export-wise, our gold is doing very well. In terms of the prices also, it's also enduring to the benefits of the country. But the gold board, because of the structure that was created so far, they've been able to acquire a lot. And so it is no surprise that people are attributing that as well. Then the forex support by the Bank of Ghana is one issue that was very controversial a couple of weeks ago. People had suggested that the central bank was playing a role. There were suggestions that, well, that may not be the case. We heard from the IMF review, the recent review that came in. They said that the interventions are hitting millions of dollars so far, and that is also being attributed to what is also influencing what we are seeing by way of the foreign exchange market, at least from the perspective of the respondents. Then we can end on a third highest one, which is the global commodity price gains, 53%. Maybe let me just end rather on the U.S. trade tariffs, just doing 35%. And you recall that the tariffs were imposed, Ghana was affected. There were many that had concerns about what the impact would be. We know in terms of the outcome so far, the IMF verdict, the recent review, they make the point that it is not having much of an impact, particularly because of the nature of the trade, the exports between Ghana and the U.S. And so that is how come it is not having that much of an impact. And the respondents also, in terms of what they think is attributing, they just put it at 4th place instead of the highest other issues that they are attributing to the gold operations, the forex support by the Bank of Ghana, and the global commodity price gains as well. Respondents, 60% of respondents who believe that, we're just going to move over here now, just bring you back. That slide about what the respondents have been saying. Okay, so we'll get that up on the screen shortly and bring you a bit more of what the respondents have been saying in terms of the 5 factors that pose the highest risk to the year-to-date macroeconomic and budgetary performance and derail it in the second half of 2025. And this is instructive because it is giving us a sense of what they fear could be challenges which they want governments to pay key attention to. They make the point about the commodity price crash. 63% say that that is something that you should be worried about. They again make the point about the external risk, escalation, tariff shocks. So even though currently they make the point that, well, it's not having much of an impact, they think that that is something that could potentially affect a lot of things. They also make the point about SOE debt burden. And SOE debt burden has always been a very, very topical issue. And for those who are familiar with even the recent Auditor General reports, some of the SOEs have come out strongly. We know the state of ECG and the issues happening there. I mean, huge sums of money, transactions that the Auditor General has flagged, a chunk of that are coming from the Electricity Company of Ghana. But if you've seen the recent PURC publication that assessed how the cash waterfall mechanism is being implemented, we see a bit of a change that is inspiring some confidence within those in the sector, is the fact that the cash waterfall mechanism so far is being implemented according to the terms that have been agreed. And so the various players, what is coming in by way of the revenue, they are all getting what they are supposed to get. So that is some good news, which may enable people to talk about the fact that, well, it appears the SOE burden, particularly on the side of the power distributor, ECG, may not be a challenge this time around. But another challenge that they talk about is the expansionary fiscal pressure. And finally, the heightened external threats, military conflicts also being another challenge that they may also have as well. And so this gives us a sense of what to expect and what the challenges that they have. And 34% of the respondents who want the media review to deliver clear detailed data on revenue collected by the GRA, comparing actuals to the mid-year and annual targets. Not a very significant number there, I must say. And 60% of respondents who believe the tax policy environment in the first half of 2025 has been supportive, yet still needs improvement. And however, 25% say tax administration experience has been unsatisfactory. And I'm going to stay right here. I'm sure it's something that our experts around the table, tax administration is always a big challenge for many people. We all want things to be much easier, but it's also of concern to people saying that, well, generally they believe that the tax policy environment has been supportive, yet they still believe that some improvement should be done. We didn't see any major new handles coming in the last budget that came out, but post that particular budget that was presented, we've seen the D-levy, like the minority would want to call it, come out there, and that already has attracted some concerns. I'm not too sure about the extent of that particular handle and the impact it had on the responses that we got from the respondents in this particular survey. But the point remains that tax administration is a big deal. In fact, it's one of the components of our IMF program trying to rationalize it. This government, even VAT specifically, they've made a point that they believe that it appears to be problematic, and they believe some changes should be done to it. And so, Roland, that is it by way of what respondents are saying in terms of assessment of the things, how things are going so far, and their own expectations of government.
Let's slide back to, was it your first or second slide? What is accounting for that goodwill? Okay, no, just go back again. It should be on the screen, and let me see, yeah. That'll be the one they mentioned about the fiscal consolidation.
Yes, so on the balance, what are the top 5 factors that contributed the most to the economy's year-to-date performance? And they attribute it, 85% say that they're going to attribute it to the monetary policy management, 81% attribute it to the fiscal policy management, then the Ghana cedi performance follows right after that. So, I mean, it appears they are impressed with how government is going about it, what the central bank is also doing in terms of its policies as well. But they are still looking out for tax administration, which they think that is something that they may want to look out for.
Well, very concise. PwC will have to be credited for that as well, but also good research by you and the rest of the team as well, Joseph Akable. But it speaks volumes, right? About we always have a conversation in the media and the narrative that we always talk the jargons and the big things, but now we're seeing that, the jargons and the big things, whether it's the big economic terminologies, by way of the actions that drive policy, are affecting the bottom line. Is that not it? Consumers are feeling it, etc. Now, Isa, where do we go forward from here? Be more stringent on fiscal consolidation, making sure that we stay true to our pact with the IMF, and then, of course, continue on the path of getting the credibility. And so the question then will be, how do we make sure that we do that continuation, that consistency?
So the consistency can only be achieved through some of the following, I will say. One is we must diversify our export earnings. Look, I believe that, and if you look at the reports, they suggested that commodity price crash can put us back into where we are. Sure. Because currently, our exchange performance is largely as a result of the gold price surge. So if in a situation where you see a downward trend in the price of gold, what happens to our reserves? What happens to our economic growth? So basically, if we don't diversify and increase more export commodity, our earnings from gold, oil, and cocoa can always be affected at any time. So that's one way that I think we must do. And I've already stated that Ghana as a country should be able to prioritize our export earnings through other more communities. For example, share. We have share nuts in Ghana, but what is the export volumes of share? Share that, and yet they will go and bring the share butter and the cosmetics, and then we will consume them again. So I think that export earnings should be diversified. Two, the monetary policy by the Bank of Ghana should continue in terms of supplying of liquidity into the forex market. I believe that timely release of information is key in driving the demand and supply forces of the exchange market. So if there is that level of certainty that there can always be that supply of forex into the liquidity market, I think that our exchange stability will continue. Then government also should continue to prioritize expenditure. That is the surest way we can go in order not to fall back into the fiscal distress. So I'll say that, yes, despite the low expenditure or not embarking on massive expenditure, we are currently seeing a lot of massive gains in the macroeconomic indicators. And salute to the Roads Minister, Honorable Kwame Agboja, like you mentioned. He has another aide called Frank.
Yeah, Frank Fear.
In fact, I'll rate him among the top 3 ministers so far in the last 7 months. Not because...
Governor Agboja.
Yes.
Who are your top 5? You don't want to commit yourself. But you want to talk about the road minister.
Yes, I will say, but finance number 1, of course. But I will say that, frankly speaking, the roads sector will open up Ghana for us to become an industrial hub. That is the only way we can make sure that we sustain some of these macroeconomic gains. If not, also, look, there is a problem if we don't take our time. We'll fall into difficulties in the future.
Which is?
If you look at the tariff adjustment that was done by Donald Trump, it created a lot of supply chain disruptions towards America. Yeah. In fact, S&P even downgraded the dollar by 10%. So what it simply means is that trade that was going towards America was now diversified and found African trade route and other Asian countries. So what it implies is that if tomorrow President Donald Trump reassesses his economy and go back onto recovery and the path of growth, what will happen is that there will once again be a capital flight into the American economy. So these are ways that I think that we must safeguard ourselves, provide enough buffers. Currently, we are doing around 4.8 months of import cover with $11.1 billion. Why can't we do to get to a year or 6 months or 8 months, such that irrespective of what happens abroad, Ghana will still be in a position to give more forex to our BDCs and other trading partners. So for me, I support every funding that had been done by PwC. This is a good research and survey. And these are expectations of people, isn't it? And I am also part of the people. And our general expectation is that the government has done well and we want him to continue. Currently, Dr. Tufolson is doing the magic together with the Bank of Ghana. We must sustain this effort. And it is not time for us once again to go back into the talk shop. What led us here should continue. And the metrics economics, the ceteris paribus will tell you that what you put in or what you regress on the dependent variable will give you the outcomes in your independent variable. So what it simply means is that something led us to these outcomes that we are seeing. So we must prioritize those things that led us there. We must cut corruption and wasteful expenditure, and I can assure you, we wouldn't need to go and do excessive borrowing. And that's how come, if you've observed, Ghana has slowed in terms of debt accumulation. Not because we don't have priority projects, but it's because we are trying to increase revenue mobilization domestically. Go to the first quarter performance of GRA. You see that GRA has outperformed more than expectation for the first quarter. That gives a clear indication that resources can be mobilized locally, and that we must continue with the efforts.
So we've seen this drive, the fiscal and monetary consolidation or controls. But then it also means that on the monetary side, particularly when it comes to the forex, availability is critical.
Sure.
What sort of regime should be introduced in such a way that the driver or the demand should not be on outside the main structures by way of going to maybe the abuchis, the black market, etc. Because it looks like that's where the complaints are coming from.
Yeah.
Those who tend to go and access from those black market points are claiming that there's no dollar. But if you know that you're forecasting and you know that you need some supplies and so you need to make those demands, that is new orders, you focus. And then you do the forecasting and say, I will need this at this point in time. So I need to do the applications at that point in time with my creditor bank to be able to get access. So how do we make sure those controls are there?
Okay. So when you look generally at the factors that have given us the forex that we have, which he made mention of $11 billion and about 5 months of import cover, they are basically the commodities that we export, including remittances. And he also made mention of the fact that going forward, this sources of reserve is not sustainable, which is true. Now, you realize that gold, cocoa, and crude on the international capital market, we don't have control over the prices. Any volatility tomorrow can affect, the quantum of reserve that we can build. In fact, recently, the IMF gave a directive to Bank of Ghana to reduce their footprint within the FX market, if you recall. But I think that if Bank of Ghana is actually doing something which is yielding the right results based on our economic context, I don't think that we need to move away from what Bank of Ghana is doing. In fact, when you read the Bank of Ghana Act, Section 4C gives the Bank of Ghana the mandate to maintain currency stability. And so if Bank of Ghana can intervene for the currency to be stable, there is nothing wrong with that. The only challenge is that going forward, if we are not careful and we continue to model our reserve building on the external factor, any volatility, straightforward, there'll be a free fall. And so we need to shift away from that, commodity export, gold, cocoa, crude, to a more export that is driven by competitive finished products. When was the last time you go to the shelf in Ghana and you see Ghanaian-made product on any of our supermarkets? Most of the products that we have on the shelf, they are all imported. And once you import a product into your country, even if it is 1 Ghana cedi, you are creating an equivalent 1 Ghana cedi unemployment in your country, and you are creating employment in that country. And I'm sure when we go to the supermarket, most of the rices that we have, they are Vietnam, Chinese, they are imported rices. So I think going forward, we need to move away from building reserve based on commodities to building reserve on a more competitive value-added product that can be sold outside. Because, see, no European country has developed based on commodity exports, isn't it? They will come for the commodity from us, they will transform it, and then they will send it back to us. And that is what contributed to the growth after the Industrial Revolution. That was what actually contributed to the growth of their economy. So I think that the Bank of Ghana needs to, as it were, another issue is that government will start paying contractors. Some of them are in forex. Government will start paying debt, and the external debt in forex. So that is going to impact negatively on the reserve that we have built. And so if we are not careful to build the enough reserve to meet the needs of the people who we are going to pay, then in a short while you realize that there will be a free fall of the cedi.
Thank you very much, Nelson. We have to ship you out because you have other commitments. You told our producer. So we decided to factor Nelson Kwagbaji's itinerary in our discussions this morning. But Ataisa, Member of Parliament for Sangirugu, are you also part of the Finance Committee?
Yes.
Great brain. And let me say good morning to you, Abdullah. Abdullah is watching and saying that to Charlie, we just love you and keep coming on our shows so that we'll have some comprehensive discussions. So I have a couple of comments to you before I tell you about the 1-to-1 bar happy hour. But before I do that, let me just read a couple of your comments as well. This one is coming from Ibu Bachman, finance and economic person, as well as does a lot of consulting, but also politician as well. He's a regular. I'm sure tomorrow is Friday. He will be on the show. Post half-year budget review, he will come and do those analysis. And Ibu Bachman says, to make the 24-hour economy work, especially in the productive sectors, two key issues must be tackled, and the high cost of production and distribution being foremost. For Ghana's goods to be globally competitive, Ibu Bachman advises we can reduce import and increase exports, and for businesses to stay profitable and committed to the policy, reducing production and then distribution costs are absolutely critical. So how do we reduce production costs and distribution costs as well? It's very important. Operational cost is always a big thing, eating into all the financial outlay for companies, etc. Jerry Glyph, good morning to you. You're with the UPS. You just finished, and you say, Glyph, he knows you, right? Yes. Okay, family, relations, and friends. They are congregating right here. Jerry Glyph, good morning to you. I have this one from, it says, okay. Okay, so I have this one. More importantly, Cletus Boateng with the Office of the Minister for Food and Agriculture is saying good morning, as well as Egypt Kudoto, Vice Chair, NDC Volta Region. You're celebrating your birthday. Happy birthday to you. And then Gertrude Ofowa Bracco is one of our production assistant. Great lady. Good morning to you as well. But let's also tell you about the one-to-one bar, which is having the happy hour. Now, they are encouraging you to celebrate in style with their irresistible happy hour at their one-to-one bar. Now, for week 3, which began from July 31, is going to end on the 27th of this month, that's July. They're going to have that classy, everything you want, after world one-to-one bar. And they have various offers. So when you come to that offer bracket, you get 2 glasses of house wine, including a choice of any plates that you want. So they have wine and food plates. All right, it's going for 279 Ghana cedis. So when you come and sit down, you can order that. Just 279 Ghana cedis. You get a wine, you get fruits as well. I don't know how, the combination that people do, so sumptuous. And then we have cheese plates, all right? Cheese plates, that's going for 369 Ghana cedis. So you enjoy that, with wine, etc. And for the weekdays, that will be from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. You can always wine and dine at one-to-one bar. And then also when it comes to weekend, 3 p.m. in the afternoon to 6 p.m. you are there having all these. But you can still continue after 6 p.m. as well. They have others, only that you will not be captured in these promotionals you're doing, all right? So for you to be able to participate at one-to-one bar happy hour, this is what you need to do. You have to call the following lines: 030-261-1000, all right? Or 020-433-3136. All right. We have a couple of you also joining us on our social media platforms. We're grateful. So let me just acknowledge a couple of your messages. Very important, because without you, we won't be where we are currently. I have Amama Gold. It's been a while. Amama Gold, good morning to you. And David Brymer said, my intelligent MP, the Honorable Issa, God bless you. It looks like a lot of people love you. You're not ABA for saying, but you're also a person of your own right. Yes. You're an island on your own, courting many people. And then Al-Hassan Aminu also says that you are his MP. And many people also making those comments. Yamole Yamo, etc. Prince Nanayao, you're all sending messages. But we have to tell you that we're taking a break. When we come back, we'll have more. We'll have discussants from the Ghana Union of Traders Association, as well as other relevant individual representatives right here. We want to bring you a comprehensive discussion prior to that budget. We're told that budget, mid-year review it is, will be from Parliament from about 11-12 thereabouts. That's what we're told when the Finance Minister could address Parliament. That's the plenary. We'll also go to the Abosokai Spare Parts Hub. So we're live there. We'll take you to Kumasi. We'll take you to Tamale. Go to the Central Business District. Ask many people the relevant questions about what they feel so far about the economy. We're taking a break. We'll be right back. All right?
Official po afisa said na sika bebre abamo bia botoma ye de bills aka ne hu biomo yesi 2025 idie eni da so wo mo bia wote wo kwa oni adwuma ye fa weni kire bills na beji loan na wo betini dia ye wa wadwuma we eye loan don come we here shade we here ne wo Ghana card e wa na wo zaka usika na se we obi so a we ye wa wadwuma wo pesa wo tire mu ana odwuma ye ni a wo je busumi aketia eni bill se bre na beji loan na wo fa bibia nsia wo wa collateral ana se deposit ane uhia mu bia enti afi die yesi obia woni adwuma bia ye wobetumi abeji loan enti se wotena fie na se wanya sika no bi dia eye wow Fred bills say sia na wotumi atua wo bills nemo it is like kakra wo
Welcome to the McLean Air series. Ajay, I am Joe McLean, your guide to the smoky, dusty, cloudy, choky side of life. Pollution is real. Today we are visiting some places that pop with pollution. Just hold your breath. Let me mask up. Vehicle fumes have taken over the air, and soon this place will find it hard to breathe. According to the World Health Organization, as many as 28,000 people die every year in Ghana from air pollution. You live here, you breathe dirtier air than the whole of Accra. Look, let me show you. What an irony. No burning here. Ay, ya, 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 ya. No one is truly safe. Even the posh areas are not spared from the smoke. Look, we can't ignore this. Do something. Next stop, please. I welcome you all to 25 Gamma District. This is the Nglicha Road. This place, everyone is called Brown. Mr. Brown, Miss Brown, Mrs. Brown. The children, they all bear the name Brown. For years, this road has been very dusty. Children cannot come out to play. People cannot breathe properly. And you dare not wear white in this community. But you see, wetting the road occasionally can be very helpful. But that is only temporary. Oh yes. You have a ball. Call 057 972 4072.
mid-year budget review. In only a matter of hours, we should hear from the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasala Tuforson, as to how far the economic management of this country has gone and how the second half of the year is projected to look like. In the meantime, there's been conversations in the studio between Roland and his team, and his panel, really. And, just before they ended that conversation, Roland made mention of having Guta in the studio to discuss their own expectations, their own review of the first half of 2025. But before then, let's get on the ground and speak to some crucial members of Guta. The traders at Abosokai, correspondent George has been speaking. George Quainin has been speaking to these traders there. George has been interacting with them ahead of the 2025 mid-year budget review. George, good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning. I'm used to being in the afternoon. Good morning to you, George. Talk to us about what you're experiencing with the traders this morning.
The import duties should be reduced, and so we are here to, gauge the expectations ahead of the presentation by the Finance Minister. And I see a few of them here. I'd want to, start off with this very man in red. I think he's also into spare parts business. A very good morning, boss. At saying, and that's why I want the minister ever present budget. Charlie, who is it?
Minister, only BBI, ambulance, your crab. I don't know to me a fan or budget. Only BBI.
Oh, your politics. But he didn't forget ambulance, but over presenting budget. No, I said, Obi or Yajmo, then I was expecting our budgeting.
Men Peshi, on to me, Yashi. On to me, BBI, my $100 or so $80, you need dollars to pay you. Me pay a crime, my craminia. Now I don't know which my am.
And we should so gonna be no say from 17 about 10 something. I think I go for say
17. No, me more can I question be Mamiana. Ubenya be a mammy.
Who pays a hand?
Me pay a crime, man. I mean, ya, over there, I
had there demorage there ever for
Yama, a bunny, Yama, and the meeting Caseba.
Into clearly, first half of the year, no. You can say assess performance. Maybe 1 to 10. Osha, President.
Dear MPP, yeah, Nana, Ogusu, or she send your man, and them also she send you. On she send you to 1 million BBR. The MPP may go on and one Ogusu or to us. May buy me who knew you be or the other. I has say.
But you're first.
You're from Australia.
Osei clearly is not really enthused about how things are going, and then for him, he doesn't expect anything from this very budget, because whatever we are saying about the gains made by the CD against other major trading currencies, he cannot witness it. Even he assessing forex is very difficult for him, and so these are his concerns. He doesn't expect anything from this media budget review. Let's still engage people here. And if you just tuned in, we're coming to you live from Abosokai. And I've seen some two gentlemen here. I think they don't want to talk, they're camera shy. But I will still engage people here on what the expectations are of the budget. What's it saying?
No, I don't patch.
What do you say when it's every budget in there?
The patch me, sure.
Now, then I will expect, apart from the fact that maybe up says CD linear stable, what are some of the major things you're expecting?
What was Ghana, Hano, I never quite mostly you're expecting from government, and they say, especially young age phone. Say, and Yama be stable, between me at a 10 Yamaso, and I say, on by BB such a way, say, Yaho behind. Until expect to say at least I'm making found be at least a bit to me a best support to trade industry said about my young so I did Ghana the idea your whole entry be because mostly cities dollar new cost will be asked a more kind say and your boy day but mostly no share so Ghana hano and your dollar near the cities but almost taking it for granted say and your boy because of dollar cost until you be making sure say yen abani nye bibia enkofase dollar no e koso ntem ne mabo bedding ne momanya say yen yankasa yesika na ye use no emra from anase yen fa nidwa yen fa trade e ma ye ho toye na enyi dollar ni free ye system no say dollar koso ama ne mabo bedding nti no na expect say abano enye bibisa na omo ready monye no such a way say ba ma ne mabo abafo
ba wo show kra nyoma
we kra nyoma free
be say me hu ade bibi ti say na o ton is saying okay, sure. Yeah.
500 Ghana. Yeah.
Did you see a dollar number from no? Is it the same price?
It's the same price because of dollar number from no. the time now make cotton.
Now dollar when your money san.
Yes, and to get your money sans.
Oh yeah, sure say in your money san.
I can even say to you, sir, now and your money ye craban is the idea. A bit to my perform. But the order done idea. A bit of a message.
San you wanna be affected with the new dollar rate no. I know a better from Bessay.
Say better from crying to me my from be a best be 400 and I say be a best be 450. So I say bet my best be 450.
What's your first thing?
A friend Charles.
So Charles is really concerned about the forex, and for him, I think it's high time we yanked the whole what's the name, dollar, business dealings. We should only engage in our local currency. Of course, that will also take away the fact that if the dollar is high, it really affects pricing of goods and services. So we should really normalize using our local currency and doing our businesses. And so these are his concerns, and that's Charles, like I mentioned. And I think when I was coming here morning, I met one gentleman who wanted to talk to me. I think that's him. And let's also take his views. I think he's pressing his phone, but let's engage him this morning. Boss, morning.
Hello, question again.
Okay, how are you doing?
I'm doing great and okay.
So I know you are aware of the fact that the minister will be reading the media budget review. For me, I want to know what are your expectations?
My expectation is they have to calm down and reduce goods for us, especially those who are the traders, who are importers, and they have to calm down with the everything so we can buy things and do business in which we won't get problem in our business.
But why is it that when the dollar or the cedi is stabilizing and then it has to affect the price and you guys still maintain your prices, you don't change the price, but if it goes high, you are quick to increase the prices?
Oh, in Abusukan here, always we haven't increased our prices. We reduce our prices. So if you want to buy something, we won't make the price high. We will come down for you to buy the goods there.
What's your name?
My name is Charles Akwaminsa.
So Charles, this is another Charles who spoke to us, and clearly he spoke in the English dialect, and so clearly you can actually deduce something from what he said. And if you just tune in, we are coming to you live from Abosokai. It's one of the largest spare part hubs in the country, and we are here to sample the expectations of spare part dealers here. They've been working with the forex, and the cost of doing business here is something they've been singing chorus about. They want that ease and make their lives comfortable, clearly. And the minister is expected to Parliament in the midday, the joint midday, to deliver that mid-year budget review. And we just still want to talk to more people, and I'm sure that most of them are camera shy, but I would want to talk to this very woman here. Madam, I'll let her end her call and talk to her personally. And she was surprised we're speaking the Tree dialect, so I'm sure she wants to also add her views to this. But no, you look for, you're okay. So, you say who expectations, minister need my budget or be budget. You say who the idea we expect a few budgets in.
Oh, me expectation you. What am I making me call? This time,
Conde song cut. Yeah, you are live on TV3. Then I will expect a fee budget.
There be a budget is normal year. There be a la year. Said that your sanity.
Now she said, wouldn't be $1 in city, wouldn't be rate.
Dollar rate low, a dear bad deal, sanity.
Hey, I said your workers and it really confirms that I had no. It's like we move politics and.
Oh, the first number people buy and pass will be a new summer.
But me for beer, I also a ton idea how because so government way yeah, this is $1 if it's 17 about 10 something, and which is quite. But the fact that you're not talking about it, I'm my shocked.
At the end, say dollar no taste no. Yeah, could Yes, car, they're a coffin, maybe go. Yes, can a coffin, maybe go. To tell what $2 or so. May my fan woman. Into Mayday, matter swam in my tongue. But also what I say. And to more tears, no one to swim me a moame.
It's damage your next consignment. That means scanning better so, Anna, clearly.
Me then come here, sure, send $1 and what to sono. And stay for bear 1 year, my. None no man that I autonomous. In film, a film, dear. And the number was $1 and what to swab me. But I'm to see a moame. Because we better could be a swatro. And no more yam fire, no, me fans and yet $2. But also mean to so. To me, there be one difference be
into be bar no castle Charlie. We minister $1 cost for me to be per se, be a me to wait 10 cities last year, per se, me turn 2 cities because minister $1 cost.
So, man, because I am a tono.
Never found to Quamba.
Oh, what can
you say dollar bafon?
Yes, me chile say me my father dada answer na dollar no mote so. Nti obi obetima ko nanim obi a won de oyi dollar na boa no no. Obetima koto. E na boso kan say do say dollar na boa no no me ye so enyampa. Enyampa because you no man ye fagu wo answer na o ma cho dollar no so. To do obeka so dollar na boa no de ono anasema ebi ono de okọ China ba. Nti oba no obedistribute no ma no. To ne de boa no.
Last one, see port to port 24 hours, or 24 hours. Amunda. Said me say good because mu kranyo mo.
Oh, 24 hours and there say ebo aban no. On why 24 hours wo yi no ma. Osa de ko ebo ano.
That's also be you man.
Na me yi no ma 24 hours and say many pedua.
Because ebu anyoma ne ba eche nti amu share demurrage. See na 24 hours. That means you can skip the demurrage. Say scan na amu tua say normal delay. Ni na betime yefio.
Me da nyame mu kure na me nko airport nko yi no ma.
Okay, that's one.
Nti no. Omo 24 hours no. Mintimi nkyere. Omo amukọ port no bia ebetimi abo omo. And I mean, Casa Berry about 24 hours and M1, when they've been to mention them in Kobe. It's 1 year, they mean to mention.
You're frozen.
With the Mampokia.
Mampokia is a spare part dealer here at Abosokai, and she also talked about the forex. And I think the gains that people are talking about, she also doesn't feel it. And also talking about the 24-hour economy, she doesn't really, she's not into import and all that, so she cannot really tell us, give us real-time impact of that very policy. Of course, it was just launched on July 2, and so, real-time impact cannot be assessed according to her. And, I think someone also wants to talk to us. You want to talk to us? Okay, then. So, we're coming to you live from Abosokai, and this is the expectations of spare part dealers here in this very hub. And so this is the media budget review to be presented by the finance minister. It's actually gives some sort of assessment of the financial performance of the first half of this very government, and also make some adjustments to the national budget. So thanks for watching. If you have any expectations, you can share that with us. We are live on Facebook, it's TV3 Ghana, and get interactive with us. Thanks for watching and have a good morning.
Well, now, George, thank you so much for bringing us that report. George joined us from Abosokai. What we want to do at this point is to put some of the things that the traders have raised into perspective, particularly those concerns about the city. Blaise here with us. Blaise, are their concerns germane? What is the city trend telling us?
I mean, what we want to focus now on is on the positive side. At some point, we'll look at the negative side. And Abosokai is always one of the places where the currency discussions is very high. And what we've done is to demonstrate this in just this simple slide that we have here. And I want us to start by focusing just on this part here. So from January, we're doing 15.30 to $1. We are now doing around 10.31 to $1. And so that is some good news in terms of what we are doing now. So there's a cedi appreciation, and it's having lots of effects. The positive effects is going up, is going to the side, is going to the side, is going down. I want to start right from here. We've seen a reduction in ex-pump price, very important because of how we get our crude. Majority of it is coming from outside. And so if the currency is doing well, it's in yours to our benefit. And we've also seen a 15% reduction in fares as a result. We've seen those who have argued that, well, it could be better, but this is where we are now. This is what we're doing in terms of the outcomes so far. We've also seen a bit of a decline in inflation, and we're going to show you what happened first and foremost compared to June 2024. Last year, we're doing 22.8%. We are currently doing 13.7%. In fact, if we still stay on inflation, we look at the issues surrounding where we were even in December, we're doing around 23. We are currently around 13.7%. So between the period June and compared to June of 2025, we've seen a decline of about 9.1%. So that is also another significant advantage there that is attributed to the currency depreciation there in terms of the appreciation of the cedi and the depreciation of the major currencies, the trading currencies, the dollar particularly. We also see that external debt reduction, and that is also a very interesting point particularly because our debts, our external debts are basically denominated in foreign currencies. And so if our currency is performing better, it only means that it is very easy for us to be able to deal with that. And it also means that there's an improvement over there. Our external debts go down. Even locally, when you even talk to people who take mortgages, and the mortgages the prices are fixed in foreign currency. Anytime the cedi appreciates, you don't have to do anything. I know someone who was telling me earlier that they have been putting together some money. They wanted to clear their mortgage. Then they had gathered lots of cedis just to meet the amount of dollars they had to pay. And look at what happened. The city just appreciated. The dollar value just dropped. And he had to take some of the city out of it because he now had enough money to meet up his dollar commitments.
I've seen some realtors now price their homes in cities. That way, whether there is an appreciation or not.
Well, there are a few of them who are cautiously optimistic.
And
they are staying with the dollar.
And what they have done, those who are staying with the dollar, what they have done now is increase the price. So essentially, I see them hedging. I don't think they're doing it the right way, but I see that they are hedging. Some of them are just unilaterally doubling the price of the homes, and very disturbing trend in the housing market.
Then we've also seen a bit about the imports as well, the cost of imports reducing. Guta had been promising a reduction. There was suggestion. We heard Guta call on their members to even reduce the price as well. And so this gives us a sense of what the cedi appreciation, what the effect has been, the upside, what the positive has been. And we are saying that, well, things are looking good, but it's not always about the positive side. There's a bit of negatives that would bring our viewers subsequently, but I'm sure Roland would want to have a bite on this one on the other side.
The traders say they are not feeling it. They can't even find the dollar to buy. So it's always the same story. They don't even need to hear a budget review. But we'll take that conversation to Roland now. Roland and his panelists will have that conversation because Guta is on that table, Roland.
Yeah, certainly. So we have Joseph Paddy, who now speaks for Guta, has been through the ranks and file of the executive of Guta as well. He is also a main stakeholder. He's an investor in the second-hand goods industry, especially when it comes to not only normal importation, but vehicle spare parts, etc. So he's here. And then also Edward Kaire is with the General Agricultural Workers Union, and so we have them right here. But the subject matter of the cedi and its availability in relation to the US dollar is a matter of concern for everybody else, and particularly when we know that, well, we need it but we can't get it, and we have to go to the airport's runabout area beneath the tree there and go to Yusuf, who is Nigerian. It's a main problem.
Roland knows
Black
lots of joints.
Yeah. So the hubs I know in Accra, the to-do one, and then there's one at Newtown also. Is it Newtown or Mambobi?
I have a simple approach. I mean,
which one?
You just have to call the Abochi. The Abochi is going to come to you wherever you are. I mean, it's a simple approach. You don't have to go to any joint. I mean, there are people who do that kind of business as well, and so the availability is a big challenge, Roland.
Yeah, and then there are those who do house to house. Now courier, you are in your office, they bring it large. I need 100K, then they will bring it to you. Anyway.
Well, I mean, is it more expensive with the Abochi?
Yes, it is. So I always blame the traders because, like I was saying, if you know that you need a certain supply in 3 months, it means that you have to then start communicating with your bank way ahead. But they'll tell you that it's not cast in stone as I see it. But if you know that you want to do that order and you need the money in 2 weeks' time, you're going to suffer. So that's when you want to do the mopping up, etc., as quickly as possible with Abochi. Then, of course, the measures now the Bank of Ghana has brought in, because they want to know and control where the forex is coming from, in whose hands it is, etc. And they also don't want to go through the rudiments of meeting those verifications. It's a problem.
I see, and your earlier panelist, Nelson, alluded to the fact that there appears to be an artificial shortage, which gives the indication that there's some kind of hoarding in the system. And it's good for those who are trading forex, right? For them to appreciate the hoarding. It's good for people who deal in dollars, because it's when the dollar appreciates against the cedi, it's good for their money in terms of the value, right? But for the rest of the country, it doesn't. And so I'm interested to know, perhaps maybe not today, but how the central bank seeks to control that, because it really does have an impact if this, whether presumed shortage or actual shortage, continues to persist. We expect that it would have an impact on the value of the cedi. I want to see how they deal with that as well.
We'll see how that goes. So we have Joseph Paddy, and it's with the Ghana Union of Traders Association. Edward Kaire is also a unionist as well, with the General Agricultural
I'm a comrade,
Comrade.
Yes.
Okay. So the unionists call themselves comrades.
Yes.
Please don't go and say they are NDC.
No.
The NDC members, they call themselves comrades.
We were there before NDC.
But yeah, so all those things came out through the Cold War period when we have fighting for survival of people. And Mr. Paddy, welcome as well.
Thanks.
And you people
this is a serious indictment on us.
That what?
That we don't want to do the needful to get the dollars.
Well, I would say you people have experience on your side, so you know how to do your trading.
Yeah. Exactly. In recent time,
why is there concern about availability? I mean, take me through a typical order you want to undertake.
Yeah, what happened was that in recent time, not quite too long, about 2-3 weeks ago, when our business community were travel out there, they give their money to the commercial banks to be transferred onwards. They get to their destination to do their appreciation of their production, and then their transfers are not yet in. It takes 2 weeks, it takes 3 weeks. So it happens that we have to follow up on the commercial banks. And that was when commercial banks were saying they don't get a transfer from Bank of Ghana. So quickly, we have to organize a meeting with the Bank of Ghana. We met the governor and the team, the MPC team, and they assured us that there's enough dollar in the system. There is enough forex in the system. So they don't know what is really going. So they're going to investigate from the commercial banks why. Because seriously, you go to the commercial bank, you don't get it. But you go to airport runabout, within 2 minutes you get it. Even in front, when you go to Accra, in front of a bank, you enter your bank.
That has to be one of the banks. Is it GT or one of them?
I'm not going to mention the bank anyway. You see, but you enter the bank, you don't get.
After Kimbu.
Oh, exactly so. You are a shark. You know, you come out of the bank, and then right at the next door, you get your dollar. So what is happening? So these are some of the things we want Bank of Ghana to investigate. Why is it that we go to commercial banks, we don't get the dollar, but then we go out there, and like you said, Abochi gets it for us. And then, you know, obviously, Bank of Ghana rate is not the same as the Abochi's rate. So we think there's a missing link between Bank of Ghana and the commercial banks. But Bank of Ghana has assured us that there's enough forex in the system. So they are going to investigate. So you see, recently, about 3 days ago, Bank of Ghana came with a directives that even from henceforth, one of the complaints we're having that some of these foreign companies who are trading or doing business in the country use their own rates. When Bank of Ghana comes up with their rate, they use their own rate. But Bank of Ghana has come out with a directive that no shipping lines should use a different rate apart from the commercial rate that has been given to them from Bank of Ghana to the commercial banks. So that's where we are now. And then that directives, it's geared towards business to make cost of doing business extremely low for the country, because one of the challenges we're having is that you go to almost all the lines and they are using their own rates. So who monitors the activities of these people? Who monitors the activities of this facilitation? Because if you are doing trade facilitation and you're saying a service fee is a local fee. And this local fee you are charging in dollar terms. So this is some of the reasons why we chase dollars. So if it's a local fee, it must be paid in Ghana terms. And then when they want you to pay, they use different rates for you as an exchange rate. You know, so these are some of the things.
But the reality is that some of those fees, even though quoted in USD, you don't pay USD. You pay the equivalent in cedis. Is that not it?
Yeah, but they change the rate. Bank of Ghana gives you 10.5, and you go there, they use about 12.2. These are some of the difficulty we're facing. But seriously, Bank of Ghana has assured that there's forex in the system. So we're looking forward to hear what comes out of this investigation. Okay. Why?
So there has to be a proper audit.
Yeah, exactly so. Yeah.
But you trade with the commercial banks, so you know that they are hoarding it and giving it to the. Why do they do that?
Yes.
Is it a sentiment or
because of the rate?
You
know, because of the rate. Because if Bank of Ghana is 10.5, and they can give to Abochi to 11, and Abochi can give us to 11.5, why not? So these are some of the. Because Bank of Ghana tells us that every week, like you said earlier on, every week they do auction every day. So if I want dollar from Bank of Ghana and I tell my commercial bank, they can do the auction on my behalf because I can't deal direct with the Bank of Ghana. So they do the auction on my behalf. So from Monday to Friday, they do auction. So at every point in time I need dollar, I should be able to get, provided I put my request in place. And you spoke about documentation. Now we go with all the invoices. We send our invoice. On the face value of your invoice, they do your transfer for you. So when you come back, then you retire your invoice per the amount they transferred for you. So as for the business committee, we are doing the needful, we are doing the right thing. But now Bank of Ghana should investigate the activities of these commercial banks. Why they always complain that they don't have forex. Yes.
So, Mr. Kyrie, here we are. How's that affecting maybe cost inputs in agriculture, etc.?
Well, good morning to you, Roland. You are looking fantastic, as usual. And then good morning to those who are watching us. Certainly, forex in every country is critical. And that is why when you travel to any country, particularly those countries that have been able to organize their system well, you cannot get forex anywhere unless you go to the designated places, you use your passport before you can get the forex. You are compelled to use their currency within that country. But in Ghana, things have gone so bad that we sit here and we are talking about dollar, and dollar is everywhere, and people are selling dollars. Everything, they are pricing their goods in dollars, and yet no one does nothing. You see, again, when you look at who is supposed to have control over the forex, it is Bank of Ghana, and then by extension, the commercial banks. How come that an individual can get forex from where? Has that individual, the Abuchi people, did they go to break Bank of Ghana to take the dollars there, or any other bank to take the dollars there? Where do they get their dollars? Certainly, there's something wrong between Bank of Ghana, the commercial banks, and the market. And that must be dealt with properly. The other thing is that dealing in forex without authorization is an offense. It's offensive to the law. Who is to enforce the law? The police and other agencies. Why is it that we are unable to enforce the law? In fact, at the airport there, airport traffic light, at the bus stop, it is these Abuchi people who go and occupy that bus stop and sit there. And passengers, when they get there, they don't have place to sit. And when you come there boldly, they come boldly to you. When you are driving your car, they will come to you wanting to sell the forex to you. The police station is just next. You know, so whatever is happening is because we have failed to address the issues. And I think that the forex problem we should not expect it to disappear immediately, because it has to take time to put in place structures, strengthen even the existing structures that are supposed to enforce people not to have forex and not to sell forex. Where is our law that you cannot price goods and services in foreign currency, in forex, or in dollars? There is a law. If there is a law, who enforces it? Who enforces it? And who? So you see, the whole thing has to be is that we are unable to apply our laws. I know that you are not supposed to be selling. Abuchi, they are not supposed to be selling. We see them and we leave them. And then in another vein, we are crying that the Abuchis have forex and the banks have not got forex. It cannot be. But I hope that, given the commitment of the Bank of Ghana and all those who are working within that space to deal with it, then they must deal with it decisively. But I can assure you that it's not a matter that will just be wished away within some months. It cannot, because the network in that particular business is so strong that I will ask the questions. Did the Abuchi people break Bank of Ghana to take the forex? Did they break any bank to take the forex? It means they have got linkage. They have got links. You see? And once they have got links, until those links are destroyed, the forex question or problem will persist. And I feel so bad. So bad. Because I drive to the bus stop there and I'm stopping to pick somebody. And then they rush on me and I say, hey, if you don't move away, I will get you. Then they start running away. Look at me. Oh. Yet they are, they are just next to the police. Why are the police not arresting them? What is the problem? We need to correct all these things. And I think that governments should set in place to tell us, maybe in this budget and maybe another policy addressed to us, that by the end of the year, they will be able to address to a large extent, you know, the Abochi problem, the leakage of forests from the banks to the public, to those, and then they now become retailers. I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. And I think that is what we are demanding from the government to do. And it's not a big issue, because if the police, if they think that they will be in uniform, and then they will see them and run away, they could be in smoke like I am, and go and sit there, and then they have their team, and they will arrest them. If they arrest them over a period, they will disappear. It is one way. I'm not saying that it is the final solution, but it's also one of them, because when you break the law, you should not be allowed to do what? Get away with. Then again, you can see that how long does it take? How difficult is it as individuals to get forests from the banks, particularly if you are a recognized business person? If the bureaucracy is so long, people will run away from it. I'm not saying that it should just be available for everybody, but then you must have a bureaucracy that is sensitive and, you know, to the people. But if you have to spend about a week or so and you have not yet gotten the forest that you want, then you'll be compelled to go to the Abochi people. So they need to streamline that, how they get forests to the business people, and then also to ensure that there's no leakage of forests to the Abochi people. And then where the Abochi people, even if there's that leakage, then they must cause some arrest. Otherwise, we can talk. It will end there. Because you can't go and arrest the Abochi people. Because who are you? We know that citizens' arrest is also there. But if you arrest, you are supposed to take them to the police. And the police are seeing them. They are seeing them. Let us go now to the airport traffic light there. What do you see? They are sitting there the whole day, and that is it. So it is not a big issue to deal with, but we must set in motion a determination to resolve that matter.
All right. Now we've been joined by Frederick Emisa, is a special advisor to, is he a technical advisor?
Advisor.
Okay. Yeah. Advisor to the finance minister. And so welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm sure you've heard some of the sentiments even before coming to the studio regarding what the narrative is. And so, but we'll be with you. We want to go to Parliament because we also have Alfred Okansi and some team of experts also there to do that. Now let's go back. Let's go to Alfred. Okay, Mr. Emisa. Now, for the considered view of many people, including those who tend to do the imports, they call themselves the traders, etc. I mean, they increase the demand, so to speak. They then create the publicity or the opinion that we have shortages. At the finance ministry, what have you been told, whether it's the Bank of Ghana or the various commercial banks?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to pay tribute to Professor Mills, who unfortunately 13 years ago today, sad events occurred. With regards to the dollar situation, the Bank of Ghana has come out clear that we don't lack dollars. And with the implementation of some of the measures we put in, the real sector measures we put in place, we've had a good run of dollar accumulation. as we speak, we are doing in excess of, gross international reserves doing in excess of about 11 billion. So, and the Bank of Ghana has consistently come out to say that we don't have a shortage of dollars in the economy or a shortage of forex in the economy. What we have is, we must say that there are other actors of the economy or within the economy who may want to find other means of accessing the dollar. For example, if you are an importer and you want to, let's say, import any commodity into Ghana, what you do is that you go to your bank. If you don't have the needed documentation to import, your bank can give you a waiver to do what you call an advance payment. And then at a later date, you submit the document that you need to submit. But because of documentation issues and other issues we don't want to say, some of our importing brothers would want to rather go to the black market to go and source their dollars where you require little to no documentation. So the challenge is not the availability of dollar in the official sense, as in the Bank of Ghana having available dollars to support the economy. We do, but the channels sometimes we use to access the dollars is what creates the problem.
Okay, so how then do you address those issues? Because it means that the continuous stakeholder engagement is important, so that we don't have Guta then having to tell the public that these are the difficulties they are facing. If it's documentation, why don't you, I'm not saying circumvent, at least undertake some level of interventions?
I mean, we should all agree to do the right thing, genuinely. And I heard my brother talking about the Abuchi being at the airports runabout there. We all see them. We all should be willing to do the right thing, because at the end of the day, it takes a collective effort as a people to say that we want to build the economy, we want to build a country that we want to build. Okay, there are enough dollars in official sources to fund every import we want to make as a country. And this, I mean, the finance minister will give the number of months of imports cover that we have and all those things. They will be presented later in the day. But we have no reason to say that there is not enough dollars in the system. We are awash with dollars, trust me. Okay.
Mr. Paddy, yeah. What's really the problem? If you want to use official sources, what are the procedures? What bottlenecks do you tend to face?
Yes, one, the availability, like you said, dollar is the system. But this is a case we don't deal directly with the Bank of Ghana. We deal with our commercial banks. And this is a case you go to your commercial bank, and the commercial bank tells you, a Bank of Ghana have not released the dollars to them. Not that it's not available, but it has not been released to them. This is some of the, I have this year that a friend sent, we went to China. And he said he did transfer on the 12th of June, and it went through the next day. And the 2nd July owns still pending from 2nd July. The person is in China, waiting for the transfer. So he has to come back.
So his parent bank hasn't done the transfer?
The transfer. So
Plus it's stuck in China.
It's stuck in China.
And there's running costs.
Running costs. He has sent me all his invoices. It's on my phone. And like he said, at times, because you don't have the invoice, when you come back, you have to retire your invoice with the commercial banks so that it corresponds with the amount that was transferred to you, for you. So, and we do that at times. But in every house, you must have some bad apples anyway. So, but the issue here is that is why we're worried. When the transfer were not going through, we quickly ran to Bank of Ghana, because the perception out there was that commercial banks are saying Bank of Ghana have not really transferred it. So when we went there, the Bank of Ghana told us, we do auction every day. And therefore, as a businessman, if you want to do projection and plan, you can even tell your commercial banks that I'm traveling in the next 3 weeks. Can you do auction of dollars for maybe $100,000 for me? So within that time, you should be able to get it, and the transfer is good. So when you come, then you come with your documentation to retire it. Of course, otherwise, if you don't do that, the net transfer you want to do cannot go through because you've not retired the first one. Because the invoice you bring must correspond to the transfer they did for you. So if you don't come and retire with your commercial bank, when you want to do the second transfer, it doesn't go through because you have not done the needful to retire the first one that was given to you. So that's what we do. That's what the business committee, we understand and appreciate that. And it happened to me personally. You know, I'm entitled to maybe $10,000 when I'm traveling. I went to my commercial bank to get $10,000. And they said they don't have. But my RO said, wait. Within 5 minutes, Somebody was on a motorbike and they brought me 10,000. Oh yes.
Your relationship officer?
Yes, personally. It happened to me personally. So
okay, wait.
What happened.
So where did he get the courier to bring you?
Oh, obviously from airport roundabout to my office is just about 5 minutes motor ride. So quickly they brought it to the office and I got it. So that is why.
But at a higher cost.
At a higher cost. So that is why we don't patronize the commercial banks, because when we go there, you don't get it. See, so if Bank of Ghana is saying they have enough forex in the system, why is it that when we go to our commercial banks, we don't get the dollars and we end up patronizing the allergies? And like you said, to me, I think it's an institutional failure. Our institutions has failed us big time. Who is supposed to monitor? Who is supposed to evaluate? If Bank of Ghana has given so much to commercial bank, how do you monitor how it's being spent, where it's being transferred to, how it's being used? So if you do all this monitoring and they come back to say there's no forex in the system, then that's where we have a problem. So we think it's a big time institutional failure. For example, he said the police are just at their nose and nothing's being happening. So our institutions has failed us big time. Big time. And we don't also blame them, because most of things are also priced in dollar terms. You go to a hotel and they price you in dollar terms. Meanwhile, in Ghana, you go to port, service fee, like we said, service fee, they price you in dollar terms.
No, but wait. Again, let me do this intervention.
It's true.
The pricing may be in dollar terms, but they don't expect you to pay in dollars. How does that drive the cost of
Some even take dollars, and they use their rate.
No.
Yes.
No. You made an intervention.
Exactly.
That because of the variations in the cost.
Yes.
So sometimes you want to go and acquire the USD notes.
Yes.
To do the payment.
Exactly.
But I'm saying the expectation is that because of the forex changes.
Yes.
So the pricing may be done in USD, but you pay the equivalent in Ghana Cedi. So
you pay the equivalent in Ghana Cedis, but they don't use. That's what I said earlier. They don't use Bank of Ghana rate for that equivalent.
So that's why you like using the note itself.
Exactly.
You go and acquire it and then.
Because they don't use the Bank of Ghana rate. They use their own rate. So that if that's the case, then let me go and chase for the dollar and pay in dollar terms. Because just for example, I don't pay my freight out there. I have to pay the freight here. And then I know Bank of Ghana rate is 10.5. But I go to my shipping line and they are using maybe 13 or 14. Obviously, okay, then if that's the case, let me go and look for the note itself and go and pay in forex. And then you go, because they don't use Bank of Ghana rate. And by going out there, I don't get the Bank of Ghana rate. I have to patronize the allergy. So these are the worrying situations that we find. So if institutions are going to work, if you are asking me to do the needful by making sure that I come with my proper invoice, so that you can demand my invoice and know this amount of money I transferred for you, and this is exactly invoice you brought on board, then that is the issue. But that's the case, we retire it, and we still go to commercial banks, and we don't get the forex.
All right. I know Mr. Emisa wants to make an intervention. He is an advisor to the finance minister. But before then, let's go back to Parliament, or let's go to Parliament. We haven't been there so far.
All right.
Alfredo can say.
Thank you, Roland. You're so live here on TV3, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook. We're coming to you live from Parliament, and this is where, by midday, all things being equal, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atufosing, will be presenting the mid-year budget review. It's in fulfillment of the Financial Administration Act that requires the Finance Minister to update Parliament on the first half of the year when it comes to the performance of the economy and the implementation of the fiscal policies that government outlined in the 2025 budget, and then also give an outlook or a projection into the next half of the year, how the next half of the year will be in terms of government policies and programs. So what the Finance Minister is going to be doing here later today, in the next 2 hours, all things being equal ahead of us, is in fulfillment of the Financial Administration Act of the Republic of Ghana. My name is Alfredo Kanse, and welcome to the continuous coverage of the mid-year budget review presentation from the floor of Parliament. The members of Parliament have started trickling in, and as expected, a number of them are having one engagement or the other ahead of this budget presentation. We're going to be interacting with a lot more of them as we go on, but this is the place to be as we bring you all the details, the exclusive detail, and the interviews, the analysis ahead of the mid-year budget review presentation. There's been a lot that's been happening at least over the last 6 months, and to help us understand the fiscal outlook, how the macroeconomic indicators are looking, and then also how to sustain especially the gains of the city. which has influenced a number of things in the economy as we are seeing now. Even though the cedi is appreciating against the major trading currencies, the structure of the economy hasn't changed. We're still import-driven. The fundamentals are still the same. What has to be done to sustain the gains that we have seen the cedi make? That is the conversation that we're going to be having shortly. And to help me do this, Yao Apialate is the partner, senior partner, strategy and transactions and capital projects lead at Deloitte Africa, one of the leading audit and financial accounting firms in the world. He's joining us right now. Yao, it's good to have you.
Thank you very much, Alfred. It's a pleasure to be here.
Also joining us and to give us a clear outlook of how especially fuel prices will be in the next half of the year, because I keep saying we're running a fuel economy and we're seeing the fuel prices trend downwards consistently, at least over the last 4 months, 3 to 4 months. In the beginning of the year, we started with almost 16 cedis per liter for petrol and a little higher for diesel. We saw a trend downwards to about 10 cedis, 30 pesos thereabout for petrol, and about 11 cedis for diesel. But after the introduction of this additional levy, 1 cedi, we've seen it also increase marginally at some fuel pumps. So the man who is going to help us understand how the next 6 months will be with respect to fuel prices and how that's going to influence the economy is Dr. Riverson Opong. He's the CEO of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, Ghana. Doc, good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'll start off with you, Yao, and it's for good reason. How is the outlook like? And I made mention of specific indicators, and clearly, per the IMF's own outlook, the review program, the report that we've seen, the 4th review report, which we've seen in the last 2 weeks, outlining the fact that the macroeconomic indicators are trending towards a very positive direction. But then again, there are still underlying risks. How's the outlook from the Deloitte perspective?
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'll say in summary that the outlook is a mixed bag. So there are strong positives and some risk in the numbers, as the IMF has indicated. But I think the good thing is we have to get perspective from where we are coming from. So post-COVID, the country went through a number of challenges, and the challenges were highlighted in some of the rating agencies' downgrade of the country. So the first problem that we had was a low revenue base. So government revenue from all sources were going down or declining post-COVID. We had a rising debt. After the COVID, we overspent. We suspended the Fiscal Responsibility Act that limited the cap on deficit to 5%, and we overspent. As a result of that, we had to borrow. And by borrowing, our debt also kept rising. And then closely related to that was the fact that the credit rating agencies downgraded the country. So we suffered, even we could not go into the international market. So what has been the current trend? So in the first 6 months of the year, we've seen some positive developments. And I'll start from the exchange rate, which has gotten everybody talking. So the local currency has appreciated by 42%, driven by a number of factors, which are both external and then domestic. So on the external front, you see that our export of gold in particular has increased significantly. So the export of gold increased significantly over the period. At the same time, the price of gold also rose. So the price of gold, which was about 2,200 ounce about a year ago, is now about 3,230 ounce. So that's a 40% increase in the price of gold. Also driven by that, some of the policies that are being implemented by the central government, which are the domestic front. So we can go into the details of that. So closely related to the positive exchange rate, as you can see, there's a strong correlation because of imported inflation, which affects our inflation. Our inflation has also seen a downward trend. So inflation has reduced significantly from 18.4% to 13.7% the last month that was reported. So that's a significant development because we've targeted to end the year with an inflation rate of 11.9%. So currently trending at about 13.7%, it's a positive one. We have about 6 months to go. And so if we continue on this trend, we are likely to hit like a single-digit inflation by the end of the year. So that's something that we...
And in fact, that's the point that I was just going to stay on a bit, because your projection I saw a couple of days ago, you have projected that we'll end the year, all things being equal, with a single-digit inflation rate. How does that translate into the real sector? I mean, the daily experiences of people. And that's why we want to take this conversation, because we've seen inflation trend downwards, as you indicated, from 23 to 24% we started the year with. Now we're talking about some 13.7%. Now, for the people who are watching, the understanding is that there should be a clear reflection of this on the cost of living, especially, which defines everybody's daily lives. But then again, if you explain to them that inflation reducing does not necessarily mean there's going to be a reduction in the prices of goods and services on the market, but the rate of increase has reduced, how do you expect them to make sense of a single-digit inflation? What's the advantage? What's the benefit? How would it impact on us?
So I will try to explain it in a number of fronts. So the first one is the fact that, yes, you have a single-digit inflation, which means the increases in general price of goods and services has reduced. But what that means is that there's a time lag. So as the rate is trending downwards, you should see price of goods and services also trending downwards, and it takes a bit of time. So I think what is happening is that if all these positive indicators are trending towards the positive direction, we expect the fiscal policies to support that. There are instances where we are seeing exchange rate going down, but we have seen introduction of indirect taxes. What that means is that the benefit that we are getting from downward trend in exchange rates will be depleted by introduction of indirect taxes. Because as we're seeing the rates go down, if government is also going to be introducing indirect taxes, then goods are either going to be the same or even going to increase further. So I think the time lag is what we are seeing, that it will take a bit of time for this to reflect. And I guess, like I said, we rely significantly on imports. And so if the cost of imported goods is reducing, we are likely to see some goods also going down, the price of goods and services going down.
Well, that will be if all things remain as we're saying. But just still staying on the performance of the currency, because it's important. It affects almost everything that we're seeing being managed in the economy. You mentioned inflation as well, and that was also, the downward trend was also influenced by the performance of the currency somewhat. But then again, one other issue as well is the fuel prices that we have seen trend downwards since January, right from 16 cedis per litre for petrol, almost 17 cedis per litre for diesel at some pumps, reduced to about 10 cedis, 30 pesos thereabout per litre for petrol, and then about 11 cedis, 50 pesos for diesel. That was the experience that we had at the pumps until just about 2 weeks ago, when we entered into the second pricing window in the month of July, that this levy kicked in with the adjustment of 1 cedi additional levy, so as for government to rake in some money to deal with the energy sector debts. Now, there are 3 components, Dr. Riverson, that influences our pricing at the pumps. The currency, the cedi differentials, and the crude oil prices on the world market. And then also the taxes and levies, as we are seeing, and the margins. The cedi is doing well, relatively, has held its own against the dollar. Crude oil prices on the world market is favorable. But then again, we've seen taxes, going up in this country. What's been your own outlook of the last 6 months of the year, from January to now?
Okay, so you're right. Basically, just like you said, we saw a trend as already predicted when the city started behaving well. Most especially from February. 2 things happened from February second half of the windows that we had. The first thing was the fact that out of winter shock, now demand was becoming lower than expected, and also obviously the city was also doing very well. Most of the things that are kept constant that we normally don't talk about is what you mentioned, the tax, levies, and the margins that we struggle with. So proud to introducing this 1 cedi new tax. I mean, that's new addition on the SLR. We were somewhere around 20% in tax and levies on the pump price, and also 75%, 80%, depending on the landing price of fuel as SREF, and then also the OMC's margin hovering between 3 to 5% from the pump perspective. You're right to say that the fuel price went down even up to 10 to 11 until we saw what happened. I mean, the introduction or the implementation of the 1 cedi that brought us to 12, 13, and some even 14, depending on where you buy your fuel from. So the outlook going forward will be, I think, a very, very stable plateau for about 3 to 4 windows ahead of us, if nothing changes in the world market, because we are in summertime where demand obviously is lower. Okay, but when you go to the summertime, winter time, that's starting from September, October, where demand will go up. That's when we see that annual hikes. But until then, I mean, if there's no geopolitical war or anything of that sort, I believe fuel price, as it has begun from the last window, around the 12, 13, as we are now, will be stable for quite a long time.
But you see, there are 3 factors that influences pricing at the pumps. I would say maybe 2 of them that we have control over. The cedi, and then also the taxes. Yeah. The taxes, government has decided to add something more, and so we're having to pay a little more. The currency, I'll come to you on how the currency outlook will be. But what happens on the world market in terms of the crude oil price, we don't have control over it. Exactly. And so we cannot bank our hopes on that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this is where the chamber came in from when we heard that the 1 cedi introduced would not increase any pump price, and we came very hard on the government, saying that they have no right to say that because they don't control the international benchmark prices. And indeed, that was the case. I mean, the 1 cedi was added, and we jumped from 10 or 11 to 12 or 13, depending on where you buy your fuel from. So, one thing I'm proud to say is that the chamber stood its grounds to make sure that the government understood what the implication of this is from. And for the same reason why, when the Iran war started, they had a step back with the implementation of the additional 1 cedi. The first reason why they prevented implementing it was the fact that we were against it in terms of the implementation, and the second one was due to the hikes in the fuel pumps. And that's why I'm saying that nobody knows what will happen tomorrow. Nobody prays for anything bad, but if tomorrow the oil price goes up, I believe the government will need to consider the 1 cedi. And one of the things that, as an ordinary Ghanaian, we also looking now from this budget review from today, we want to see how much the government is expected to have, stated emphatically, and how much they intend to spend on what and why. Because if you look at the electricity tariff today, it has been increased instead of going down, because there's an over-recovery due to the cedi appreciation. There was an over-recovery from the ECG tariffs. So we're expecting a downward movement of ECG tariffs, but it went up. So how much has been, it's been accumulated for this quarter versus how much is going to accrue from the incremental levy? Therefore, also going forward to the usage of the revenue.
Now, you talk about what this Energy Debt Recovery Levy Amendment Act has done to petrol prices or fuel prices at the pumps. We've seen some of them, some of your members, increase prices beyond 1 cedi. And I want to understand why. Because the levy was just 1 cedi increase or 1 cedi addition. But then a fuel station that was selling petrol for 10 cedis, 35 pesos, 11 cedis, has increased it to about 13 cedis, 25 pesos. About 2 cedis or more increase. Why? Why are you doing this to us?
Yeah, so 2 things happened during this particular window, okay? The first one was the fact that the Platte didn't go down. So the plat stabilized. Okay, the plat stabilized, the CD was also stabilized. So one thing I was always saying was the fact that, you see, there's something called a cost of borrowing. Most of my members are doing cash and carry. And that's for the reason why we could not accept the 1 CD implementation on a Sunday against a Monday, right? So most of the OMCs would have to go and borrow money from the bank and pay upfront to GRA. It comes with the interest. So the cost of working capital has been added by some of my members. So again, it's due not to the increase in margin, but due to the introduction of the tax, for sure.
So that's why we're having to pay more than 1 CD.
Yes,
so the cost
of borrowing, might have come in. Yeah.
But that's no fault of ours. That's your operational cost. Why are you passing it on to us?
But you see, operational costs can also not be borne by the operating company. Like I said, you see, today as we speak, by this particular 1 CD increase introduction, the tax and levies alone is taking 25%. And pump SREF is taking 71%. My members are struggling to get 4% as margin. So if you ask yourself, who are we working for? We ended up working for the government. If the government is getting chunk of the revenue, because the SREF is going for the imported product. So you
know that we run a fuel economy. If price of petroleum products goes up, it affects everything. The cost of living.
That's the more reason why we are also anticipating to hear what the government has for us as downstream players, knowing that our cost of living, also survival, depends solely or not solely. I mean, mostly also on fuel, which affects transportation and therefore the goods and services.
Dr. Rivers Sinopong is the CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, OMCs. There's an association of these fuel pumps or the fuel stations across the country. So if we're speaking authoritatively about the prices of petroleum products at the pumps, he's going to take leave of us, but I still have Yaolate with us. And then also shortly we would have Duncan Amoa join us as well. We continue the conversation from Parliament. This is a continuous coverage, a live coverage of the media budget review presentation expected to be presented by the Finance Minister in the next 1 hour and 30 minutes, all things being equal, in fulfillment of the Financial Administration Act of the Republic of Ghana. My colleagues Eric Mauna Egbata, Michael Ogodo are here with me. My name is Alfred Okonse. We will cross over to Parliament now. And to give you a feel of what's happening in the chamber. But back to you in studio, Roland.
And again, comprehensively, Alfred has enumerated what the running order will be. We will intersperse this coverage with the pictures or live videos from the Chamber of Parliament. It is important for us to put this into perspective. The Finance Minister is supposed to come after 12 as Parliament convenes at 12. All right. So usually what the procedures are by way of the order and proceedings for the day, where we're going to have the speaker walking in, then we have the prayers, that is the normal proceedings, and of course they will do the normal undertakings for the vote and proceedings, where they take a look at the stock for those who were present from the last sitting, and then subsequently they look at the agenda for the day. And subsequently, when they begin, then they will have to invite, if it's on the order paper, which we expect that he will be, because this has already been billed for the day by way of the agenda, the Finance Minister, Dr. Kesi Olatofosun, coming in to brief Parliament. Of course, this is statutory, but in reality, he's briefing Parliament. But because we have the options, have had it in the Fourth Republic of carrying this live, we say that is an address by the Finance Minister, a mid-year review, as well as if he has a supplementary budget, then he attaches that and then addresses the plenary, so to speak. So it's not necessarily that he's briefing the public, but rather briefing the public's representatives in Parliament, the plenary, so to speak. But it's what we bring you, Mr. Emisan. You wanted to make a point there. It's very crucial for us to address that very factor about why we don't have the dollar being transacted through the banks, but rather finding them for those who tend to offtake them, like the traders, the importers, for their suppliers to be able to bring them their orders on the street. Because critically, there have been concerns that why don't we take the options of enforcement If you look at the Foreign Currency and Exchange Act, you also find that we have that enforcement bit that needs to be undertaken by entities. So, for example, Lawyer Sedgwick says the police training school curriculum heavily relies on the Criminal Offences Act 1960. And given this background, it's difficult for many police officers to wrap their heads around criminal infractions contained in other statutes. I.e., I'm sure it's referring to also the Foreign Currency Act as well. Then he says the Bank of Ghana needs to build the capacity of the police to effect arrests under BOG laws. And I give examples about Wampa did that. And then we also have Addison doing that post-2022, that period as well, all backfired because it creates panic in the system. How best do we ensure that you as Finance Ministry, you help the Bank of Ghana in sanitizing the system? If there's any possibility at all, Mr. Ebisa.
Let's admit it. Because of the way the CD, we have interacted with the CD over the years since 1965, there is a natural affinity for foreign currency amongst Ghanaians, and you can't change it overnight. We have always been used to depreciation of the cedi, so people naturally over the decades have tended to save or preserve the value of their investment or the value of their money in foreign currency. So that's not something I think we can change overnight. But to affirm what you said, the Foreign Exchange Act 2006, Act 723, makes it clear that you don't need any foreign currency in Ghana to do any business. You don't need a dollar, you don't need a pound, you don't need a euro. As long as you are in Ghana, the only currency you need is the Ghana cedi. You don't need foreign currency, you don't need dollar to import. All you need is your cedis. You put your cedi in your account, you instruct your bank, and your bank will transfer the foreign currency in which you want to transact in. But you see, to be very frank with you, because of other factors, some of our importers would want to get the foreign currency themselves and do the transaction themselves. Take it to the bank and do the transaction themselves. I mean, one of the reasons is that, I mean, if I am building up to make a transfer, I have to build over a month. And I have always been used to the cedi depreciating. If I put 100 Ghana cedis down today, by next week, if I put the same 100 Ghana cedis down today, it will not be the same worth in foreign currency. So what we will do is that we will then buy it and put it down to preserve the value. But we are seeing a new trend where we see the cedi strengthening. So we can only encourage and also sound the caution that it's actually very illegal to go to the Abuchi to buy any form of foreign currency. You don't need any form of foreign currency to trade in Ghana. It's even illegal to price or advertise in foreign currency. So, like you said, enforcement, but we need, as a people, we also need to understand that after 60 years of being with the cedi, we have to trust in it, we have to believe in it, we have to be patriotic and do trade with it. But it's illegal to do anything. So the Bank of Ghana and the police have the discretion to crack the whip.
Okay, I have a question here. It says that tell the finance minister's advisor that preaching will not solve the problem, enforcement will. It says you are preaching.
Yes, I am preaching because you trace the history. Dr. Wampa did it, Dr. Addison did it. We saw how the market reacted. So, like Albert Einstein, we need to find a different way of achieving a different result. I'm sure that in the media budget, there will be, I'm sure there will be an announcement how we are going to deal with it. But enforcement will. And enforcement is with the law enforcement agencies, which will encourage them to do their work.
All right. So what's our expectation generally, especially when it comes to the relevant issue about what the financial outlay and the projection should be for your sector critically, agriculture? And we know that it permeates everything because there's a cost input to that, there's a service input to that, and then certainly the farmers also need to be given their due based on what the exchanges are on by way of the relative prices on the commodities market internationally and locally.
Well, if you look at the agriculture sector, this is a sector that has been, excuse me to put it, badly managed over the years, badly managed. Many things are wrong with the agricultural sector. When it comes to input delivery, it has been bad. When it comes to transportation of agricultural produce, it has been bad. When it comes to marketing of agricultural produce, it has been bad. And you can look at even market itself. It's not only about the physical space, it's also about how we display our goods to sell and the rest. Those things in the agriculture sector have been bad. The finance aspect is also bad. The banks are not giving to agriculture, and they have every good reason, legitimate reason not to, because if a place is not properly organized, then it is very difficult for bankers who are there to make profit or who are using depositors' monies and they have to pay back to just give it out and then they will not get it back. So you can't, but government will have to look at it holistically. And so far, government has come out with great policies. And the policies are interwoven. One, you talk about the Minister of Agri coming out with all their policies. You are talking about 24-hour economy, which is also feeding into agriculture, creating market. I just returned from the western region. I taught some of the big plantations to see what is happening there. They have their main challenges, which needs to be addressed. That is, and again, unfortunately, we think that agriculture is just a simple area. No, it's like the forest. When you stand at a distance and you look at the forest, you see it as one big tree. At a distance, until you get there, when you get inside, you see that no, there are different species in type of tree size and so on. The same thing is with the agricultural sector. So the policies for each, subsector within the agricultural sector are different. The policies, the measures you use to induce rice production are different from that of maize production. And you need to break down that. And the trust that the people had with government leading the agricultural sector has seriously been battered. We've had so much planting for food and jobs. It never worked. So about billions of Ghana cedis, nearly 4 billion has been spent, and yet today we have nothing to show. What government needs to do is they have come out with these good policies to ensure that the policies are implemented to the letter. And to do that, you also need to involve the farmers. And to also do that, you need to look at your implementation challenges. The major problem is not about the policy itself, it's about implementation. So allocation, people will ask, how much are you allocating to agriculture? It's small. And I say, no, it's not small. In the sense that even if you have a basket that is legal, prices will continue to come down. And because the agriculture sector does not operate in isolation, all that is happening to the other sectors of the economy also impact on it. Yeah. So you see, so it is difficult to discuss the agriculture sector alone, have policies for only the agriculture sector, and you think that they will work. There are also a cluster of policies which border on my party's sector, GUTA, that is import and export. Some of those policies are injurious to agricultural production. You see, but they could be beneficial to the individuals that are trading in them. For instance, if you bring down taxes on imported agricultural produce, it could be good for the trader, but then you drive down prices to the extent that the local producers are almost driven out of the market. And that, again, is a problem that we need to. Let me tell you, there are some, if you go to the northern part of the country or the border parts of the country, foodstuffs that come through that come in, the prices have gone down, not because of anything, but because the city has gain strength. You see, so you see, the city performance has an implication to, I mean, foodstuffs, price of foodstuffs, when there's no direct correlation, but there's indirect correlation. So, whilst government is looking at the agricultural sector, what we are looking for is that, first and foremost, there must be efficiency. We don't want government to over-promise. No, we don't want that. We just do not want the talk. No. We just don't want to continue to hear singing or sounding of slogans and nice words. People, they want to see if you deliver inputs, do they get to the farmer? And when they get to the farmer, it's not enough that it has gone to the farmer. You have to ensure that the farmer applies it there. You see? And when I was listening to some of the market women, one of them says that when they interview, that will you, what is your expectation? He said she has no expectation. She has been listening to budgets and nothing changes. We need to build back that confidence, that trust that people have in. I myself was almost getting to a point where I didn't want to participate in the budget discussion. What does it make? We come, they make allocations. At the end of the day, disbursements are not made. And that trust is what we need to build back. I want that as we expect the minister to come, he will make some reviews. I already know, and that's my own assessment, that when you set the economy in a certain trajectory, it takes time to pick up. But it also takes time to stop it. You know, so government has started well. I expect that this is just a mini budget. It's only to correct some parts of the budget and implementation, and also to tell us that because we have corrected this, we are also bringing these new things. But you don't expect so much disparity between the main budget and then this one. This is just a review to tell us, and maybe they will review some of the targets that have already been met. You can still hold them. You see, that one will be done. They may also be telling us about how they are going to improve on the revenue collection. But again, I'm saying that even if government does not improve, I'm not saying they shouldn't do that, does not improve on the revenue collection that we have today. It's not too much a big issue. The big issue is the leakages. The big issue in this country is the leakages. It's not, look, we had so much money in the past. And
the Auditor General's report for 2024 says additional 10 points. Is it 10.2 or 10 point? In addition to 8 billion from last year. So 18 billion from 2020.
It's gone. So you see, so if government still maintains everything and make sure that the leakages are done, of course, we'll save money. Okay. And that you can see that the government is performing well. And most of the payments that they are making and is based on the fact that government is able to stop the leakage. If you look at the fuel thing, I have gone to fill my fuel, my tank, and I was happy in the sense that people are complaining that the 1 cedi that is put there. I'm not seeing it, and many people are not seeing it, because it is government that brought down the fuel price. And they brought down the fuel price, and then they are taking something out of it. It's like giving you a bowl of food, then I'm taking a morsel from it, then you say that, oh, you are worse off. We are never worse off. We know where we have come from. And this is what we expect the economy to continue to do. For some of us who would like that, the city should appreciate further up to below 10 cities. And I hope that by the end of the year, if they are able to put it before below 10 cities, you know, the pride of saying that this is Ghana city and it is strong, that's also that. So the policy today as a budget should not only be looking at the hardcore economic and financial state, but should be looking at policies that will inculcate in Ghanaians again patriotism and believe in the economy and believe in our leadership. You see that? And that is what is lacking in this country. Okay. In the sense that people do not believe in their leaders again, they don't trust their economy, and Some people are still hoarding dollars because they think that you hear people say, oh, the dollar, it will still go up. It will still go up. They should prove those people wrong.
I see.
And
Mr. Paddy,
yes,
here we are.
Yeah.
And you then tend to interface with your suppliers.
Exactly so.
If you look at the projections so far, what will be your expectations from your part? Because even before today, your group has been complaining consistently.
Yeah, I think so. But we believe strongly that we want to hear something good today from the finance ministry minister. What they did right, that we are getting this appreciation of the city.
You still like it, the way it is?
Yes, we still like it. What they did right, we should let us know. And what they will continue to do right, to make sure we have more appreciation of the city against the dollar. Because there's too much speculation. Some are saying as a result of Trump tariff review that has caused this. So the uncertainty around it is questionable. So we want to know, what did they do right that they've gotten to where we are now, that we are all rejoicing and enjoying this appreciation, and what they will continue to do right. We want to hear that today. And then secondly too, we've seen that inflation, inflation has dropped drastically, significantly. Today it's about 13.7, yeah, inflation. And then, but we don't see the correlation between the inflation rate and the interest rate when it comes to commercial banks. Now, policy rate is hovering around 28%. Interest rate is around 35 to 40%. You know,
I thought it was from 30.
To 35 to some of the banks you can get them 40. You see, so this make cost of doing business extremely high. You can't go and borrow at the rate of 35% and do business and trade in. So that's what we're saying, that what is government going to do? As much as we see inflation drop, we want to see its effect or impact on our interest rate when we go to the commercial bank to borrow, to trade, or to go into agriculture, like my doctor said, and to go into farming, inputs, and all those things. So these are some of the things we'll be expecting to hear from the minister, that what are we going to see in terms of what is the relation between the finance ministry and the Bank of Ghana to make sure that we have this interest rate dropping to bring relief and respect to the consuming public. But because if it drops, if input, especially capital drops, interest rate drops, it will have impact on the consuming public. We will reduce our goods and services. Yeah. Even with this stability that we are enjoying now, I was saying the last time that a lady just called. We were doing some research in the market to see whether goods are really being reduced. A lady said they used to buy a bale of boxer shorts that the women wear for 4,200, 4,800, and now the same bale is costing 3,200. So, which means we've seen some drastic reduction. So, those who are saying goods and services are still high in the market space, I don't think it's highly true or wholly true. Okay. Maybe they'll be talking about food inflation, which we know still is up. And the reason we find those food inflation going up as a result of we don't have all year round production. Doc is here, you can tell. We don't have all year round production. So when there's a bumper harvest, you see tomatoes, a full basket going for 50 cedis. But when the season goes, then it goes up. So
and we still augment that with a lot of imports.
Yes, exactly so. Yes, because cost of production with agriculture input is extremely high. You see, so when it comes to that, what are we going to do, Doc, so that we have all year round production? Can government come out and give us some irrigation system so we have all year throughout 366 days in a year or 65 days in a year, we have all year round production of certain product. You see, because for example, you go to Burkina Faso, it's almost all year round production of tomato. So what can we also do so that to have this food inflation drop? We must be able to have all year round. Yam comes, and 3 tuber of yam goes for about 50 cedis. Now it goes, then 1 tuber of yam goes for about 100 cedis. You see, so when they talk about food inflation, we appreciate that one. So we want to see what is Bank of Ghana and the minister are going to do to give us cheaper credit to trading. Otherwise, it will defeat the purpose of the 24-hour economy.
Okay. What good has the appreciation of the city done to you? I mean, not you personally, but the trading
it has brought certain areas of our doing business, cost of doing business dropped, especially when it comes to the port. You know, because almost every week they use exchange rate to calculate the duty for you. So when the dollar was 17, that's what Bank of Ghana will give to GRA to do the calculation. Now it has dropped to 10.5. I believe that's what. So we've seen some significant drop in our duty and our duties, but duty rate still stands as 55%. That is the worry, the challenge. So I said earlier on, you import a goods worth about 100,000 and you are paying duty rate of about 55,000. So who will comply at this position where you buy goods 100,000 and you are paying 55,000 duty rate? It's on the higher side. So the challenge of this country is some of our rates, when it comes to our tax rate, is on the higher side. VAT rate is almost 22%. Who will comply? 22%. And so we also.
So people have been invading.
We've not been invading. We've been paying as our strength is. You see, so we want to see what is Minister going to tell us in trying to realign our tax regime. Our tax regime also has a challenge. We don't know whether we are practicing sales tax, whether we are practicing VAT tax, whichever tax we are. We don't know, because some are paying 4%, some are paying 22%, some are also not in the threshold, but we are all in the market space. And then some are registered, some are not registered. So it makes compliance very difficult. So we want to find out what is government going to do so that they rationalize our tax regime and rationalize our duty rate at the port. Because almost all the people, the players in the industry, when it comes to the importation, they all are authorities. And they have their decks at the port. So all the authorities have their charges. You know, so we want to see the rationalization of our duty rate and our tax rate, so that parity will come in a place, and then we all can be compliant. Compliance level will go up. But where some are paying 3, some are paying 22, some are not paying at all, they are all in the same space. It becomes difficult for businesses. So we want to hear something from the minister. And one of our key concerns as the business community is the issue of exemptions. We pay, some of us pay so much, and they give so much exemptions to certain group of people, and then the next 5 years they metamorphose themselves, change their name, and still go enjoy exemptions.
Okay, which group?
Go to Free Zone Board, you find them there. You see, so these are some of the things and I think it has been a concern to, some time past, government refused to pass the exemption for certain group of companies because people are abusing it. If we are looking for revenue and you keep on hammering the revenue on this 30% of people who are already in the net, obviously, when the load is too much for the child, he will complain. So we are saying, what are you going to do to make sure that the other 70% of people who are outside the net will come on board? Okay, reduce the rate for us. Let the rates come down. Then let's do everything possible to mop up and get even the as of the 70% people who are outside the net, let's get 30 in addition to the 30. And we are 60%. You can get the needed revenue that you're looking to develop the country. So these are some of the things we want to hear. And then we also, this new one city they brought on board, is there a sunset clause to it? We want to find out. Because once upon a time, they came to the business community and they said...
Any referencing?
They said...
Is there a timeline to it?
They said, they came to the business community, they said, government is in crisis. And if we don't support them, even to pay wages and salaries is a challenge. So they're going to put some 2% special levy on import. And after deliberation, we agreed. And they said when the sun sets, they are going to take it from our import bill. And now the sun has not set, over decades now, the sun has still not set. The 2% we are still paying. That's the difficulty. So the uncertainty, and when we don't trust you, that's why we fight against some of these things. We resist it because you tell us one thing, then when the sun sets, I'm going to take this 2% special levy out. And to date, the sun has not set. Over a decade now, the sun has not set. So with this one, they said when the sun set, there should be a clause that we want to relieve ourselves of this. We have to pay those bills and the energy sector. So we want some one CD to relieve us. We agreed, we want to pay. But is there a clause, is there a sunset clause that at this period, give us 3 years, give us 4 years, give us 5 years. We are going to take this money for 4 years. After 5 years, we know we've settled our debt, and then Ghanaians can have some respite and relief. So these are some of the difficulties we want to see. So when we don't trust the politicians, your words, you say one thing and you do other thing. That is why you see agitations and the resistance from the players in the industry. So we hope this time you hold on to your words.
We'll have more questions for you. But we want to go for a break. When we come back, then we'll continue the discussion. Again, live coverage. We are giving comprehensively to the expected mid-year review budget address to the plenary of Parliament after 12 o'clock. And it's right here on TV3. And please make sure you stick and stay. We'll be right back.
Playing for your country,
Reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle, from the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital,
from the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom,
reporting from Sunyani,
from the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds, the moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust, impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News, leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
Of the 2025 mid-year budget review, we are still counting down to that hour when the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasala Toforson, goes to Parliament and tells us what the first half of the year has been so far for this country and what the second half of the year could be or could look like for us. Blay, we've got some more figures coming in. We've had the conversation on the other side about, inflation, about the currency and how things could play out, particularly for Guta.
Yeah, we want to start with this, and that's on your screen right now, because we started off around 23.50, and we've seen that go down significantly, and that is what a lot of you have been talking about, the importance of keeping that in check. And earlier, when we have discussions about that PwC survey that has come out in terms of what people are attributing to this kind of improvement, they make reference to the monetary policy by the central bank, and also they make reference to the fiscal policy, that is central government's spending and tax policy measures, as what has accounted for inflation slowing down. We know that we are looking at possibly doing single digits at the end of the year. It's one that many think that, well, that could be possible depending on what government is able to do in terms of the exchange rate, which is another item that we'll be looking at quite soon.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the figures right now, we are seeing from January about 23%. It goes all the way to your end, where we are seeing some 14% there for the month of June. Now, what is the inflation figure?
Now, inflation, we are just around 13 now. And the expectation is that, would you be able to take it lower, to take it down, and do the single digits at the end of the year? All of that will depend on various items. And the next item we want to look at this point in time is the exchange rate, because the exchange rate has also been a very topical issue for some time now. It's one that lots of you have been talking about. When we went out to Abosoka and interacted with people, they made a point that, look, they want to see a better city. They want it to come. I mean, I was hearing Mr. Carey say he wants to go under 10 cities if possible.
Indeed.
And you had expressed concerns.
I am a proponent for that. I am a proponent for that.
It's coming up on the screen right now. We can see from 15.30 all the way down to around 10.31. Very significant as well. And what we want to see is some stability. I am for stability. You know, the governor and even government had made a point that they want to see the true value, and they believe that the true value is around the 10 city mark. Because we've seen times past gone way beyond all of that. I also believe that what is important is the stability. If you can have it at a certain level. Earlier, one of the speakers was making a point that sometimes people over the years, they want to keep foreign currency because they are programmed to think that. I also think that another thing that accounts for that is because of the stability that the foreign currency gives them.
Absolutely.
And even though our city is appreciating, I know people who are still holding on to their dollars. I mean, they are making the point that, look, we are talking about Ghana city. They're just going to wait.
So then, there's an element of trust there, whether or not this is sustainable, whether it could be sustained over a long period of time, maybe even over a medium term, whether this could be sustainable as far as the forex is concerned or the exchange rate is concerned. So I mean, it's a really important point you raised there about stability.
Yes, and the ripple effects. I mean, that is also another challenge there. But another indicator that we see us talk a lot about has to do with the debt to GDP, and we have that on the screen now. You see the public debt to GDP up on the screen. So what we are doing is comparing it from 2020 all the way to what we have currently, and you see the 2020 figure all the way up in the 80s, the 80% region. And that was telling you virtually that the economy was basically challenged. Mind you, there are in times past that even around 60%, people have said that we can even do better. There are also those who hold the view that, well, we sometimes make too much of a meal about this because they say that the larger economies, it is beyond even 100%.
Absolutely.
But trust me, it is what your economy can contain at every point in time. Ours
and
is
what
not
you
at a
use
level
the money
that it can
for.
contain. Exactly.
What you use the money for. We are known to use our monies to pay salaries. Is this government going to follow the same trend, or will it do it differently? That is the question, right?
Yeah, and even sometimes when we also go for the loans, a lot of them is infrastructure development, which is very good, but more often than not, they are not in productive sectors that immediately would have outcomes for us. And so it's basically us pouring the money, and in the long run, we have to be getting the benefits bit by bit. So it's not something that's in yours directly, but it's also good that that is also coming down, at least because of the fact that, mind you, we are still under an IMF program. And the IMF report makes the point that generally, the earlier part of 2024, we were doing well in terms of the indicative targets, but there were few of them that we missed towards the election. And so that is important also because of how we interact with the fund, knowing very well that we have to meet those targets in order to get the various disbursements that are coming through. We had some, it's over 300 million coming not too long ago. We're expecting another tranche to come in, $3 billion. We have about 2.4 billion so far. And so it's very important that all these numbers are looking good. And one thing that we would expect the finance minister to do when he does the presentation, where the projections that came with the 2024 budget, there's the possibility that he may revise some of them because of what he's seen and what they may want to do.
Possibly.
That could possibly change in terms of our outcomes, growth issues of the inflation, whether we want to still go by way of the single digit or look at elsewhere. So it's very important, the changes to the projections as well.
Absolutely. And as you see on your screen, these figures in front of us only end at 2024, which means that today we will know exactly how much the new government has borrowed. We'll also know where that money was, where that money went to. We'll also understand how much it has added onto our debt stock the existing debt stock, right? But my question to you is, why should the ordinary person care about the debt levels of the country?
I mean, basically, it affects everything. And I mean, the simplest thing that we look out for always, especially in our peculiar situation that we find ourselves in now, is the fact that we're under the fund program. But even outside of that, in terms of how we interact with our creditors, I mean, it becomes a challenge. I mean, if in a normal interaction, if you are coming for money from me, I'm a bank and I check your books and I'm able to ascertain that you are someone who is in a lot of debt, I have second thoughts about making the funds available to you. So it will mean that the inflows, and already because, again, we're under the fund program, it means that our access to the market to an extent is restricted of sorts. Right. So that also presents a fresh challenge for itself. And so it's always why economies like ours that are very dependent on external sources of funds, majority being either it's coming in the form of loans or if we are lucky we get some grants, it's always important to keep these figures as low as possible. And so there are numbers that you look like numbers just to you, but it affects government and what they're able to do with the money that they're able to get. But recently, again, the Auditor General's recent report, serious issues about our debts and how those debts are said to have been more or less ballooned a bit. I mean, there's a bit of a discrepancy, and I have heard the former Minister of State at the Finance Ministry, she has made a point that, well, they expect the Controller and Accountant General and the Auditor General to do some sort of reconciliation as to what resulted in the accounting that being done for our debts to be stated higher than it is one that would have to have answers to, and I'm sure the Finance Minister may provide some answers to that. Absolutely,
and we'll come back to this matter because I want us to look at the trend we have seen my understanding is that we were supposed to go to Parliament. That's not ready, so perhaps we could have this conversation now. Speaking about the debt stock at this point, the trend we have seen, and then you make the point about the possibility of a government outpricing the private sector when it comes to the availability or liquidity on the market for use, right? But we've also seen a trend where the government has been very cautious about borrowing from the market, and that's really important. You were explaining earlier. I just want to break it down further. I mean, imagine if the government gets all the money, the government needs to pay for that money over time. Now, if the government is not able to raise revenue enough from other sectors to be able to pay for that, guess who is going to pay for it? Through taxes. We will be doing that. And that's why the debt stock is really important for us, the ordinary people, because I don't want to pay more taxes. I don't know about you.
No one wants to.
I don't want to pay more taxes.
No one enjoys paying taxes.
Absolutely.
But I mean, again, with what happened when the main budget was presented, and the subsequent tax handle that was introduced, the 1 cedi per litre on the fuel, that gives people questions to wonder, is there any new tax measure that potentially could come that...
I know, the minority has been asking that question, right? And saying, in fact, some of them have said that we should expect, for instance, Patrick Yabuama has said that some 30% more will come through that they are considering of sort. We also know that from the majority side, they have said, look, this is just a statement. We don't even expect a motion to be laid for any form of funding or supplementary funding for the government yet. And so by the end of today, we'll know exactly which direction the finance minister hopes to take us. But let's go to Parliament now. Christian Yale is having a conversation with the Deputy Finance Minister. Hopefully, some of our questions will be answered. Let's go there now.
Their transaction. So it is something that the government will have to give assurance on. I also expect that measures to sustain the gains because projections are that it will experience, and it's already started experiencing some depreciation. Are we going to keep the momentum upwards or downwards? I think that these are the things the minister will have to outline. It's more or less also monetary policy, but on his part as a fiscal policy person responsible for the fiscal policy, he would tell us what they are doing about that.
We know that the Auditor General has provided us with some reports. I want to tackle that issue about our debt disparities, how much was left from the previous government, over 138 billion cedis and thereof. How do you address those disparities, and especially when it comes with at least a notion that your government from the past could not do much to service the economy?
So whilst your accountants get the accounting wrong, and it creates a bad picture of your government.
Who has gotten it wrong?
I mean, the Accountant General. Is basically, the report says that the debt figures were overestimated, right? To the tune of over 183 billion, 138 billion. Mm-hmm. I think that error has actually cost us in terms of investment. It has cost us in terms of the confidence in the Ghanaian economy. It has cost us in terms of government management of the fiscal. Even that has also gone into even our view as to whether or not, what scale can we do the DDEP. But that said, it is better to have a false sense of the picture than to have a more or less an exaggerate. I mean, more or less the true state of the picture, which is more or less on a higher note. So it is going to come of it provides fiscal space for the government, the current government, to spend. And I think that when we begin to get the benefit, the dividend, I mean, some credit should be shared with the previous government.
Your side has accused the finance minister of not releasing funds to ministers, ministries, and government agencies to embark on their activities thereof. Do you expect him to address what you have long held, that he's not doing well in helping even MDAs, for instance?
Well, I mean, consumption. Even previous appointees have not had the payment of their ex gratia after almost half a year. That is a major concern. Statutory funds have not been released. I'm sure that he's going to announce on release, because we are getting signal that some of them will be released today, tomorrow. If he does that, they're good. But GET fund, health insurance fund, even some funds related to district assembly common fund, MP's project, none of that has been released. And we are getting to the third quarter of the year. So I'm sure the government should be able to announce some policies, should be able to give us respite, should announce how many of these statutory funds have been released, what are the outstanding areas, and when they will be released.
And from when the budget was announced to now, we are coming to have a mid-year budget review. How would you rate the performance of this government on the economy?
Well, truly, the government has not given us any reason to rate it. Nothing has been done. Like they all say, 6 months is not enough for us to even assess what they're able to do. I've said that if a foundation is set and you are gaining some successes on the back of that, who do we give the credit to? Is it the current government or them? Until said that they are able to, I will call it the transmission mechanism, we're able to be sure that these are their measures resulting in these policies. They are putting in some measures. Fiscal consolidation, they are doing quite well. It comes at a cost to the government.
Are they good enough? Can you commend them for some of those policies?
Of course, I say that when government is able to hold expenditure in the context of IMF program, it's good. It's a conditionality you're obliging. It takes discipline to go by those, especially so a government that said they didn't believe in the IMF program. Now they are going with the tenets of the IMF program. So it's good. And I mean, there's no problem whatsoever commending them for having this particular fiscal consolidation. Of course, it comes at a cost to the Ghanaian people, but it also to the advantage of the economy.
We get hints that you might probably boycott the proceedings today.
That is leadership to determine. I'm not part of leadership, and when they do decide, for whatever reason, we'll oblige.
All right, so we just had an interaction with Dr. Tia Kabiru Mahama. He is a member on the Finance Committee. I should say that over the past week till now, they've been doing some strenuous work on the mid-year budget review, which is expected to be delivered today by the Finance Minister. He makes a point that, yes, there have been some fiscal consolidations, a number of works that have been done, especially when you look at the conversation around the gains of the city, which have had ripple effects on our imports, as well as even a number of things that affect the daily lives of Ghanaians. So he believes that in as much as this government has done enough, he cannot really rate them because, like the government itself would say, 6 months, 7 months are not enough for you to do some proper analysis of what they've been able to achieve or do over the period. But you know that pretty shortly we are going to even hear from the deputy ranking on the Finance Committee, Dr. Gideon Boakon, who would address us on the way forward and what their expectations are exactly. But let me engage my colleague, Eric Mawenagbeta, who is here. He pays attention mostly to a lot of these issues as well. And let's see, Eric, so, I mean, you've done a lot of work, research thereof. What do you anticipate?
A lot from the finance minister, who is expected to come here. We were just listening to Dr. Tia Kabiru speak to what their expectations are. Shy to say that he will not give a rating just as yet. We caught wind of the Deputy Finance Minister's press conference as well, where he, amongst many other things, begins to give us insight into what it is that we can look forward to when the Finance Minister does make that all crucial appearance in Parliament any moment from now, that the projections, some of the growth projections, inflation targeting and the likes were to anticipate and expect that there will be downward reviews, because for inflation, for example, the government had set a target of 15%, we're now hovering at 13%, and so that he spoke quite authoritatively to the fact that we should expect projections downwards. Growth projections as well, we've seen quarter one growth numbers well in excess of 5% as well, and so with that as well, there's expectation that there will be some adjustment with that respect as well. All in all, they say that it's going to be a story. That's what the Deputy Finance Minister has been telling us. It's going to be a story that will be told as to how well we've done in the last 6 months, because there's been a number of successes chalked, and then as well provide insight into what it is that we can expect going forward into the next half of the year, which already we've started. And so we will get word on revenue projections, whether or not we've been able to meet targets. We know that the first quarter, the Ghana Revenue Authority did meet the targeted revenue that they were seeking to rake in. We haven't got word on whether or not we did that for quarter two as well, so perhaps we'll be hearing from the Finance Minister on that aspect as well. Then it will come to matters of expenditure. We've seen news of a number of debts being cleared by the Finance Minister, capitation grants debts being cleared since 2023, and a host of others. How all of that falls in place with the revenue we've generated and all of that, we'll seek to get explanations from the Finance Minister a bit shortly as well, Christian.
Thank you very much, Eric. So that's my colleague, Eric. So just briefly, would have the MP for Tano North, Dr. Gideon Boakon, come to address us really, because already from yesterday, even when you listen to the first Deputy Minority Whip, Habib Idris, he was in a way threatening the government side that the previous day they had a closed-door meeting with the Finance Minister, and when certain assurances are not taken care of. Honorable, good afternoon. Hello. All right. I want to talk to you briefly. What are your expectations? Let me start from there concerning today's media budget review expected to be delivered by the Finance Minister.
For me, there's an apparent stability. We pray that for the sake of the development of the country, the Finance Minister will stick to his grounds and sustain the little gains we've achieved so far. If you look at the macroeconomic indicators, it's pointing in the right direction. But usually what happens is that when the pressure begins to mount, it has happened to many finance ministers in the past. When political pressure begins to mount, you realize that you go off track. Your spending is way outside the budget, and they will record the deficits that we usually see. So I can only pray and wish Atuforsen well. Thank you very much.
Okay, so but we know, I know certainly that you are with the majority side, right? But the one of the conversations and one of the things that have been talked about over the period is the gains of the city. which has had effect on our ex-pump prices, import duties on the rest. But you know that this gain as well has also come with downsides. For instance, you know, when you talk about the non-appealing of our products, some of them which are produced in country and those that are brought from outside and the rest, do you believe that you are able to marry these two to ensure that the overall effect affects the lifestyle of Ghanaians and the livelihoods of Ghanaians?
New administration begins work. What we see is that there is an apparent stability of our currency. It's only a matter of time. Time will tell whether we can sustain the gains we are seeing. Real gains, when I mean increased stability of the cedi, will translate into the prices of items and cost of services going down. We are not seeing that one yet, but I know if it's real, the cedi gain, if it's real, gradually as we move forward, we'll see a reduction in the cost of items and also cost of services. That's all I can say for now, because I can't predict what will happen in December. But we are praying that it goes well for the country, because everyone will benefit.
All right, thank you so much. So I just had an interaction with the Member of Parliament for Obuasi East, Mr. Boachi Yadom, concerning his own expectations for the mid-year budget review that is expected to happen briefly by the Finance Minister. Let me see if I can. Honorable, we are live. We just want to pick your thoughts. What do you have to say? What are your expectations?
We're waiting to hear from the minister, and then we can also make our submissions.
But overall, a number of things have been indicated, the cedi appreciation and the rest, which the government believes has helped them to stabilize the economy.
You got to go back to the government's economic plan and ask yourself how much of that plan has been fulfilled, not things that have happened on the side that they want to take credit for.
All right. Thank you. So that was the Member of Parliament for Ofuase Ayirebi, I should say, Kojo Opon-Kroma. He is largely saying that if there is anything to be said, they would wait until the Finance Minister comes to deliver this. I have the MP for Old Tafo here with me. Honourable, we are live. I want to gauge your expectation going forward. Your side has held a number of views concerning the economy, things that you believe your government did, and they are now reaping the benefits thereof. What do you have to say? What are you expecting the minister to do to change the dynamics?
As we speak, I am aware that the COVID-19 that they promised, that is the COVID-19 levy that they promised to eliminate, is still in existence. It tells you the double standards of the NDC. I am expecting that today, that COVID-19 levy should be scrapped. I don't see why something that you promised about, that you said that within the first 100 days of your government, you are going to make sure that the COVID-19 levy is no more. Today, as we speak, the COVID-19 is still in existence.
But just to catch you on that one, yesterday, your ranking on the Health Committee made a case that instead of, let's say, sourcing the 20% funding from NHIF for the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, they should rather look at turning the COVID-19 levy into that. Would you subscribe to such an idea?
Don't you think it's a brilliant idea? I don't even think that bill that they brought to Parliament to seek for 20% of the total National Health Insurance Scheme levy is even reasonable, it's even sensible. I don't think that is the right way to go. I believe that the National Health Insurance Scheme should rather be improved upon, should rather be beefed up. There is no sense in having another Mahama Care. If you want to have some originality, if you want to have people mention your name that when you became President of the Republic of Ghana, this is what you were able to do, you should have some originality. You should be able to think through about a policy and make sure that you implement that policy. You don't bring out any policy just for policy's sake. And so the Mahama Care is something that President Mahama unfortunately did not think through well.
But government believes it has turned the corner, made so many gains over the period, in the short time it has assumed office. How would you rate their performance concerning the economy?
Today, corruption has been legalized to the extent that we have a whole government who says...
How do you substantiate that?
I'm telling you that if you have stolen money, bring 60% and take 40%. This is how an AG, an Attorney General, is able to say that I am filing a nolle prosequi. So somebody who have stolen state money should take 40% and bring 60%. In fact, all the charges that we leveled against some former appointees of the NDC government, that is from 2012 to 2016, clearly the AG found nolle prosequi, and some of them have been given top appointment. We made a point that why is it that the government is not allowing the process to go through the long haul so we can be sure whether indeed the court will discharge those people or not. Unfortunately, they do so by nolle prosequi. They tell them, please keep 40%, that is still 40%, and bring us 60%. That is what is happening today. Today, if you go on the street, 1 Ghana cedis has been added to every liter of fuel that you buy. Ghanaians are complaining. Drivers are complaining. We said that, why don't we have a 1% e-levy? These people lambasted it, made it look as if that we're taking advantage of the Ghanaian people, and they are doing worse. But because of the goodwill, you don't see people talk about it that much. In no time, I'm sure that Ghanaians are going to see that the NDC have not been fair to us.
So you believe NDC hasn't done much, but only riding on the goodwill they have now?
It just optics, settings government. The real policies that they were supposed to be implementing, they are not doing it. And I'm saying that if you come on the altar that let's eliminate corruption, and so you institute oral, but you come to government and you now clear people who have committed crimes, heinous crimes against the state.
These are people who have been taken through the justice system. Are you saying due processes are not being followed?
The AG is telling us that someone should take 60%, okay, or if you like, government should take 60%, and the person should take 40%. This is what is happening. You cannot tell me that they've gone the long haul. The long haul is what we are supposed to see in court, for the court to say that, yes, this person have stolen money from the state, and for that matter, consequential punishment should be given to such person. That's not what we are seeing from this government.
Are you going to boycott today's proceedings? We've had hints of that.
It's a likelihood. I don't see why we should stay on this floor of the House for the NDC to come and lie to us again. If they have any better thing to do, or if they have any good policies to tell the people of Ghana, they should honor their promises that they gave to the people of Ghana.
Thank you. So I just had this interaction with the Member of Parliament for Old Tafo, Vincent Ekowasefua. He says there is a likelihood they would boycott proceedings because they do not see the need to stay for the NDC, in his own words, to lie to Ghanaians about what they claim to have achieved over the period. Let me still try to engage a number of members of Parliament who are around to gauge their mood and what their expectations are for today. But what we know is that largely the minority side is of the view that there is not much that has been done. All has been the optics, just the optics over the period, and they don't see government do much to turn the corner or to do all the things that they claim to have done. And so you had Vincent Ekowasefua touch on a number of issues, from the legal issues all the way to even the health issues, economy issues, which he views them not to be the real issues on ground. And so those are their views. And what he tells me in that last note is that it is very likely that their side might boycott proceedings, and then they do not believe in all the things that the finance minister is expected to tell Ghanaians in this mid-year budget review. Whenever you're live on TV3, we appreciate your time talking to us. What do you expect?
Thank you very much, and good morning to your viewers. I think that we must be honest. If we want to be honest with ourselves, this government has really started very well, and I believe that that trajectory, God willing, will not change because we believe in what we are doing, and we're going to continue to do it. And the results are there for all of us to see. Today, what is inflation? What did we inherit?
The minority say all of these are just things for the optics. You've not really done much. You're riding on the goodwill of the public. Do you agree?
are they really serious? Because as I speak to you, statutory funds have all been paid.
They say they've not received them.
Well, maybe they are not in touch with their various assemblies. Everything is on course. The dollar is also, stabilized. Things are working well. For the first time, I heard members of academia, Professor, I've forgotten the name, but from ISA, advising businessmen, entrepreneurs to deal with the banks, because Bank of Ghana has enough reserves to help in their business, whether importation or exportation. So they need to deal with the banks. You don't have to go around looking for dollars on a black market or forex bureaus. No, if you are doing genuine business, and I can tell you, if you have any transaction that involves forex, and you approach your bank and you give them the proper information, equivalent Bank of Ghana rates will be paid to your suppliers or whoever, your customers or whatever you are dealing with. So we are on course, everything is on course, and I believe that the minister is just coming in to re-emphasize, re-echo, and tell us where we've gotten to. That is not to say that we are out of the woods completely. No, we are on a track, on a trajectory of recovery, and I believe that if we keep this discipline and the way we are going, Ghana will come out of the difficulty that we inherited.
But also because, Mr. Okrate-Telabi, because you're also the Deputy Minister for the Interior, let me just seize the opportunity to ask you a few of the issues around some of these conflicts that we are recording, the issues thereof. What are you doing to address some of them?
My position is that we have we are put in place various teams that are working on what is happening. We need to be careful what we say and how we say it. So what I can say now is that the Tumfo group is working. The military is also doing their best. The police, everything is being properly coordinated. And we believe that it wouldn't be long, we shall come out of this, problems that we are having.
Thank you. That's the MP for Maya, who is also the Deputy Interior Minister. I have a member of the Finance Committee with me, the Member of Parliament for Hohwe, Thomas Wolanyo Chekpo. Over the period, they have been working on this media budget review expected to be delivered by the Finance Minister. What are the indicators looking at?
It's looking good because I think your station also published something this morning that 95% of Ghanaians, that's an independent source. 95% of Ghanaians are saying the macro economy is looking good, and that's a huge plus for us. It hasn't happened before. That the government insists.
That's an independent survey, so you cannot really use that to run conclusions.
No, that's what we can use to run conclusion. Because if I say it as a member of the Finance Committee and part of the majority, the government, or a colleague of mine from the other side, that will create a debate. But this is an independent source that look at the two sides. You see the balance sheet and came to the middle that, hey, things are looking good. Not deal, they said they found out from Ghanaians that things are looking good. And that's a plus for the government. You see, if for nothing at all, you see, macroeconomic, if it has to work out, the Ghanaians have to feel it. And today, Ghanaians are feeling it. Then when you go to the pump, even despite the increase, the one CD levy, we are still buying fuel less than what we were how we were buying it some months ago under the previous regime. For the first time, look at the releases that have been made. The stress-free policy.
But you see, all of these that you talk about, all of these that you talk about, your opponent will tell you that they are just for the optics. You've done that much.
We have paid. It's not for the optics. We have paid. Have we or have we?
They have not received the disbursement.
It's never true. Have assemblymen complained that they haven't received it? They've received it. Assemblymen have received it. Students have received it. You've seen it. You've shown it on your station. Seeing students receiving it. Capitation grant. For the first time, all arrears have been paid. Free SHS that they said we cannot. We said we would. They said we'll cancel. Now nobody is complaining. Students are being served 3 times a day. Everything has now been normalized. It means that the macroeconomy has translated into the lives of the people. Because if macro is good and micro is not good, then we are not doing anything. And we have the balance, macro and macro. We have the balance. That's why we are going to expect good news. We have been told good news. What we have seen, I cannot preempt them. But I can assure you that some taxes will even be out again. Some taxes will even be out of the system again, like COVID tax. We are anticipating that COVID tax will be out, and a lot of good news will come. You see, the first 6 months is supposed to be for stabilization. Every government, every wise government will stabilize the government with this first 6 months. Then the other months that are left, you use it for infrastructure.
So, Honorable, what is the message really today? For more money?
I don't think we are going to ask for more money. Even the first time we came, we didn't increase taxes, we didn't introduce new taxes. So this particular time, I don't think we are going to ask for more money. The only one we asked for was the one city that Ghanaians gave us, happily gave us. We didn't force them, we didn't do it.
No, there were oppositions to that.
There were opposition. Look, go to the streets right now. Ghanaians are happy, even paying. For the first time, Ghanaians are happy paying tax. For the first time, because they know their taxes are being used for what is intended to be used for. You see, not doing like using it, packeting it, building, acquiring properties. No, we are using it. That's why the releases, I mentioned series of releases that have been made. As I said, first 6 months is to stabilize the economy, stabilize the dollar, stabilize everything, which all of us are witness to. Which all of us are witness to. The next 6 months and the years ahead are for infrastructure. That is when the releases will be made to the contractors. We have not said that we have made releases to contractors. The releases we made, we've itemized them. Contractors will be paid. Our roads, they will get back to our roads. Other people will be paid. So that new contract, new infrastructure will spring up.
Thank you so much.
Especially the big push.
The big push. Yeah. All right. You know, so that is Thomas Walanyo Chekpo, MP for Hohoe, and also a member on the Finance Committee. Before I come to Prof. Titus Bayo, let me start from the expert. Duncan, what is your appreciation of all of this? Minority is saying that all that we see is it has not done much. Majority side is saying that, see, we've done enough to turn around the corner. Though we are not out of the hooks, things are better. How do you appreciate and marry all of this?
We, the people down there, in fact, if you decided to leave MPP NDC, when I wake up in the morning, I'm checking how much I'm paying for electricity, how much I'm paying for fuel, how much I'm paying for food. And so beyond the optics of partisan politics is the real issues of bread and butter. And that is why some of us are here today. You recall at the first reading of budget by the Honorable Attoforsen, there were 2 critical sectors that he had issues with. Cocoa Board, ECG. You recall, mountain debt running into billions of Ghana cedis, right? We've heard a lot about ECG, containers here and there, mismanagement here and there, 82 accounts here and there. Just yesterday, a certain Auditor General account indicating that the energy sector contributes substantially to the financial malfeasance or irregularities that we record. These are things of grave concern to us. You recall it is because of ECG's poor performance and their bad deeds. You import containers, 100, you don't clear, 200, you don't clear, 300. Then we start stealing some of them, right? Up to 1,000, we don't clear. We continue to import, we don't clear. It is because of some of those things, right, that the government currently is now forced to add 1 Ghana cedi to fuel price because we need to cushion ECG for fuel, right? So it affects all of us. We are here to see whether what the finance minister projected the first time about ECG and Cocoa Board being the main, I don't want to call them the stubborn children of this economy. We've been able to salvage the situation. Secondly, there's also the talk, crucially, of Temoyo Refinery coming back on stream. You've heard management say that by October, they're hoping TOR should start processing. Between you and I, that the germane issue affecting TOR now is a debt over 500 million USD. If you do not have the central government do anything about this debt, if you don't get the central government come in to say that, look, we are swapping your debt with some equity or something, or some bonds or something, so that other private partners can bring you cargo, you would simply be here talking about TOR. We'll hear promises like we heard previously, and nothing will change. So we are here to see whether the finance ministry, the government, has any plan or policy to get TOR back to working. Beyond that, we'll look at the one Ghana city, whether the sunset clause or not. Thereafter, we'll come back and
that sunset clause really brings issues sometimes whenever it comes up. I might probably come back to you, Duncan. I have Professor you here. You are a key player in the health sector. Your government is seeking to, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund bill has already been passed. Minority is raising questions about the 20% outsourcing from the NHIF, for instance. Where do we stand in all of this today?
All right, so I am in a very excited the economic, our finance minister and his team. It is the reason why I'm here, and I'm excited because I'm looking forward to another magic from the finance minister. The finance minister came the first time, made some emphatic statements. People were wondering where he was going to get money to finance all of that, and he did it. We promised the people of Ghana we're going to take care of their non-communicable diseases at a level that NHIS cannot cover. And that's where the Ghana Medical Trust Fund comes in, Mama Care. We have successfully launched, passed the bill, awaiting presidential assent. And this happened uniquely before this budget review. But for this current budget review, I don't think we should be worried so much. We had the last budget when, like March, so it's not up to 6 months. But every Ghanaian can already feel the budget is not what is mentioned in the papers. The budget is what you leave. What is your average church fare today? How much do you buy goods today? How much are you paying for electricity today? But basic cedi to dollar exchange rate, what is it like? And all of us can tell where we are as a country. So it's not what people will say. Now, when it comes to the specific issue of the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, they are raising a lot of concerns about the 20%.
Exactly.
Let me just make it clear. If you know what that fund is going to do, we thank His Excellency the President for his creativity, for the novelty of idea. 20% from National Health Insurance Fund, going to make sure that Ghanaians who are diagnosed with cancers, kidney failure, who may need a kidney transplant, when we get to a point who may need liver transplant, which is not covered by insurance, that money invested to take care of these people. When you get to that level, you don't go on a media appeal, and depending on who your friends are, you're able to raise money. Services. You have no access to a specialist.
But one of the things they have said over the period is that looking at the tenant of this trust fund, a lot of it activities or what it seeks to do will compete with the NHIS, for instance, and more or less even burden it. Don't you agree with all of these? What seem to be legitimate concerns?
That is a lack of basic understanding of what we are dealing with. You see, His Excellency has got the whole country covered. In terms of our health care, we have primary health care where people are not getting access to health care because some of them don't have the health insurance. His Excellency says whether you have the health insurance or not, when we launch free primary health care, every Ghanaian gets health care. Now, after that, you enter into a second level of health care where we are doing our polyclinic, government hospital, district hospitals. That's where the NHIS comes in. Now, beyond the NHIS, people who have NHIS, when they have these conditions I mentioned, on social media appealing for funds, it is that point that this fund kicks in. It has no competition at all with NHIS. It comes in when NHIS. So people must recognize that they should not be
So, question with those interviews from Parliament. Now, remember, it's still a continuing coverage of the 2025 Media Budget Review here on TV3 and, quite frankly, across all our platforms here at Media General. Remember also that we are counting to top of the hour when the Finance Minister could be addressing Parliament, where he will deliver the Media Budget Review statement later today. But Roland, the conversation has been ongoing. We hear what the expectations of both the minority and majority side is. You hear the likes of Kojo Oponkroma talk about, we want to know what they have been doing. What is the big ticket spendings they have been doing? What is the infrastructure they have built? Vincent Estefua there talks about the settings government and the fact that, there really isn't much that a new government is doing. I want to hear your thoughts on what you've heard so far, Roland.
Well, it is quite interesting, and we have to premise this conversation on the back of a certain narrative, which is that we have a lot of legacy projects that have stagnated, transitioning to some level of continuity that needs to be undertaken by the new government. And the government is just about 6-7 months in office. And so when we're talking about expenditure in relation to capital projects, or the huge infrastructure that will be needed, there has to be a certain approach to receive that. Being that, one, we need to see the government continuing maybe large numbers or some level of projects that have been left behind. And I would have ideally also even expected the government to set these outlines as a part of the response in the messaging to some of these criticism. Because we have, is it project for one district, one factory, some of them not completed. They have Agenda 111. A number of school infrastructure also left uncompleted, and even roads. Remember, for the category of roads, we have about 2 or 3 categories. The ones that apparently our multilateral partners had given us loans for, which due to the domestic as well as the external debt exchange, we then would have to now stall on them. And then subsequently, the ones that are under GOG budget, that will have to be continued, but also stalled from the last administration. And then the ones that a typical Mahama administration, to satisfy its grassroots, as well as the promises that he gave the ordinary Ghanaian, would have to also initiate. So the government finds itself in a catch-22 situation or a conundrum. So what decision do you make? Do I continue consistently with the abandoned project, which should be the right thing to do, and how do I also initiate my own? And so you find that, for example, the roads minister has been going around and then making sure that the existing road that had stalled will have to continue. That also means that there's some level of financial commitment, again, coming from the same budget. So what do you do? There's also the need for those new projects to be beginning. Absolutely. Where do you start from? And so I don't buy that criticism that the government has nothing to show. But I believe what gives the government the opportunity to be able to blow its own horn is the relative stability in the economy that it has been able to maintain. Absolutely. What is critical is to ensure that for the next 2 quarters of the year, which ultimately will end the financial year, we're able to see something concrete in relation to the promises that he said he will undertake, 24 hours, the Mahama Cares, etc., to be able to give some livelihood to those who need it, and then also be able to meet some of its promises to the grassroots.
Absolutely. And, in addition to that, we know that some of the ministers, for instance, health, they have talked about the fact that they will review all projects. But then it comes back to what you were saying, right? Yeah. After you have reviewed them, how would you prioritize them? Will they be under the big push agenda, or there will be a different, something on the side? When we get money, we do that. Yeah. And so it's a really, really crucial point that you've raised over there about prioritizing and the government being able to take the decision as to where it wants to apply its expenditure or it wants to apply its money. Hopefully, by the time the finance minister is done today, would understand exactly what direction it is taking us in respect to that, right? Yeah. But you mentioned something, the 24-hour economy. After the launch this month, the question then will be, what else would we hear about it? Absolutely. What else are we going to hear about it today, right? Because remember that the 24-hour economy policy is the bedrock of John Mahama II administration. things like big push are all just pillars. But the actual bedrock is the 24-hour economy. What will the second half of the year look like for the 24-hour economy? Would we see some of the things that Kariwe spoke about with you when it comes to agri? Again, the sub-bedrock, so to speak, of the 24-hour economy, the government tells us will be agriculture. So what is it going to do about agriculture second half of the year? I can't wait to hear all those nuances.
I think you're right in your thought. And so we can categorize that in two parts of implementation, where we've had, since they came into office in January, the policy formulation and subsequently outdooring stage. And we saw that, for example, the Minister for Food and Agriculture, Eric Opoko, is spearheading just to make sure that they create the incubators, they are able to improve supply of fertilizers, and then also create access, but also doing auditing of existing procurement activities so far in the sector, so that where there's glut, excessive procurement, you know that you don't have to spend in a particular year, but at the same time too, where the farmers will need, you're able to do that. Remember, some of the produce we have to augment with imports, but then how do you want to ensure that you reduce those imports and then empower your own farmers to be able to do that? And then the parts where they also need to make sure they get into action, then we'll have to manifest in this budget.
Absolutely.
Because agri, as well as the needed infrastructure that will have to be created, whether it's a policy or big push, would also then have to be manifested in the 24-hour economic policy, and then how it's undertaken. I think that from all observations so far, they need to bring everybody on board. They say that this one largely is sitting on the table of the private sector. But the private sector would have to get a lot of capital from the various financial institutions, where the interest rate is between 35 to about 40%, being the off-taking rates by which they have to borrow. Then they have to question themselves, do I go in and take at this rate? How then do I ensure there's return on investment? It's very critical in the conversation in trying to add value to what we have, and then secondly, compete with imports that are cheaper. Okay, so it's very, very important for us to do that as well. Then you know that you can create an organic system where the private sector will then come on board. Then you create that 24-hour economy that you want. I think that the 24-hour economic policy is a good one. The implementation then will have to be measured from today, when this review is undertaken.
I absolutely agree. And based on what you have outlined, again, another catch-22 situation for the government. I want us to talk about that, but there's something you have to do. And then we'll look at that.
Yeah. All right. So, Mr. Paddy, you also here, you help us with a wrap-up as well. So, it also means that we're just talking about the 24-hour economic policy, etc. And ideally, if all things were equal, you the traders or the importers, etc., should be playing a big role in this.
Exactly so.
How does that situate you in the conversation?
Yes.
And how effectively do you want to get on board, knowing that per the announcement during the outdooring of the policy sits largely with the private sector?
Yes. Thank you very much again. Yes, it's true that the 24-hour economy policy that they come out with. Well, we've met the committee several times.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, we have, and we've made some proposals into it. We're looking at one of the things we're considering is where are we going to get cheaper credit, because it's driven towards export, production to export. So one of the questions we're asking, where are we going to get a cheaper credit to trade in, to do that business, to go into manufacturing? Cost of machinery and stuff, how expensive they are. And then we're also looking at security. We spoke about security. Do we have a secured environment to trade in or to do business in the 24-hour economy? Where recently we heard that some arms and ammunition have gone into the wrong hands. Yeah. So we're considering all that. If I'm going to work at 2 a.m., if I'm going to the port at 2 a.m., am I secured? Is security, is it? So we have to measure all those places, as those things be put in place. And those low-hanging fruits, let's start with them. Those that we can start with. And then, because most time we talk about foreign direct investment. Investment. So this is a time government should do a conscious effort to look at local direct investment. Because the economy of this country are in hands of foreigners. So with this 24-hour economy, if we are not careful and we don't position the Ghanaian well, we will still find this 24-hour economy business into the hands of foreigners. Because they are coming with a capital injection of maybe 3% interest rate from their country. And they will enjoy all the benefits surrounding 24-hour economy. You two, you are here, you are going to borrow from the bank at 35%. You can't be competitive. So government should come out with a conscious effort. What can we do for the business community who want to patronize the 24-hour economy? Can we get them some cheaper credit somewhere? Can we get a cheaper rate somewhere? And then I also said earlier on, government in 24-hour economy, government should try and realign our tax regime so that it will be parity in our tax system. So these are some of the few things we want to hear from the minister. What is he going to do to realign our tax regime?
Yeah.
Because the tax regime is so porous, it's not parity in there. So we want rationalizing our port charges. You know, because Ghana is losing so much business into our neighboring countries. Because cost of doing business at our port are extremely high compared to Togo, Nigeria, Benin, and then all those places. So we should realign it and re-rationalize our port charges and then bring the cost of doing business down. And so that the Ghanaian can position itself to compete with the international community and the international world. So these are some of the things we'll be looking for. So we want to hear some. And then finally, we want to hear something from the minister about COVID-19, the position of COVID-19 now.
You mean the...
want to know the position.
The tax handle?
Yes. We want to know the position of COVID-19. Whether it's flying to wherever it came from or we're still keeping it in Ghana.
There's been always a conversation about the related narrative about wars that tend to happen or upheavals around the world that tend to affect our economy. And clearly, we have the trade war now. Started by Trump between China as well, even trying to pick a fight with Europe, etc. And then we have the one in the Middle East, and currently it's Israel and its incursions into other neighboring states as well. Now, for you who are in supply chain, when such things happen, what comes to mind before you make your next supplies or orders?
What comes to mind is that we first look at the security aspect of it. You know, with Trump issues, when tariffs rise up to about, you see, whatever, that is external factors. But internally, what are we going to do right to make business sustainable? So we should really also look at only the external factors, where Trump is giving 120% tariff rise, so we holistically, that's why we say, what can we position the Ghanaian businessman to go into production? Can we position them to go into production?
Will you people be willing to? What would it take for you to?
That's why I said earlier on, we need cheaper credit to trade with. Utility bills.
Same incentives.
Incentives.
Okay.
So can you give those incentives to the Ghanaian to position itself to be competitive? Why? Why is it that copper price in the world market is the same price, but a Chinese will go and buy the copper, a Turkish will go and buy the copper, he produced the cables. The cables are still cheaper than that which is produced here.
Say that again.
Yes. Copper price in the let me use a figure. A copper price is about $5 worldwide. We all buy the same price. The Chinese man will go and buy the $5. A Turkish man will go and buy $5 and do the production. A Ghanaian man will go and buy the $5, do the production, and it's too expensive than that which is produced. So it's not competitive to its neighbor.
What is cost in that?
The cost is cost of doing the borrowing. He goes to borrow at the bank at 3%. We are going to borrow at 15%. So we go to Turkey, go and buy a cable, pay all the duties, bring it down here, and it's still cheaper than that which is produced here with the same standard. Why? Because there's something against the Ghanaian manufacturer and the Ghanaian producer. That's the cost of borrowing. So if we want to make, if the cable I'm going to buy from Turkey is putting all things together with my duties 15 cities, and one is produced here and the same 15 cities, why would I worry in my head and go? So what can we do to make our producers and manufacturers competitive so they can compete with the world market? These are some of the things government should be looking into. Because you can't go and borrow and be competitive at that range. We go out there, because we we complement the works of the manufacturers. If it's about demand and supply situation. If the country is looking for 100 pieces, our manufacturers are able to produce 60. It's left with 40. We want to support it. We go out there to go and look for the 40, and we end up seeing that it's cheaper than that which is produced here. So these are the things we think government should look into. So in a nutshell, we pray that it's about bread and butter issue. As for we, the business community, what we want to hear from the minister is that what is he going to do about inflation? That now inflation is 13.5. What is he going to do about the policy rate for us? Now, policy rate is still 28 on the higher side. What is it going to do about the interest rate? That is 35 to 40%, which is on the higher side. We want to hear the bread and butter issue. What can you do to bring cost of doing business down for the business community? Yes.
Very critical for you.
Yes. Very.
Okay. Do you think that, based on what you've seen so far, we can sustain the gains and we consolidate all the achievements when it comes to how the CD has performed against the US dollar?
Yeah, we can. Government can. If government is able to have a prudent spending, government expenditure is one of the things that goes on the rooftop. So if government becomes prudent in their spending, and then government expenditure is critical in this vein, if they are able to do prudent spending and then manage themselves well, we believe that we can sustain. And whatever they did to bring this stability, they should continue to do it. But if government overspend, that is where we see the balancing and the challenge in the economy. So we say government should be prudent in their spending, and then we believe that if they're able to do that, the gains that we have talked so far will be able to sustain.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll see how that goes.
Yes.
But Joseph Paddy, thank you very much for passing through our studios this morning.
Very grateful.
It's even afternoon, 10 minutes.
We hope to hear something good from the minister this afternoon.
Fantastic. And Kamini, our correspondent have been on standby. Do we have any latest?
Absolutely. We'll take you straight to the Volta region where Faisal Abdul-Idrisu, our regional correspondent, is on standby. Remember, the issues of the budgets do not only affect us residents here in Accra, but across the country. Faisal, talk to us about how the Volta region is responding to the mid-year budget review 2025. What are the expectations? Faisal, you're muted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Good. I'm not too sure you're aware of this, but the most common catchword you find on the streets of the Volta region on a day like this is budgetary. Budgetary simply means that today is a day of budget presentation. And so I've been interacting with a number of people here on the streets of Ho, business persons, traders, farmers, drivers, who are telling me that today, being almost 6 months into President John Dramani Mohammed's government, they are impressed with how things have been so far, particularly with the fact that fuel prices are down, and that is translating directly into their pocket because it's affecting food prices in the market, it's affecting transport fares, among others. But here in the Volta region, the expectation is that for them to have a more comfortable life in the years to come, government must tackle their state of roads, particularly the Ho to Aflao road. That very road is of a significant and economic importance to the people of the Volta region. They are talking about the Ho to Akashi road. And the conversation largely has been about roads. They are talking about the Ho to Kokwe road, the Ho to Pebble road. These roads are in a very fast state. So they expect government to make some form of provision for these roads in the mid-year budget review. Also is the issue of daily bread. Fuel prices are down, but they expect that government takes this step to scrap more taxes so that prices of goods and services on the market will go down for them. I've been interacting with a number of them. Let's listen to what they've been saying.
I did in the building materials. In the previous year, you have to look for a lot of money to be able to purchase your building materials to retail. But now, prices has gone down. Last year, I used about 93,000 to buy a trailer of cement. But today, I can tell you, I'm using about 70,000 to buy a trailer of cement.
Well, Faisal, I'm going to come back to you, but we'll head to Parliament now and bring you more interviews from there.
It's not being honest, because they are still forming their government. So I can't say that the government is doing bad, and I can't say the government is doing good. You, as a media man from one of the most prominent stations in Ghana, even in Africa, TV3, can you tell me two things that you have evidence that they've implemented? No. And you can't blame them. Even tomorrow, they are vetting some of their ministers. They haven't put a peswa even in the road fund. They haven't even finished forming their boards. So the NDC government is still enjoying what they inherited. The 2024 last quarter macroeconomic indicators. Atuforsen came here, presented all of them, about 80% to 90% of them. They were doing even better than 2016. I mean, GDP, primary balance, reserve, all of them are now taken off and they were doing better. Even inflation have been reduced from 54.1 to about 22, 23. That was higher than 15.4 that we inherited 2016. But if you have a situation where your inflation went to 54 and you're able to reduce it to about 22, 23, exchange rate went to about 54, you have been able to reduce it to about 16%. It means that they inherited a situation that had even taken shape already. So whatever we are enjoying today is as a result of what they inherited. But it doesn't mean that the NDC government is doing bad, because they are still forming their government. And I want them to come and speak that truth to Ghanaians. I think the recycling of who did that and those things, we are tired. We've been doing this for almost 30 years. Do you get the results? The real performance results. Are we interested in lies? I can be here and do a lot of comparative political analysis just to get favor. But I think we have to be tired of this.
Yeah. But they talk about the first policies they've implemented, which have resulted in the city's appreciation.
Which one? What?
The gold bond and the...
What are you talking about? So the gold bond is the gold bond that has caused this situation. Before they implemented the gold bond, exchange rate went to 54 point something percent. Before they implement, it had come lower up to about 16 thereabout. So what shows that you, per your own critical thinking, that is a gold bond. As I'm talking to you now, go to the bank, the NIB. Exchange rate will be about 10 cedi something. Go to officially registered Forex Bureau. Exchange rate is about 14 cedis. Go to... So the reduction came, so then listen to me, the reduction came from 54. So it's not their policy. It's like you getting, God forbid, or me getting terminal disease. And after being healed, you still see signs of pale eyes and other things. Now everything is coming down and somebody comes and take over. And that trajectory downward is still happening. You say, I implemented GoPol. That is not true. That is not. Look, when you are talking about, can you, as compared to what? 8.2. From where that came to 8.2. If you want to take your time to listen, I am a financial economist. I am asking you that today, what have they done that reserve? Have they spent? If a government has come to power, not even one city has been sent to road fund. They haven't finished even forming their own directors and workers and ministers and board. You are saying this. They haven't started working. They have not. Tell me one of them. Tell me one of them. No, tell me. Boss, let me tell you, you are just suffering from unconscious incompetence. Because they've told us that they will start paying end of this month. I'm in Parliament. So you are just saying maybe then they are doing something else. I'll find out. Because what you are saying, Parliament, yesterday I was the Deputy Finance Minister. They are not going to start paying end of the month. So which contractor do you know? So the fact that somebody has released money doesn't mean he's paid them. Don't do this bias questioning, because what they are saying is totally unacceptable. I am on the finance committee. I'm telling you, they've not paid any contractor. You are saying they pay contractors. Finance Minister Deputy just yesterday told me they are going to start paying end of the month. Check how much they put into road fund. They've not put a peso. Now you are saying they pay contractors. Don't just be interested in getting what you want. Be interested in what will change Ghana. Be interested in what will bring regular jobs, stable economy, what will bring economic independence. It's not your interest. This is why Ghana is not going anywhere. Because people who want, I'm not saying you NDC or MPP, but people who have their private interests, they always want to push their interests. And this is where we are. You could be MPP, NDC, CPP. The truth is the truth. Go and find out whether as of now they put a peso in the road fund account. Are you not aware that they are still forming their government? Even ministers, they are still forming, let alone board members. So where have they spent? So where have they spent?
How do you rate? Yes. How do you rate the economy?
No, the economy is doing well. It's a process. The economy is doing well. It's a process, and it's not because somebody has done something within 7 months. All that I'm saying is that at a point, this economy was growing 0.4. when we had a crisis globally, the world was growing negative 3.3. By the time we left 2024, we were growing 5.66%. Inflation went to 54. By the time we left, it had come down to about 23. Exchange rate, primary balance were even better than 2016. So the economy had been restored and doing right before they took over. They haven't done anything. It doesn't mean they are doing bad. No, they are still forming their government. So nobody can judge good or bad as a result of NDC government. No. You can take it or not.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we just had the interview with Honorable Stephen Amoah. Yes, he says in as much as there are still some gaps to be spoken about, one cannot say that the economy is doing bad or government is doing bad. He has his own rating, just like you heard him give that verdict. I know that my other colleagues, Alfred Okanse, on standby to bring you other aspects of this coverage. Back to you.
Well, Christian, thank you so much for that interview there with Stephen Amoah. We'll now connect with Alfred Okanse, who is sitting with a former Deputy Minister of Finance, Kweku Ricketts-Hagan. Well, my understanding is Alfred isn't ready with that interview. What we can do now is return to the Volta region. Faisal Abdul-Idris is our correspondent who's been sharing with us the expectations of residents of the region as far as the media budget review is concerned. Faisal, you were talking about the prices of goods and services. Do we see any reduced prices of goods and services? I mean, thanks to the inflation seeing a downward trend, the Forex also seeing an appreciation of the cedi. Are you feeling it in the Volta region?
Yes, we are feeling that. For instance, if you look at transport fares, for instance, you are taking a vehicle from, say, Hope to Accra, which used to be somewhere around 80 cedis, has gone down to 73 cedis. So directly, you are feeling that. You go to the market and you realize that because of these fuel prices reduction and that of the transport fare, some level of reduction, we are seeing some level of reduction on food prices in the market. But that does not apply to all products. For instance, if you are using the Hope to Aflao road, transport fares remain the same because they tell you that even though fuel prices have gone down, the state of the road will not allow them to reduce their prices. And so today, like I mentioned earlier, the conversation largely here in the region has been centered on the state of roads because they feel that once the roads are good, that should translate directly into the issues of the prices of food as well, because prices of fuel is down, transport fares have been affected, but this part of the roads that we are talking about, I mean, this part of the region, are still having to pay the old fares. And once that is done, they should have some form of relief. People have also been talking about the 24-hour economy. Some seem not to really understand what the policy is about. They want government to speak about it more so they understand and see how best they can tap into it. People who are into building materials, who are selling building materials, tell you that prices of cement have gone down. Prices of other building materials have also gone down, but they want more taxes to be scrapped so that business can go on well for them.
Faisal, let's talk about some of the changing faces of some sectors we expect the finance ministers to speak to. Education, health. Let's start off with health. What has been the story of healthcare delivery in the Volta region? What are the expectations of people for the second half of the year? Well, Faisal, just before you give us that, I apologize. I'm cutting into your thoughts again, but we'll go to Parliament now. Alfred Okanse is joining us from our makeshift studio in Parliament. Alfred, talk to us.
The live coverage of the media budget review presentation. As you might really be aware, the finance minister is in Parliament. We do know he has arrived in Parliament in the company of the leadership of the majority in this 9th Parliament. We also have established the fact that the minority in Parliament, they are having a meeting. The leadership of the minority is in a meeting as we speak. And the decision, we understand, to solidify the decision of they boycotting this media budget review presentation. The Mensha South Member of Parliament, the Honorable Bafo Ejewa, has given us an indication that it is not as though they are boycotting, but it's because they have scheduled
to present a petition to the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, around the same time. And so it is the clash of the timing that has necessitated the decision to, as it were, leave or not attend to the business of the House in terms of the budget presentation, the media budget presentation, in a few minutes ahead of us. So there's a high likelihood that the minority MPs will not be present during this media budget review presentation. We're waiting for a press conference to be addressed by the Honorable Gideon Walcott shortly to give us a clear reason as to why they're not doing this. But stay with me, because we have the Honorable George Hagan. He's a Cape Coast South Member of Parliament and then also the Deputy Majority Leader. He is also the Chair of the Ghana Revenue Authority Board. It's good to have you. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, my pleasure.
Now, we're getting an indication that your colleagues, the minority, may not be present in the chamber during this media budget review presentation. Does that take anything away for you?
Well, I think it's just a speculation at this stage. I have no knowledge of that. But it would be a shame to democracy, because this budget review is something that was advertised for both sides to attend. It's not today we started doing budget or media reviews. So I do hope and pray that they will come. But I can't hold brief for them, as I'm not a member of the New Patriotic Party or the opposition party. So I do expect them to be here. But if for other reasons they feel otherwise, then I think it's democracy. They are entitled to what the law allows them to do.
We've been speaking to a few of them. They've made the position quite clear that you are only enjoying the fruits of their labor because they have put all the fundamentals and the foundation in place, and you have come to build on it, and you haven't done anything spectacular to be enjoying this first 6 months of seeming consolidation and, as it were, the fiscals looking good for you as a government. Is that what you agree with?
Well, their so-called labor started over 8 years ago, and they did not see a fruit of that labor in the last 8 years. So for them to today make a claim that is the fruit of their labor, what labor are we talking about? The 2017 labor, or the 2020 labor, or the labor in the last few months? My brother, this economy had been sick for a while, and for that reason, we had gone on an IMF program. We have become a patient of the IMF again, and that is what we are under. There were severe challenges to do with our debt, to do with our currency, depreciation, and so many other things that are linked to these indices. And things were not that great when we took over. But it's been 6 months. I do admit that in economics sometimes there's a bit of a lag. So even what we have done in the last 6 months, that people find it impressive, the bulk of its gains will come as we go down the road. But we have done certain fundamental things that people have not realized. This country has done something we have not done for 70 years.
Which is what?
His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the Finance Minister, Dr. Kaysel Atok-Forson, have done something that it sort of challenges my mind. Why we have not done this in this country? The first is to do with the gold board. Now, Ghana is one of the largest producers of gold in the world, and did not have full control of its gold, whether the raw gold or processed gold. This is the first time that the gold board has taken hold of that. So, control gold and controls the revenue that comes out of it. The revenue does not spill to other countries where we go and take them in loans, but we are actually in control of it, which is bringing significant revenue into this country to support the currency. Secondly, something that I will admit was started in the 11th hour of the MPP was to do with using gold to support our currency, which they started.
Go for oil program.
Yes, not for the oil, for the reserves. I have not been a fan of the gold for oil, but for the reserve, which is something that the NDC government, President Mahama and Honorable Atok-Forson have come to intensify. So we are building our gold. Think about it. This had never been done in 70 years. Our reserves, since independence, our reserves have always been our hard currency reserves, not gold reserves. Now, think about it. All the countries we borrow from, most of them don't have gold, but their currencies are backed with gold that they buy from us. Now, the country that produces the gold itself, or one of the countries that produces the gold, had no backing of this gold behind its currency. So it is not surprising that our currency has been depreciating for a very, very long time. And those countries who buy the gold to support their currencies have their currencies appreciating. And that has been negative. That has been addressed in the last 6 months. And that has brought a significant change. Those who cannot read what is actually going on, and I don't mean not reading a textbook, but cannot have a vision of what His Excellency Dramani Mahama has done, is that, and they think that the currency is a fluke and it might return back to its old days. It can never be. Because in the last 70 years, what has been pulling the city is what we have not done.
But the structure of the economy hasn't changed. Yes, we've seen the impact that the gold board and the gold for reserves has done, improving on our reserves at the Bank of Ghana. As we speak, it's almost 5 months of import cover. What that means is that it provides a certain cushioning for the currency. But then again, the fundamentals of the economy, the structure hasn't changed. And there are still inherent risks within the economy that could still hurt this currency appreciation, is it not?
I do agree with you that the structure of the economy has not gotten to a level that we expect it to be. But the two things I've mentioned, to do with the gold board and backing our currency, these are structural changes because they were non-existent. And these are two major structural changes. There are more to come. But you need something, before you talk about structural changes, you need the economy to begin to stabilize. Structure the economy. If the economy is not stabilized and put certain structures in place, deepening the challenges the economy is facing. What I expect from the finance minister today, that I believe I will see, is that the finance minister will tell us the economy we inherited, which I would say was in a vegetative state, was a patient of the IMF, is now stabilized. And all the indicators are telling us, currency, inflation, otherwise, that it's stabilized. What the next step is, in a half of the year, is for the economy to begin to take off. Economy taking off requires growth. Growth requires, and we need a growth. That is job creation growth.
But the criticism is that you're not spending. You have done well in the fiscal consolidation policies that you've implemented in the last 6 months, as per the IMF's conditionalities which you have had to meet. But you're not spending. So where would the growth come from?
Well, you wouldn't straight away come into a disastrous, economy that we inherited, where there was basically no money and we had basically been buried in debt and say you are spending. How do you spend yourself out in a ditch? So the money was actually not there. We knew there
was no money.
We realized the arrears. Honorable came here during the budget to tell us the arrears we have committed. We knew the level of our debt at the end of the year. We know how the currency has depreciated. And even without borrowing, our CD equivalent of our debt has grown astronomically. What we have seen in the last 6 months is that has been reversed and that the currency has stabilized. And also the CD is now has appreciated, which means that even without borrowing any money, we have taken some money off our debt in CD terms. Now, when you have built the reserves, when you have built the buffers, then you have money to spend. And that is precisely what's going to happen in the second half of the year, to basically open up the economy and ease economic activities. And we'll begin to see the growth that we've all been hoping for. This is a planned, systematic economic recovery by the finance minister under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And you begin to see wonders.
Already we've seen the ripple effect of the amended energy sector recovery levy impact on fuel prices at the pumps. This is contrary to the assurances that the finance minister gave when this particular levy was approved by Parliament. We've seen prices of petrol go up by more than 1 cedi at some pumps as well. And you know how the economy reacts when fuel prices goes up. And to the extent that we don't have control over the crude oil prices on the world market, we're increasing taxes. The cedi, we're hoping all things being equal, remains stable. But then again, because of the increase in the price of petroleum products at the pumps, was there any concern for you that would also have a direct impact on the cost of living as we see in this country?
It's basically, from what I see and from an economic standpoint, it's something that's going to be short-lived. Okay? What's going to happen? What we are setting up economic policy, you've got to have a vision and you've got to look on the horizon, what the economy is likely to do going forward. We have a great anticipation that the oil prices are going to drop significantly towards, as we go towards the end of the year.
No, but you know that during winter,
yes,
there's an increase in demand.
We have
for crude oil across the world.
All the assumptions have been made. But you also know that we have had some world events that has actually caused the prices of oil to go down. There are countries that were not drilling oil in the past that have also come to stream. The oil producing nations have put on more oil in the market. We have some wars going on that is not making the economy open up, global economy open up the way it should. So I tell you what, within the next year, we had a blip. So the taxes we were enjoying, or the fuel prices we were enjoying, were happening as a result of a windfall of some of these, directions and policy decisions. Now, the tax was introduced for basically for government to share the windfall that are being given to people to solve other problems in other areas that will better give us space. Now, what happened is that then we had the Iranian issue, with Israel, which obviously caused oil prices to go up for a short time, because people anticipated that a major oil producer like Iran, if they are not putting much oil in the market, prices are likely to go up. A sensible, sensitive government, like His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's government and the finance minister, who is very as well, realize that it will not be fair on Ghanaians to basically implement those taxes. So we at GRE were instructed to halt on the taxes until the situation of the Iran-Israeli war is clear. It is very clear that the war has subsided, and for that reason, the oil prices are not going to go up the way it should, and therefore the prices or the tax slapped on it will not cause the pain that people anticipate.
But you know that we don't have control over what happens on the world market. We cannot predict another war, even though we are praying that it doesn't happen. So hoping it's not a policy. Hope has never been a basis for policy formulation, is it?
Exogenous out of the blue. It is important to build an economy that will be resilient to any exogenous factors. It's not just about thinking whether you should bring tax or thinking whether you should whether there will be a global war or not. What you need to prepare yourself for is to prepare yourself in such a way that you'll be able to understand exogenous factors when they do happen.
And just briefly, because I know you need to go, with your role at the Ghana Revenue Authority as chair, there's been concern about the loopholes in the revenue collection system. In fact, 2 days ago, the Auditor General released their 2024 report, 18.6 billion and over, possibly as a result of financial irregularities. And 86% of that, all of that, from the energy sector. Energy sector institutions contributed to this appreciation of over 109% of the monies lost in 2023 as was captured in 2024. So what are you thinking about in terms of the proposals for policies to address the loopholes in the collection system?
Well, for years, loopholes in our tax collection basically become endemic in this country. It's been going on for years.
On TV3, and it's our continuing coverage of the 2025 mid-year budget review. Just gone by is that very insightful conversation with the Cape Coast South MP, who is also the board chair of GRA, the Ghana Revenue Authority, one-time deputy Finance Minister Kweku Ricketts-Hagan in that conversation there with Alfred Okanse. There'll be more of that as we await the arrival of the Finance Minister in the chamber. Remember that Alfred has already told us that he is in Parliament. There were meetings earlier. There were also meetings among the minority members who are considering boycotting the events today. Again, it will not be the first time we are hearing that today. Vincent Sefwa, Otafo MP, had told us earlier there was the likelihood it would happen. The only difference we're seeing now is the reasons being given, while Alfred is telling us that there are other engagements. It would appear there is a clash of engagement. Again, very nuanced. I could go on and on about that. But also, Vincent Sefwa had told us that they thought that, it was a certain government. They wouldn't sit down and hear the lies of the finance minister. Now, during their news conference, we'll hear the true reason for the proposed or supposed boycott, so to speak. So we expect to take you there live once that news conference begins. But the finance minister is in the chamber. What that means is that in the next few minutes, in the next several minutes maybe, the finance minister will be delivering that mid-year budget review statement in Parliament. Let's go back on the ground, right? Because Faisal Abdul-Idrisu, our Volta region correspondent, has just been talking to us about what other sectors of the economy the people of the Volta region are looking forward to hearing about from the finance minister. Remember, he's talked about a 24-hour economy, some road construction, the prices of goods and services. He tells us that, it's a bit checkered. There are some prices of goods that have gone down, others remain the same for reasons like poor roads, which is increased fares, direct impact on how goods and services are delivered to consumers. But then you were telling us about health, Faisal.
Yes, if we don't finish this conversation today, the people of the Volta region will not be happy with us.
I tell you.
The state of government hospitals in the region is nothing to write home about. You text from the Hotiki Hospital, you go to the St. Anthony's Hospital, which is actually a Catholic hospital, but then government is in charge. A number of them, you go and you realize that the facilities are not in good state. Then suffice to say that the other issue has to do with the Agenda 11 hospital. If you go to the Catching Up district, for instance, that project is almost completed. You go to Sabdan, it's almost completed. Some are still at the foundation level. Some, they mobilize materials to site and nothing really happened on them. The people of the Volta region want to see government showing some form of commitment towards the continuation and completion of this project to provide better healthcare to the people here in the region. So largely on the issue and the front of healthcare, it's a matter of providing the necessary infrastructure so that the facilities are able to deliver on their mandate by way of providing quality healthcare to the people of the region.
Absolutely. We'll leave it here for now. Thank you so much, Faisal, for talking to us. Faisal Abdul-Idrisu is our Volta region correspondent, bringing us some voices from the Volta region ahead of the mid-year budget review statement in Parliament. Again, we're counting down to when that statement will be delivered. We're keeping an eye on events in Parliament. We have a whole team there covering this event live from Parliament, as we have us here in the studio. Myself, Roland, and Joseph Akable, they will be joining me in a tad. But as we are hearing some regional voices, remember how at the beginning of the program we told you that the finance minister himself, before he delivered his budget statement in March, on March 11th, he had spoken about, he had gone to the markets to meet the traders because he felt that they understood the economy better than anyone else. Let's go to one of such markets. He visited Makola Market. Judith Brown, our correspondent, is engaged in some of the traders from there. Judith, what can you report?
With just a few minutes left to the reading of the mid-year budget for this year, today in Parliament, we're here at the Makola Market where we're going to be speaking to some of the local traders. You can see them already poised to say what they have to say. We're going to be asking them really what the government interventions that have been made in the first 6 months of the year have affected them and really what they want to hear in the mid-year budget today. And so we're going to be speaking to some of them. What I'm saying, Linda. taxes na ba from dollar no so ba from ne nyama inti sana affect o
Pacho, enema ni do ma ba kwa fami ati so ebi so almu enti so ye. Me ni be ya mi te say. Ya te so kaka ba nda me san so ko fe bi wa san so atu. Nti ade ndi nya ba.
It was business are slow.
Are slow. Business are slow.
It is say no and the finance minister be kind budget for parliament. Then na person will tell budget.
Enema ya te dollar so. Ba be cost na enema na the same thing. Or say, yeah, I buy no crama, did not audit and one audit. Since almost your shabby better, maybe I have $2. See, or I didn't go find it. Say, yeah, I'm about shaving to herself. You have $2 says, also no man or cover, and I say, what I say, I saw police if I'm not soldiers from Tizukrum because 2024, let me tell me, Pillar one, okay, when we told 68 cities. And I have $2 and 70 cities.
So you heard this trader. She says that ever since the appreciation of the city, although there are some goods that have been reduced in price, most of them still remain at the same price. And so she expects that in the budget statement, she doesn't know whether it's the onus of the finance minister to make such a declaration, but she wants a law to be put in place where it makes sure that whilst the city has appreciated, people on the market make sure that they reduce the prices of their goods. So that is what she's expecting from the budget statement today. But of course, we know that that's the job of Parliament, of course, to make laws or enact laws. So we're going to speak to some more traders. Madam Yefaze.
The premier course. I buy. Yeah, so very fair. Sister, or back as well, or back as I have say. Malam Johnson, Ukosia, Osi Kaneshi, Odoko, Okosia, Osi Malam Elephant Kaneshi, Okosi Kaneshia, Osi Akrakaba, we have a Cabanians, everyone, but Runa Yatusun, Castle for Edica base 151515. No,
2% government and the kind budget. No, one person,
oh, the person catch a castle for the say, girlfriend. Omotishumayan, Omokasa Amaya, is in Fadia, but the black or the episode of the coffee. No one but Cabin 50 Gunners on the web, Hanikaswa.
So this trader says that she spent a lot on transport, although prices are supposed to be reduced because we've seen a reduction in fuel prices. She says that the drivers at Kaswa are still collecting the same amounts, and so she comes here to sell, and the money, the little money she makes, she ends up spending a chunk of it on transportation. So we're going to try and speak to some more traders here. I see an onion trader here.
The higher captain says, Apo Yamano Yatutis. Ama says, Yamana baffle, but I didn't talk. I didn't talk. But there is a some fun straight, but almost from like I said, me fa Kanishi, and I say, no matter as well, because some pescano be brain until I'm wearing short. Yes, Rabbi say, on for drivers and Casamaya.
So you have them right. Most of the traders here at the Makula market have similar concerns. They want that today in the budget reading, the finance minister ensures that there are more reduction in prices and also ensures that when the city appreciates, they ensure that people here at the markets also reduce their prices so that it can affect all of them here and make sure they make more money as well. Reporting here from Makula Market, my name is Judith Brown. The report and Judith there bringing us some voices from the traders at the Makula market. I am Keminia Mano. It's still our continuing coverage of the 2025 mid-year budget review. Remember, the finance minister is already in Parliament. He will tell us why the traders say they are still getting goods at the same prices despite all the indicators showing improvement, and why some services are seeing an increase, some services are seeing a decrease in terms of cost. We'll learn all that, so stick and stay with us here. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
Why are more and more professionals choosing Flamingo Paint?
As an interior decorator, I aim for that beautiful elegance look. Flamingo paint has great hiding ability to cover and transform old walls easily with just one coat.
Impressive. For me, as a professional painter, I love Flamingo paints because with just small paints, I paint huge area, meaning more profit.
Reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle, from the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital,
from the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom,
reporting from Sunyani,
from the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds. The moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust, impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News, leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first.
reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle, from the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital.
From the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom.
Reporting from Sunyani.
From the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds. The moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust. Impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News. Leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
It's the 2025 Media Budget Review. You're welcome to our continuing coverage. Excuse me. I'm not here alone. I'm here with Roland and Joseph Akablay. Shortly, we'll take you to Parliament because we know for sure the Finance Minister is in Parliament. We're also hearing that he is in the chamber as well. What you see on your screen now, live pictures from Parliament where the MPs are gathered. Hoping to hear from the Finance Minister shortly. Remember that we had heard earlier how the minority side may, that's a big may not be available for the event today where the Finance Minister will deliver his media budget review statement. We've been talking about a number of things, including the indices or indicators of the economy. We've looked at some real issues like the health sector, road construction, prices of goods and services, We've also looked at the likes of Forex and how it's impacting our daily lives here in the country. So there you have it in your shot. The MPs are seated, waiting to hear from first for the chamber to open for business, and then also hear from the Finance Minister, Dr. Castle Attoforson, on the first half of their term, first year of this term. We also see a congregation, some of them having meetings there, and as you very well see, the minority side is in black, right? Because over there is the Deputy Minority Leader, Patricia Appiagyei. She's right there in the front in the leadership row, or in the leader's row, obviously seen on her phone, a few of them behind them chatting. I can presume that this chat will be about their next move, especially when we have heard about a possibility of a news conference today. We've also heard about the possibility of, well, now I won't say a boycott, but an absence in Parliament, whether or not that will mean anything. Remember that the majority side has the numbers. They have the 2/3. Assuming that they are all there, they will have the 1/3 for a quorum, and they will have the 2/3 as well for business to start. And so, listen, gentlemen, look into Parliament and tell me what you're seeing.
Well, quite interesting scene so far. On the right of the speaker, where we have, as always, the majority sitting, you can see that they are well poised for a good session, waiting for the Finance Minister. On the left is where we have the minority, and already we're getting the agitations of an intention to boycott. Well, we don't know whether that boycott will be effected, because then it will depend clearly on the leadership and the position that they hold. But this is just a media review, and listening to the Finance Minister also gives a certain head start to the political establishment, the key stakeholders in governance and transparency as to the direction that the Finance Minister wants to take the country. And it looks like it is what it is, Kemini.
Absolutely. And, there are meetings on both sides. The majority caucus, we see members of that caucus in pockets of meetings all over their side. I'm happy to hear what they are discussing, but we won't have the benefit of that. But there, while there is a lot of smiles and happiness on their faces on the majority side, we don't get to see same on the minority side, who are clad in black. Obviously, to tell us that they are unhappy about the first half of the year, I'm assuming, right? Their numbers also look thin as well. It would appear when it matters, the MPs go to Parliament. The majority side know they need a 2/3 today to be able to follow through with business of the House, assuming the minority side decide not to be in the chamber today. So you can see how loaded the majority side is today. All the MPs who would have otherwise on a normal day say that they are ministers and won't be there. Today we know that we can see many of them are there. They need their numbers, and clearly they have shown up in their numbers. Blay.
Well, yeah, I mean, and it's a lot of politics playing out this time around, Kemini. And I mean, around this time, what we can expect to be happening is lots of negotiations. Obviously, the leaders, you can see they are not in there now. I mean, the main leaders would obviously be engaging. We expect the Speaker of Parliament to be in a mix there in that particular engagement to try and resolve whatever concern that may exist. This is not the first time we are seeing this play out. What we know opposition parties to generally do is to seize the opportunity when there are lots of eyeballs to send some message across. I mean, I can just most recently refer you to that famous statement that the noun Lands and Natural Resources Minister Emmanuel Kofi-Boa made when President Akufo-Addo delivered his last address to Parliament. It's one of those things that you take advantage of when you have the eyeballs on you and put across a message that you want to put across. And that is exactly what the minority will be trying to do. Because, I mean, the parliamentary makeup, we've said it again and again, the way the numbers look now, they really cannot make any impact when it comes down to a vote. So it's some of these actions that they would have to take. And the NPP, we've heard them make the point that in the very first parliament, where second parliament, I must say, because the first parliament, they opted out of that particular parliamentary election. The very second parliament, where the NDC had an overwhelming majority, they made their voices heard. And people have made reference to the quality of that particular parliament. The JH Mensahs, the Nana Danka Kufados, the Oseche Mensah Bonsus, those were the crops of MPs that they had at the time. And so there are those who have made a case that it's not always about numbers, but the quality of argument that you're able to bring to bear. But once in a while, you see them also want to take advantage of more or less try and destabilize the process, not allow the process to go on as a means of putting across the message. And that is what we would expect them to do as well. When the time was announced and I heard it was expected to start at midday, I knew that we were going to go beyond the midday. It was just not going to be possible, because it will mean that whatever effort or whatever concern that anyone has and he raises it at any point in time, it means that they are just not going to start very early. And so this is something that we see happen a lot, but it raises questions also about the extent to which both sides engage and the ability to resolve various matters. Because if you are going to have the event start at midday, why has it not started now? I mean,
why has it not started? Indeed, it will probably be one of the latest times we'll see the mid-year budget review statement start for a finance minister. Remember also that when they begin, they have to look at previous certain statements and like you said, make the corrections that are needed in those statements before that invitation will go to the finance minister to come on the floor, unless, of course, the speaker decides to make amends to how things begin today, which is possible as well if there is agreement from both sides of the House. Some changes could be made, and perhaps the finance minister will go right on with it. As far as the delivery of the budget statement is concerned, it would appear one of the clerks business between leading,
then we can right. So we're still in Parliament. Just to answer that question directly, where hosts of the MPs have gathered, they are waiting essentially is the press gallery area, the entire public gallery almost full, as we continue to anticipate the arrival of the Speaker. Essentially, his arrival is what expected to kickstart all of the processes here. It was advertised to have started at, a sitting was expected to have started at 12 on the dot in the afternoon. It's 1 and past 1. We're still anticipating the arrival of the Speaker, but you continue to see MPs interact with each other, and initially we got word that the minority might decide to boycott. That's not quite indicative just as yet of that intent to boycott, but both sides of the House been having conversation, laughing here and there, and the opinions have been quite varied in the lead up to this presentation. What it is that we've heard from both the majority and then the minority as well, but essentially all well and good. The minority clad in all black. We will seek to understand why that choice of a dress code a lot later when it all wraps up here. But
On the majority side, it's quite varied at what they've opted to be in. We've seen the finance minister as well, who is already in Parliament, but not immediately on the floor. The education minister and a host of other ministers all here and accounted for. We're yet to see as well both leaders on both sides, but as we have it now, all well and good as we continue to await the arrival of the Speaker, who will essentially kickstart all of proceedings as we continue to anticipate that mid-year budget review to be delivered by the Finance Minister, Dr. KCL Atoforsen Kemeni.
And we know, Mawena, that there was an earlier news conference addressed by the Roads and Highways Minister, Gavins Agboja, at the podium where we expected that the NPP or the minority caucus would have, spoken at their own news conference. Listen, perhaps we should go to that news conference now because we've lost Mawana on that connection. Let's join the minority caucus as they address the press.
Of course, government's aim will be that cement produced here should be prioritized. But if even Ghanaian cement producers have decided to make themselves the most expensive, what do you think the average person who is buying cement will do? You source it from a cheaper source. It's the demand and supply matter.
Are you going to fight this crusade with your colleague trade minister?
Well, in my small way, I'm saying that government is about to unveil a massive road infrastructure project. We shall be ready to determine that cement that is used for government projects should be sourced from sources that are cheaper on the market. It's as simple as that.
Do you have average prices that we are looking at?
95 cedis makes sense to me instead of the so-called 180 Ghana cedi, which are called rent-seeking and so much unfair to the ordinary Ghanaian.
Is this a government policy or is it a ministry?
I just spoke to you and saying that our ministry is about to unveil a significant road infrastructure program. And in this, cement is a huge component. I'm just giving an indication that cement dealers should take advantage and bring the prices down. Otherwise, we will be forced to say that if we find prices reasonably priced within the context of the economy, we have no reason not to direct that cement be sourced from those sources.
But Honorable, they say that the clinker is imported, and that's a major component in their price build-up. So if you are telling them to reduce it...
Cement clinker is imported. Today, the dollar is down. They made the same argument, that is why they increased the cement all the way to, at a point in time, almost 130 cities. If you play back their own words to them that clinker is imported, what is the importation bill of the clinker today? If they make the calculation, it should be coming down. Because we haven't increased price of anything or taxes on anything significantly to justify keeping the price of cement at 120 Ghana cedis.
Have you engaged some of these?
We have engaged themselves and had meetings. Guta and everybody have given an indication that they were going to reduce prices, but we are yet to see that reflected in the price of cement where we buy our items at the hardware shop.
But are you also ensuring that the cement components of contract sums are varied in such a way that the average, the 95 we talk about?
Of course, the quantity surveyors only put out in terms of whatever they have been based on what the contractor says the price of the cement is. And indeed, there's an indices that the industry players use. But currently, the indices they are using means that the cement is selling still over 120 Ghana cedis. That is why.
Kwame Gavins Agboja is Roads and Highways Minister, who was addressing the press earlier. We had initially thought that we were connecting with that minority news conference. Again, we're looking forward to that. There's been an announcement of that. Initially, the podium was set up for that news conference. We know that the majority side, led by Kwame Gavins Agboja, the Roads and Highways Minister, then addressed the press. We also expect, as you heard from Mawena, that the minority will also address the press as well. But we're still here. We're waiting on the Finance Minister, first the Speaker to enter the chamber, then the business of the House will begin, then the Finance Minister himself to go there. But at this time, we only see our MPs engaged in conversations maybe to do with the budget, maybe not. But clearly, some conversations are going on. The minority side occupying the left side very close to the speaker, clad in black. We see the multitude of colors on the majority side where the finance minister belongs. He would come from that front row seat where he will sit alongside the majority leadership to the center there to deliver that statement. I remember that lectern at the center, Roland Mblay, at one of those parliamentary sit-ins became a bone of contention between the majority and the minority side when the minority leader attempted to use that to pose questions to a minister who had come there. And I recall that the speaker had ruled that lectern, and they have a special parliamentary name for it, but that lectern, the dispatch box will be reserved for statements and speeches. So we expect that the finance minister will deliver from that dispatch box as well. But we discussed a number of issues. We hope to hear from there. And one theme is running through, right? When we went to Makola, the traders are telling us, at least those we spoke with, that despite all these indicators going down, the forex changes in favor of the city, the inflation going down, seeing a downward trend, Blake, that the prices of goods and services are almost the same. And that's a question a concern that I've also had, that, look, why am I not seeing as much significant change in the prices of goods and services, at least those that I engage in? I mean, what do you think could be a play here, Blake?
I mean, it all boils down to the conversation that we've always had. I mean, the point that we've made always about the need for there to be a connect between the government's policy and the impact on the lives of ordinary Ghanaians. And it comes back to that point strongly about the importance of governments always ensuring that. I mean, what government has done in the last couple of months, all experts, all analysts, the International Monetary Fund, they've all made a point that, well, it looks good in terms of the numbers, but it comes back to the point that they would have to still do much more to let it have an impact. And sometimes you need to cut the government some slack and blame some of these business entities and how they manage things, because there are instances where it's very clear that there are improvements, there are changes, prices have to go down, but because of the free market economy that we operate, they simply do not want the prices to go down. And you heard the roads minister make the point that they expect the price of a bag of cement to go as low as 95 cedis. And this is a minister speaking in a situation where you have a free market economy, and that Absolutely. Should tell you what government makes of what is happening. And because as far as they are concerned, they have seen some improvement in the numbers, the key indicators, and that should mean that they expect it to translate in terms of what decisions that a business and the sector players make. But sometimes they simply do not want to react, and that is what could come with its own challenges, and that is why they would want to make that point.
Do you think it comes back to the issue of trust that you had raised earlier? And so a lot of the businesses are adopting the let's wait and see approach or attitude towards the changes, which is why they are not reviewing down their prices. What do you think? Could that be the reason?
I think the trust is one reason. I think it's one reason. I mean, we can't discount it. That, I mean, but it's within the context of a businessman who has been battered by years of tough economic times, and all of a sudden there's a bit of a reprieve that you get. All of a sudden things are looking much better, and so obviously you'd have to have trust issues. But we can't also take out the fact that people, and especially the market women, and I think earlier Roland was making the point. I mean, as long as I have been engaged in journalism, I don't remember us going into the market and asking the market women, and they'll say that things are looking good. Always. I mean, no matter what happens in their country, whenever they are asked that particular question, they always have the same response. I mean, Kemini, you can see in your shot now, there's the Attorney General, Dr. Dominic Ayine, engaging the Menchia South MP, Nana Ejewa, a legal practitioner. I'm sure they are discussing some legal issues. Roland
Asin South,
Reverend Tim Fojo, defense, and he speaks for the minority on security matters.
Yes. So, yeah, it's also on the defense and interior committee.
So I mean, it could be something to do with the current issue at hand. I'd like to be a fly on,
because he's supposed to have an
on one of those ties.
I also see the former defense couples there. The former defense minister Dominic Niti will also speak into Kofi Amankwa Menu, the former deputy defense minister. Do you think they will be discussing the recent news around the ammunitions and those issues?
Yes, all those related matters, because we know that impending is that the Attorney General is supposed to address what they are having, the mid-appear series that they are undertaking.
Right.
And he's supposed to then come and explain. We're told that will be on Friday. So that will be tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Especially the reasons assigned for issuing or putting in place a nolle prosequi or petitioning the court for a nolle prosequi on the subject matter of the case involving the 4 and 7 others, alongside other Operation Recover All Loot cases that the Attorney General has been investigating and will be prosecuting or is prosecuting. But I think this really, in terms of the picture we're seeing, also shows that irrespective of how small a number your side is, the majority side, which is the NDC currently, and then also the MPP side, are willing to judge or to speak on some vexed matters and then come to some conclusions and reach some level ground, because it's important for the forward march, so that when there are, let's say, appropriations that would need to be undertaken, those appropriations would then have to get some consensus and be approved. Nobody wants negative publicity, because the minority, irrespective of no matter what people may think about them, also are important personalities within the political landscape of our country, irrespective. And so you better want them on your side, get some agreement so that they don't go out there organizing press conferences as many times as they want, but rather reduce those numbers. It's critical so that you tend to do that. Absolutely. And I guess that's why the leadership of both sides are in there talking and trying to have some discussion to see where they can get some consensus. What is a given, though, is that the government wants to project a certain action that it intends investing in not only capital expenditure or key infrastructure, but also guide policy to be able to ensure that what has been achieved the first 2 quarters of this year are in alignment with what the greater objectives are. If we're not able to, as a country, consolidate what has been achieved by way of the margins with the US dollar, particularly also the British pound, it means that we'll be in difficulty. That is at the heart of the discussion.
And there's Irabna Obing, her first big event in Parliament since being sworn in as MP, now Member of Parliament for Ablekuma North. Ablekuma North is now fully represented in Parliament. Is good to know, albeit 6 months in, or is it 7 months into the new administration.
Virtually 6 months.
Six months into the new administration is better than a whole 4 years we saw in the situation of Sal. But there she is, Member of Parliament for Ablekuma North, Irabna Obing. And back to the point you make, Roland, about the need to show that despite the 2/3 majority, they're still working with the opposite side in Parliament. It's good for the optics. It's good for the optics. They could go ahead and say, we don't need you, we'll do whatever we like. But it's good for the optics, for the fact that the Kenyan people can then trust that there is oversight of sorts in Parliament. It's good for the optics, I believe. But we're talking earlier about why we are seeing the indicators go down, inflation, forex, but then the prices of goods and services, like the market people told us, it's not changing much,
My
right?
people, eh?
Excuse me?
My people.
Yeah.
Well,
your people indeed.
What, to be truthful, the retailers are at the end of the spectrum when it comes to the trade. And so it has to flow from those who tend to undertake the imports and then give it to the wholesalers who then will distribute it to the retailers and then maybe sub-retailers as we have spoken to in the market. And adequately, the truth has to be said. There's always a certain history attached to how well the cedi is performing against the major trading currencies, i.e. the US dollar or the pound or the euro. And it's also because that level of uncertainty as to that period you're having a stability, if it's a 3-month period, you not being so sure what could happen the next 2 or 3 quarters. And that's what scares the importers, so to speak, because there's the talk about making sure there's import substitution for key products or goods that are consumed by the market. But once the policy initiatives have not fully taken effect, so then you don't know whether maybe the tomatoes that you're importing, whether it's from Burkina Faso or wherever, we could have all year round growth. The demand in the market will then be resolved by people who are outgoers right now. So we have to be at least giving some credit to the traders. But that uncertainty is always plagued Ghana's economy. And so I think it's the longest we've seen in a while, where the US dollar is tumbling against.
I see. And Roland, you make a very fair point there, right? And and I agree with all of that which you have said, because then we're seeing our indicators go to, say, pre-2018 levels. Some of them going to those times.
Not all the indicators.
before the shock.
Because pre-2018, the cedi was around.
I agree. Not everything. Not everything.
Yes.
Not everything.
No. I don't think. I mean, don't pick it on those values. I mean, if you pick it on those values, then we may never.
No, but some of our indicators.
Because
but I agree.
Was making reference
I agree.
to
that forex isn't one.
Yes, but if you look at it in terms of the inflation and the rest, we are gradually getting towards that.
Absolutely, which is the point I'm making.
That's true. That's factual.
But when you look at the pre-2018 level, right, and the shock that came last quarter of 2019 into 2020 and beyond, I can understand why business people will have this level of uncertainty and this amount of trust issues when it comes to whether or not this is sustainable. But unpopular opinion, less scientific opinion I have, Ghanaian traders don't price right. There is also a little bit of greed in there.
Yeah.
And that's why we are where we are also in terms of the goods and services. We are not pricing right. There's too much greed for profit because we want to make all our profits in 1 month instead of, understanding that we build it over time and expand our consumership. And so there's also that. It may not be as scientific.
Well, it's not scientific, but there's some truism to what you're saying.
Absolutely.
But also we have to be realistic. If we have this sustainability in terms of the upward adjustment or performance of the cedi against the dollar gets into December, or even reducing further the US dollar and that exchange rate, then the forces in the market itself will create that equilibrium for it. And so it is the individuals in there, whether they are wholesaler or the importers, who then are not giving the confidence to the retailers to be in a position where they'll say that price A, which was same 3 months ago, should either be marginally increased or reduced further. So I believe that we need to sustain this for some time. Then perhaps we will see that effect. I think that by December, if we go on this trajectory, we hit a 9, maybe we'll be doing well. But I mean, for us as consumers, for example, early on, we all were saying that you go put your tank there, you say, fill it for me, and it's still not 600 Ghana cedis. Yeah. And you say, Charlie, this one, the other thing, good, oh. But at the end of the day, all those things should be reflected in the prices.
But do you think we can hit a 9?
I think that when we're on that downward spiral, an upward performance with the cedi, I think we could have.
We could.
But again, maybe the government was looking at the the short to medium term, its effect on receipts of commodities, and then also performance by way of what the revenues could be ultimately in relation to what the targets are for the year. Because when you go off target, then you create some imbalance with your own numbers. Because at the time, we had Israel then attacking, is it Iran at the time? And so created some level of instability within the oil market, which of course came back to some 69 per barrel. That's USD of Brent crude and all that. So it's early days yet, but I think that so far it looks good. We'll see how that goes in terms of what the numbers are. But the real investments start coming.
Assumingly that if government starts to spend a lot in the second half of this year, do you expect the indicators to continue the downward trend that we are seeing in favor of the economy?
It will be very difficult, and they would have to now slow down and implement some fresh policies, because obviously, even without spending that much, we've seen that there's a bit of a gap between the expenditure and the revenue. So they would have to expect, for instance, the handle, the D-levy, like the minority would want to call it. They would have to hope that it performs very, very well. And that would take me to one sector that we all know to be very crucial, the energy sector. But I mean, it remains a major source of fiscal risk for the government. And so over the period, we've seen challenges with what they would have to pay the IPPs in terms of legacy debt. There are also issues about fuel supplies, existing fuel supplies. And I mean, in total, we are looking at about $2 billion. And we have had those challenges with ECG as well, large commercial and technical losses that ECG is also experiencing. And so that becomes a challenge. And mind you, there's going to be a lot of pressure on electricity, power availability in the country because of the 24-hour economy that the government wants to implement. Under the IMF program, what government has done in the last couple of months, in fact, even last couple of years to say, has been to ensure the quarterly adjustments in tariff, which the IMF said that, well, the tariff will have to be realistic as a means of ensuring that at least some revenue is coming in to enable us to claw back as much money as we need to be able to meet our commitments. That is another aspect that government would have to pay close attention to. I mean, if you stay in there, for the ordinary consumer of power, all they want is they want their power to be on. And that is how come early on when we had a bit of challenges with the power issues, there were fears. I mean, there were concerns. Was it due to the fact that fuel wasn't available? The ministry had to come in, they had to find funds. I remember the chief of staff organized a meeting. They met the power sector players to try and convince them to let them give government a bit of a leeway. And all of these are matters that go beyond the current administration, but they are debts that have to be paid. And so a lot of expenditure coming up. And I heard when I was hearing the roads minister saying that they are going to pay the contractors, they are going to embark on infrastructure growth in the next couple of months. He says major ones. And Roland, you remember what's the year of roads that were announced some years back? I mean, you panic for a second because contractors are also demanding payments. And
for work done already.
I mean, so it only means that there would have to be money coming from somewhere.
Well, I think that generally, with the economics of it, once you start spending on contractors, there's a ripple effect on consumerism. So the contractors then have the liquidity they can spend in the markets. They employ more people, that's labor. Then they also have their dependents. They have money to spend, and so it also has an effect on the economy, no matter how we look at it. So those who sell hardware, whether it's iron rods or the tools you would need, cement and all those raw materials, also then have a lot of cash or revenue coming into their kitty. So that's one end also to take a look at it. Then when the infrastructure is ongoing, it also means that there's a lot of money in the economy. Once we have that circulation of liquidity, what needs to be done is to make sure that it doesn't fuel inflation, because too much money also means that you're likely going to have a lot of money chasing some fewer goods. That is, if we don't have them abundant in the market. So there's we need to do the spending because it's important, but we also need to look at how we can control those measures. It's very, very important for us to be able to do that. So It's very critical. And Kemini, we have the industry people.
Absolutely. Emmanuel Cherry is joining us via telephone. We'll get quick expectations from him. Road is really big. The Roads and Highways Minister has already made some promises. We know that some appropriations were assigned in the previous budgets. What would it look like now? Or what does it look like now? And what would it look like for them in the next half of the year? Emmanuel, thank you so much for joining us. Let's hear from you. What are your expectations this afternoon as far as the mid-year budget review is concerned?
Very much, my dear sister. I hope you are doing well.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Yeah, our expectation is very simple. Number one is for us to get the details about the nomenclature of the Big Push agenda. You know, the Big Push agenda, 10 billion cedis for infrastructure development, is a good start. However, we proposed 15 billion within a space of 5 years. So we are hoping to hear that indeed the 10 billion has been increased to 15 billion. However, if it's maintained to 10 billion, it's a good start for the infrastructure space to at least be expanded, so that the economic sector of the economy of the country can open up, and then the development agenda as well as businesses and the manufacturing sector, everybody will also have a space in there. Number two is about the financial sector. As we speak today, we contractors, we are becoming like a scarecrow to the financial sector as a result of our indebtedness to them being the challenge coming from the government, who happens to be our major client. So it's becoming a challenge to the construction industry players. Now, if you need facility, getting facility from the domestic market is challenged, because everybody sees us as a high-risk business entity. So we are pleading with government to try as much as possible to put measures in place through this budget review, and then to make us more attractive in terms of being proactive and prompt payments. If this happens, at least we are all in the business, and at the same time, the interest rate, we are expecting government to at least try as much as possible.
Very well.
To have a bit more.
Absolutely, Emmanuel. Indeed, Emmanuel, I'd want to hear a bit more from you, so stay on for me. But if you're watching us live on TV3 or on Facebook.com or X.com or YouTube, what you see on your screen now are some live pictures from Parliament. We see the chairman of the NDC, Johnson Osiedu Nketia, in the shots there. Sitting right next to him is the General Secretary of the party, Fifi Fiave-Kwete. They are in Parliament, obviously engaged in a conversation, awaiting the start of events. And look at that, the former chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, K2 North MP, Dr. You are absolutely right, the GSE, Dr. James Kluche Aveji, also there. It's good to see him hale and hearty. Emmanuel, hold on for me, because we know that the government had assigned some 4 billion cedis to be paid to the contractors, whether or not that money has been received. And then we'll look at the projection for the 15 billion cedis as well. But let's head to Parliament. Alfred Okante is there with our business team.
A mid-year budget review presentation by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen. We get indication that in the next few minutes he will be on the floor of Parliament to present this much anticipated mid-year budget review. But as expected, he is in a meeting as we speak with the leadership of Parliament, the majority leader, the minority leader, the Speaker of Parliament, together with the Finance Minister. But we spotted the Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Siama, is in Parliament as we speak. Much also to the many other heads of state-owned enterprises like the Gold Board as well, and others officials who are also present in Parliament to hear the mid-year budget review. And as we indicated earlier, the minority in Parliament have also made their presence known on the floor of Parliament, but with a message. They are all clad in black and they have indication of what they intend to communicate and the next move of going to petition the presidency. We got some information that as part of the petition, the violence that characterized the Ablekuma North election we ran in the 19 polling stations is one of the major issues they intend to petition the president about today. There is no clear indication as to whether or not they will stay throughout to hear the finance minister's media budget presentation, because we had earlier got indication from some members of the minority that they were going to boycott that presentation of the media budget review. But as we speak, minority MPs are on the floor of Parliament. So we'll wait to see how things play out. My name is Alfred Okanse, and I'm here with my colleague Michael Obodu, and we will be doing this conversation, the pre-media budget review conversation, from the floor of Parliament and in the presence of Parliament. We're here to get an understanding from the members of Parliament what their expectations really are going into this budget presentation. Thankfully, we have the Honourable Dixon Tredua. He is the Member of Parliament for the Brekum West constituency. He is a member of the Ways and Means Committee of Parliament, and then also he has served on a couple of other committees in this 9th Parliament. It's good to have you, Honourable. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Alfred.
Great. Now, first off, have you also gotten any indication that the minority MPs may not sit through this media budget presentation?
Not at the moment. I understand they have few concerns, and that's why the leadership are meeting in the conclave to deal with whatever concerns they may have. Yesterday, there was a meeting where these issues were raised, and they've been assured the issues will be dealt with. So I'm very confident the leadership will deal with the issues in the conclave. By the time the finance minister hits the chamber, all issues would have been dealt with. So I'm confident they will sit through.
What's your own assessment of the first 6 months of this year, 2025, with the NDC in office and running this country?
Alfred, first, I must say we are not out of the woods yet, but you can see there are a lot of gains on the ground. When we took over in January, inflation was around 24%, now down to 13%. If you look at food and non-alcoholic, dropped from 28 in January to just 16%. If you look at other non-foods, 19% to just 11%. Quite apart from that, we took dollar from about 16 cedis now under 11 cedis. Gallon of petrol was around 70 cedis now around 55 cedis. So if you look at the numbers, they are looking very, very, very good. And Alfred, we have not achieved this on a silver platter. It is as a result of deliberate, tight fiscal discipline, coupled with value for money policies that this government is undertaking, devoid of profligate expenditures we saw in the past. And these have all culminated into a lot of confidence in the economy. So I'm not surprised. We've been moved from restricted default to B-, and now IMF has released 370 million, and you are aware of another 360 million from World Bank, basically to strengthen the macroeconomic indicators and also lay a very resilient ground for growth. So if you look at the numbers, very good. The difficulties, the numbers are not
We just lost that connection to Alfred Okansi in our on-the-ground studio in Parliament. But the pictures you're seeing are live from the Chamber of Parliament, where the MPs themselves are waiting the entrance of the Speaker, followed by the activities to take place today. Top of those activities is that mid-year budget statement by the Finance Minister, Dr. Kassel Atoforsen.
Of the mid-year budget review presentation by the Finance Minister. We apologize for that break in connection. The lights went off in Parliament. Quite unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
But you experienced
this
so.
This is the first time in many months I've seen, yeah.
Right. But you were making a point before I lost you, well, before we went off. But it must also be established that in as much as all of these macroeconomic indicators are trending towards a positive direction, you mentioned prices of petroleum products at the pumps.
Yeah.
But because of the application of the amended energy recovery levy, it increased prices of petrol and diesel at the pumps, some by two cedis, others 1 cedi, 50 pesos thereabout as well.
Yeah.
That has a direct impact on a number of things, the cost of living, because we basically run a fuel economy. You see that when the price of petroleum products goes up, it affects almost everything on the market. Is there that concern, or do you share in that fear that if things continue this way, and the fact that we don't have control over what happens on the world market, if the crude oil prices go up, it could derail all the successes and the efforts that you've been talking about?
Yeah, but Alfred, that was the first time the petroleum prices went up. In fact, 8 consecutive times this year, from January until 16th July, prices have dropped on 8 consecutive occasions. The only time it rose was when the 1 cedi was introduced. That notwithstanding, we're still buying fuel cheaper than we're buying in January. As I indicated, in January, a gallon of petrol was around 70 cedis. Now we are doing it for 55, 56 cedis. So we are still in a better position, as I indicated. And I was arguing that notwithstanding the strong fundamentals we've made, actually we are not seeing the prices in all sectors as we wanted dropping. So this morning the roads minister engaged the media, and that was a fantastic one. You know, prices of cement based on the clinker that is imported, and that is indexed against the dollar.
True.
Duties indexed against the dollar, and all these have come down.
I'm afraid we'd have to cut into that conversation between Alfred and his panel member there, because the much-awaited moment is now nigh, because the Speaker of Parliament has now taken his seat, the clerks before him. We know this means that business of the House will begin immediately. And what that also means is that the Finance Minister will now, about 3 hours, so to speak, beyond the advertised time, be able to deliver his speech today. Let's take a listen to activities in the House.
Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving. a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, due to the nature of business today, we have to vary the order of business as captured on the order paper. And so I want to call on you to let us start with order paper addendum. Order paper addendum. So we'll move straight to at the commencement of public business. Sorry?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
With respect, we don't have the order paper addendum. So I would like to draw your attention to that. We haven't seen it.
Honorable members, please, we are still in transition, so some.
The huge road sector debt, 21 billion. The whole road sector budget is around 3 billion. How do you clear the 21 billion within the first 6 months? So that is the difference. The previous government engaged in profligate
Yes, please, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. So we'll take item 1 on the order paper addendum.
So in the order of our business, it is preferable for us to start with item 3 before we come to presentation and first reading of bills and presentation of instruments. Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I whispered something in your ear that we would like our Chief Whip to make a statement before we take that agenda. Thank you.
Yes, you are right. You whispered to me that you have a short statement you want to make to draw our attention to something. So please, may I listen to the Minority Chief Whip?
Speaker, I'm grateful for your kind indulgence. Speaker, I say there's a lot of pain. Speaker, as we all do know, our fourth Republican Constitution is the most sustained constitution in our body politics and history as a country. So, Speaker, increasingly, electoral violence is increasingly... Wait. wait. I want them to be quiet before. Electoral violence, Mr. Speaker, is increasingly rearing its ugly head in our fledgling democracy. Mr. Speaker, the recently rerun 19 polling stations at Ablekumanov is truly revealing.
Honorable Minority,
Speaker,
Honorable Minority Chief Whip, just a minute. Honorable members, the Minority Chief Whip is raising a very serious matter: election violence. I think it's a matter that we should take note of and devote a day to dilate on it, and at the end of the day take a position, because we need everybody to be on board. It takes away a lot of the shine of our democracy in this country. And so what he's talking about is a serious matter. It's not something for us to just gloss over. But I want to plead with him, because I didn't know the statement was on this subject matter. Because I myself have noted it. And my intention is for us to devote a day and enough time to take this matter through. It worries all of us. Particularly, you, the players, must be more worried than any other person. Because the violence will be meted up to no other persons apart from you, the players. So it's something that we should take some time, and I want to urge the Minority Chief Whip to let us stop today, because we don't have time to do that. And our nation, in spite of what we're talking about today, are focused on hearing what the minister is going to tell us about the media review. Then we'll get enough time to handle your matter. Thank you so much.
Speaker, with respect, I will not on any day defy your authority. But Speaker, we have lined up a number of activities to back home our demands. And to the extent that these violence visited are not atoned, we cannot be part of the presentation of the media budget. And to that extent, Speaker, to that extent, we are exiting the Parliament and cannot be part of this process.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This side of the House definitely agrees that electoral violence is not something that any of us should countenance. We do agree that as a country, we should be committed to ostracizing any form of electoral violence. We agree with that. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I attended the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress on behalf of this side of the House. And the issue of electoral violence was discussed. And I attended a meeting of the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress, and there was a clear commitment by the National Executive Committee to take steps to deal decisively with the issue.
So these are the scenes outside.
I don't think it's proper for you to make comments on it. So what you've done is sufficient. Let's move on to business and do what is proper for today.
Yeah.
As I said, we have another day to discuss this matter.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Just one last
No,
sentence.
but it will not be fair that after I've stopped you,
yes,
I allow you to make comments on it.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't stop them from walking out.
No.
We couldn't stop them from walking out.
Well,
and the whole nation has seen them walk out.
Whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, that's a different thing altogether. Let's go on with today's business.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Except that I will land.
There is no except. There is no except.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So we will take item number 3 on the addendum order paper.
Yes, honorable members, before we do that, let me just acknowledge the presence of our August visitors from a number of our schools and other institutions. We have over 32 students from the Boma Senior High School, led by the headmaster of the school in the person of George Ampofo. The school is located in the Tano North constituency. Yes, they are up there to my right side at the public gallery. Please, you are welcome. And what just happened is what we call a walkout. It's part of the practice of democracies all over the world. When sometimes you disagree strongly with an issue, you walk out. After they finish with that item, you walk in and continue. When you boycott, you just don't attend at all. Then that one would be a boycott. But this one, they were present and they did a walkout. It doesn't
got inside these vehicles. They are moving to the Jubilee House to present a petition to the president. We understand from the indications that they have concerns to raise about some key issues of public concern. On the floor a while ago, the Minority Chief Whip, Frank Anodompre, was raising a concern about issues around electoral violence, and especially ones that we recorded during the recent rerun of elections in 19 polling stations in Ablikuma North. There are other issues which the minority over the period have raised concerns about, and so they are right now going to the presidency. We saw that notice earlier that they were going to do that. The time was not communicated as to when exactly they will be heading there, but right now while the proceedings are ongoing for the finance minister to deliver the media budget review in the chamber, they have walked out and are now making their way to the Jubilee House to have that presentation done. You see the chief whip, Frank Anodompre, ensuring that all of them get seated so that they are able to move together to go and have that done. We wait to see how that pans out going forward. But let me see if I'm able to get him to give us a word or two on this action that they're embarking on. They are going to the Jubilee House to present a petition to the president on a number of issues that they have listed, and they are going to present to the president. One including electoral violence and chaos. Leader, are we able to get a word from you? You wouldn't speak now. All right. So he tells me that he wouldn't speak now. He would speak after they are done. So you see, if I should call it that way, a number of the V8 that have been lined up, buses that are conveying the members of parliament on the minority side all the way to the Jubilee House. When you check other members of leadership who are getting ready to move to go to the Jubilee House to have that presentation of their petition to the president. It is expected that once they get there, a delegation from the presidency would be assigned to receive the petition. We wait to see who exactly is going to do that and what the response would be and what are the details exactly contained in that petition. And so right now you have the motorcade that is going to take the lead, and right after that the buses follow. Leadership of the minority is ensuring that everything is in motion before they themselves would join to move towards the Jubilee House. And so that is it. There you have it in your short that they have moved and are currently making their way all the way to the Jubilee House to make that crucial presentation of their petition. And now you get leadership of the minority themselves into their vehicles to move to the Jubilee House. Earlier on the floor of Parliament, the minority chief whip, Frank Anodompre, arrested the proceedings, and so to speak, they are very worried over a number of incidents that have happened over the period, from electoral chaos, and even when you read, really, there are other issues that are mentioned, including even the suspension of the CJ, which is also another matter. It's only one that even earlier today, or even late hours yesterday, we saw the minority leader Alexander Finyomaking make a post about on social media. And so it just appears really that the minority has tailored a list of issues that they want. So these are a number of media personnel, members of the press corps who have also joined the convoy. That is the deputy minority whip in your shot right there, Jerry Ahmed Shaib, who is also making his way to join his vehicle, and then they all move to the Jubilee House. It's interesting to watch, really, and when you ask me, and especially in a day like this when you have such a crucial national assignment, that is the presentation of the media. And so it's quite a convoy, if you should ask me. There you have it in your short. The minority MPs indeed and really have boycotted the presentation of the mid-year budget review and are currently heading all the way to Presidential Drive, the Jubilee House, the seat of government, to present a petition to the president on what they have termed as matters of public concern. It is so interesting. You look into the chamber right now, their side is entirely empty. What is also striking is how they've clad themselves in black costumes. Let's take you inside the chamber for the proceedings as it is ongoing there.
For Finance to move the motion.
Cheers, obviously, also for the entrance of the Finance Minister, Dr. Kasala Toforsin, who's just exchanging pleasantries there with his fellow ministers and MPs on the majority side. Dr. Dominic Ayene, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, then the Roads and Highways Minister, Kwame Govins Abuja, is going through his what do you call that, a suitcase?
Yeah, he's picking out
a briefcase.
The statements which you'll be reading from quite shortly, as he's been invited to do so.
And now he's going to the dispatch box. Yeah. We had talked about that earlier. We'll hear the statement now.
Policy of the government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. Minister for Finance. Honorable members, please, I'm watching all of you. Yes, Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, before I proceed with the media review, I would like to pay a tribute to the former President, Professor John Evans Atta Mills, whose unfortunate demise occurred on this very day, 24th of July, 13 years ago. Mr. Speaker, may his gentle soul rest in perfect peace. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House approves the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the Government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. Right Honourable Speaker, I'm back to the House today with deep sense of duty and optimism to present the mid-year fiscal policy review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy of government on behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, this presentation is in line with Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act, 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the entire mid-year fiscal policy review to be captured in a Hansard while I present the highlight. Mr. Speaker, this review is more than a fiscal update. It is an account of what we inherited and the positive results of our stewardship in the last 198 days. Mr. Speaker, following his re-election with an overwhelming mandate, President John Mahama inherited an economy in deep distress, far worse than what we had imagined. The economy was marked by large imbalance with huge MDA arrests, massive debt, weakened institutions, and heightened public anxiety. Since 2023, the debt, cocoa, and energy sector had, in particular, posed significant fiscal risk to the Ghanaian economy. The Ghanaian private sector and the business community looked on in despair. Public trust was completely eroded. The national spirit was broken, and the foundation of our economy had sunk even deeper. Mr. Speaker, the budget deficit had ballooned because of reckless commitment and wasteful spending. The indebtedness of the government had culminated into state insolvency. The impaired balance sheet paralyzed almost every single state enterprise. High cost of living and inflation impoverished large segments of the population, eroding the real value of their income and savings. Right Honourable Speaker, the mismanagement of our public finances by the previous administration led to a devastating haircut through the DDEP, which denied pensioners and middle class their lifetime savings, their livelihood, and in fact, their dignity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond holders also suffered painful haircuts, severely affecting Ghanaian businesses and financial institutions. Soaring interest rates crowded out essential spending on education, health, and infrastructure. Right Honourable Speaker, the Ghana cedi depreciated against all major currencies to levels never seen before, making it the worst performing currency in the world. Public sector corruption reached an all-time peak, as President Mahama said, the whole of Ghana was indeed a crime scene. Mr. Speaker, investor confidence waned considerably, significantly reducing investment inflows. The public debt reached unsustainable levels. The unemployment situation worsened, which made it difficult for Ghanaians to find decent jobs. Many micro, small, and medium enterprises collapsed under the weight of economic mismanagement. Right, Honorable Speaker? To compound all this, the country suffered credit rating downgrades by all three major credit rating agencies, placing Ghana firmly in default or junk territory, never seen in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to further illustrate the enormity of this economic burden, we inherited an IMF program which had derailed and completely gone off track, with key targets missed, putting our economic recovery program in jeopardy. In the words of the Deputy Managing Director of the IMF, Mr. Boli, the program had deviated substantially from its target by close of 2024, unquote. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited weak commitment control systems and irresponsible spending, which left arrests of over 67 billion and contract commitment of about 194 billion Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker, we inherited a bleeding energy sector with annual financing shortfall in excess of $1.5 billion. We inherited a debt-riddled cocoa sector with liabilities of 32 billion Ghana cedis, a weak financial sector with significant non-performing loans, despite pumping over 30 billion Ghana cedis into the so-called financial sector cleanup. Right, Honorable Speaker, steep debt repayment harms were also inherited, where at the time, Mr. Speaker, we inherited repayment harms of 20 billion for the year 2026, 50.3 billion for the year 2027, and 45.8 billion for the year 2028, as well as significant short-term treasury bills maturities of about 137 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we inherited depleted buffers needed to cushion the country from any fiscal or external shocks, with empty sinking fund. And Mr. Speaker, we inherited stored projects, about 55 of them tied to bilateral debt restructuring, with about $3 billion in undisbursed loans. Mr. Speaker, the root of our 2022 economic crisis can be traced directly to an overbearing fiscal dominance, marked by reckless spending and corruption, compounded by poor leadership of the previous NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, the worsened fiscal situation spilled over into the monetary and external sector, causing a rapid depreciation of the Ghana cedis. The monetary financing by the central bank reached an all-time high, driving inflation to levels never seen in decades. Mr. Speaker, there was a complete lack of coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, signaling the highest level of incompetence in the management of our economy. Mr. Speaker, in the face of all this dire inheritance bequeathed by the Kufuor Bawumia administration, the government of President John Dramani Mahama made a conscious decision not to make excuses, but to reset our country. We chose the path of structural reforms and transformation. We set out to reset our economy, restore good governance, and policy credibility. We renewed our social contract with the Ghanaian people and redefined national priorities by being deliberate in both our policy choices and approach to economic management. At the very onset, we organized the National Economic Dialogue and the National Education Forum. Mr. Speaker, we held direct engagement with key groups and stakeholders, including market women, trade unions, youth organizations, and traditional leaders. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that clear policy measures were outlined in the 2025 budget presented to this House in March this year. In our new economic model, Mr. Speaker, we tightened fiscal discipline without compromising social spending. Right, Honorable Speaker, the recent IMF Executive Board affirms this new economic management model, noting that faced with large policy slippage and reform delays at end 2024, the new NDC administration had taken bold corrective actions to maintain the program on track. Right, Honorable Speaker, the IMF further noted that these corrective actions, combined with continuous structural reforms and an improved external sector, are expected to result in economic stability, resilience, and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, we streamlined and increased investment in education, health, agriculture, and infrastructure, as well as employment. In fulfillment of our major manifesto pledge, we established the Ghana Gold Board through Act 1140 to accumulate foreign exchange to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. We have restored coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana to ensure a cohesive and integrated approach to economic policy making across relevant institutions. Mr. Speaker, in less than 200 days, we have brought back clarity, certainty, stability, and purpose to our economic policy direction. Right Honourable Speaker, we have made significant progress. The signs of recovery are obvious, evident, noticeable, visible, tangible, and they are being felt. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal position has significantly improved. The primary balance on commitment basis posted a surplus of 11.1% of GDP at the end of June 2025, beating the ambitious 0.4% surplus target for the same period. Right Honourable Speaker, the overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was 0.7% of GDP, outperforming the target of 1.8% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, inflation has reduced significantly from 23.8% at the end of December 2024 to 13.7% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this is the lowest since December 2021 and marks 6 months of continuous decline. Interest rates are declining with a drastic drop in Treasury bill rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced from 27.73 in December 2024 to 14.73 in June 2025, a decline of over 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 182-day T-bill rate has reduced from 28.43% in December 2024 to the Treasury bill rate has reduced from 27.73 in December 2024 to 14.73 in June 2025, a decline of over 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 182-day T-bill rate has reduced from 28.43% in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025, a decline of another 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day T-bill rate has also reduced from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025, marking a decline of over 1,400 basis points. Gross international reserves has significantly improved, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of Ghana accumulated $11.12 billion, covering 4.8 months of import at the end of June 2025. And this compares to $8.98 billion, covering a 4 month of import as at end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana cedi has demonstrated exceptional resilience and strength in recent months. At the end of June 2025, the Ghana cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant reversal compared to the same period in 2024 when the cedi depreciated by 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% respectively. Mr. Speaker, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the year 2022, 2023, and 2024. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to note that it is the first time that this level of appreciation has been recorded in the 60 years history of the Ghana cedi. Rating agencies, which are which once classified our sovereign creditworthiness as junk, are beginning to upgrade our ratings. Fitch Ratings upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B- with a stable outlook from restricted default on the 17th of June 2025. The IMF program is back on track with the successful conclusion of the fourth review by the IMF Executive Board on the 7th of July 2025, which immediately triggered the disbursement of 367 million United States dollars. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond the numbers, this is a story of sound leadership, better economic management, and a restoration of hope to a nation once in despair. Let me, on behalf of the President John Mahama, sincerely thank the people of Ghana for their trust, patience, and continued support. We do not take your sacrifice for granted. Mr. Speaker, this government did not come to simply manage the decline. We came to reverse it and reset our country. The gains of these first 6 months are just the beginning. Mr. Speaker, these early successes only encourages us to stay the focus, stay disciplined, and continue to do more for the people of Ghana. There is still a long road ahead, but our steps are now steadier. Our direction clearer, and the national spirit has been lifted with the gradual restoration of hope in our democracy. We have moved from promises to purpose, from ineptitude to action, and from distress to relief. Mr. Speaker, we have established policy credibility and restored credit worthiness. Right Honorable Speaker, the rest of my presentation will focus on 4 areas: macroeconomic performance for the first 6 months of 2025, the status of Ghana's debt restructuring, and the status of implementation of key government programs. Before I conclude, macroeconomic performance, Mr. Speaker, for January to June 2025. Mr. Speaker, the first half of 2025 has demonstrated our government commitment to economic recovery. Through prudent fiscal management, sound monetary policies, effective structural reforms, and strategic investment, we are laying a solid foundation for sustainable growth and shared prosperity. To put the assessment of the economy in the first half of 2025 in a proper perspective, it will be useful to restate the ambitious yet attainable macroeconomic target we set for ourselves for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, we set for ourselves an overall real GDP growth of at least 4%, non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, end-year inflation rate of at least 11.9%, primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, and gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import cover. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to the real sector. Mr. Speaker, despite global economic uncertainties, Ghana's economy demonstrated robust growth. In the first half of 2025, the economy expanded by 5.3%, up from 4.9% in the same period of 2024, marking the highest first quarter growth since 2020. The agriculture sector led this growth with a remarkable 6.6% increase, about 3 times the growth in the first quarter of 2024. The agriculture sector growth contributed 26.4% of the overall first quarter growth. The fishing subsector grew the most at 16.4%. Mr. Speaker, the service sector constituting the largest share of the economy of 46.8% grew by 5.9% and contributed 47.9% to the overall first quarter growth, with information and communication technology leading the growth in the sector at 13.1%. Industry grew by 3.4% in the first quarter of 2025, contributing 20.6% to the overall first quarter growth. Manufacturing also posted an impressive growth of 6.6%. Right Honorable Speaker, non-oil GDP growth, the real sector, also picked up strongly, growing at 6.8% in the first quarter of 2025, compared to the growth rate of 4.3% in the same period in 2024. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP growth is the highest since 2018. It is expected that with the introduction of our 24-hour economy policy, the Big Push program, and the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program, the GDP growth will be sustained and possibly exceed the target of 4% for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to prices. Right Honourable Speaker, we pledge to pursue the following to reduce inflation. We pledge to implement aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit and borrowing. Mr. Speaker, we pledge to stabilize the exchange rate to reduce inflation on items that rely on the exchange rate for pricing, such as fuel, transportation, imported sugar, rice, and cooking oil. We pledge to implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utilities, to reduce their prices. We also pledge to implement, through the Bank of Ghana, to implement an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we pledge to implement Agriculture for Economic Transformation agenda to reduce food inflation. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to know that these intentional policies announced in the 2025 budget to tame inflation are yielding massive results. Inflation pressures have eased significantly. The drastic fall in inflation is not by chance or sheer luck, but as a result of hard work and deliberate government policies. Mr. Speaker, consumer price inflation has reduced from 23.8% in December 2024 to 13.7% in June 2025. This represents a massive 10.1 percentage point decline. Similarly, producer price inflation saw a sharp decline from 26.1% in 2024 to 5.9% in June 2025, representing a steep decline of 20.2 percentage points in just 6 months. So, Speaker, food inflation declined from 27.8% in December 2024 to 16.3% in June 2025, representing an encouraging 11.5 percentage point reduction. Non-food inflation also declined from 20.3% in December 2024 to 11.4% in June 2025, representing 8.9 percentage point reduction. Inflation for locally produced goods and services declined from 26.4% in December 2024 to 14% in June 2025. Right Honourable Speaker, inflation for imported items decreased from 18% in December 2024 to 12.5% in June 2025. These improvements are reflective of the effective fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, strong central bank reserves, and the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, with this trend, we are focused and determined to achieve our end December 2025 inflation target of 11.9% ahead of schedule. Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House and the people of Ghana that things can only get better in the coming days. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to interest rate movement. Interest rates have declined, reflecting improved macro conditions. Mr. Speaker, the 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced by 13 percentage points from 27.7% in December 2024 to 14.7% in June 2025. Similar trends were observed in the 182 days and the 364 days bills. The 182-day Treasury bill rate decreased by 13.1 percentage points from 28.43 in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025. The 364 Treasury bill rate also declined by 14.19 percentage points from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025. The average lending rate decreased from 30.3% in December 2024 to 27% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana reference rate fell from 29.31% in December 2024 to 24.0% in June 2025. So, Speaker, things can only get better. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have indeed saved 4.9 billion Ghana cedis on domestic interest payment as at end June 2025 due to our prudent debt management policy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. Fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal discipline has yielded the needed and remarkable results so far. We have delivered below target deficit on both cash and commitment basis. We have delivered a greater than anticipated primary surplus, the core fiscal anchor. We have delivered a strong expenditure and commitment control. We have delivered robust tax revenue performance. Mr. Speaker, provisional data shows that the primary balance on commitment basis, the fiscal anchor, as at end June 2025, recorded a surplus of 1.1% of GDP, surpassing the target surplus of 0.4% of GDP set for the same period. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was a deficit of 0.7% of GDP, better than the deficit target of 1.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, the overall balance recorded a deficit of 1.1% of GDP. This is significantly better than the projected deficit target of 2.4% of GDP. The primary balance on cash basis turned surplus at 0.7% of GDP against a projected deficit of 0.2% of GDP. The non-oil tax revenue, net, exceeded target by about 787 million Ghana cedis. Corporate income tax exceeded target by 555.3 million, representing 2.9% above target. Mineral royalties exceeded its target by 143 million. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, import duties fell short of target by 1.6 billion. Expenditures were contained at 109.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 7.8% of GDP. This was 14.3% below the program amount of 128 billion, or 9.1% of GDP, reflecting strong expenditure control. Mr. Speaker, primary expenditure on non-interest expenditure on commitment basis amounted to 84.3 billion, or 6.0% of GDP. This is an improvement of about 13.3 billion over the target of 97.5 billion, which is 7% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, interest payment amounted to 25.4 billion, which is 1.8% of GDP. This is below the target of 30.5 billion, which is 2.2% of GDP. And this was mainly due to lower domestic interest payment. Domestic interest payment amounted to 21.6 billion against a target of 26.5 billion, representing a reduction of 4.9 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of lower than planned domestic borrowing and a decline in the T-bill rates. Mr. Speaker, external interest payment amounted to 3.8 billion Ghana cedis against a target of 4 billion, due mainly to the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Other expenditure, mainly comprising energy sector levies, transfers and energy sector payment shortfalls, amounted to 11.4 billion Ghana cedis, or 8% of GDP. This was 12.7% below the target of 13.1, or 0.9% of GDP for the same period. Right, Honorable Speaker, arrest clearance amounted to 4.8 billion Ghana cedis. It is important to know that there was no build-up in arrests payable during the period under review, signaling strong commitment control and fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, we are very different from our friends that decided to flee from this chamber. Mr. Speaker, the deficit was largely financed from domestic sources, with net domestic financing of 13.1 billion, well below the 18.7 billion target. The net foreign financing was 2.8 billion, mostly from the utilization of the 4.5 billion IMF disbursement. Mr. Speaker, between 1st of January to 6th of January, the IMF disbursement of 4.5 billion was spent before the Mahama administration took office, just in 6 days. Mr. Speaker, project loan disbursement was 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, even though Ghana is relying on the domestic market for financing, we have borrowed less than we planned, signifying strong expenditure control and fiscal discipline. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a strong signal to the investor community and all stakeholders that the needed fiscal consolidation is happening here in Ghana, and it will be sustained. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana is back on the international scene. Mr. Speaker, exchange rate development. Right Honorable Speaker, government commitment to implement the following measures, committed to implement the following measures to stabilize the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, we committed to establish the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation and accumulation of foreign exchange to support the stability of our currency. Mr. Speaker, we committed to pursue strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit to reduce the pressures on the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana also committed to implement appropriate FX forward auction to support the stability of the cedi. And Mr. Speaker, finally, we committed that the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program will boost local production and reduce reliance on export. Right Honorable Speaker, let me state emphatically that these deliberate policies announced in the 2025 budget to stabilize the Ghana cedi are yielding massive results. The results we are witnessing are not by chance. They are the fruits of hard work, discipline, and intentional policies. Mr. Speaker, the cedi performance in the first half of the year 2025 has been impressive. The Ghana cedi experienced significant appreciation against all major trading currencies in the first 6 months of 2025. I'm happy to inform the House that our previous record, where the Ghana cedi used to trade against the US dollar at 17, is as at yesterday trading at 10.4. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the Ghana cedi, which was once trading at 21 cedis to the British pound, was trading at 14.1 as at yesterday, 23rd July 2025. Mr. Speaker, as at end June 2025, the cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant improvement over the cedi depreciation of 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% against the US dollar, British pound, and the euro. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciation in 2022, 2023, and 2024. This level of appreciation has never happened in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, fellow citizens, Ghana cedi no apeke. Cedi no apeke. Mr. Speaker, these gains are largely due to strong fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, improved external sector balance, renewed investor confidence, positive market sentiment, credit rating upgrades, and successfully securing staff-level agreement and subsequently the board-level approval of the fourth review of the IMF program. Right Honorable Speaker, the cedi rebound signals that Ghana's economic foundations are once again beginning to firm up. Sustaining this stability will require continued fiscal discipline, supportive monetary policy, strong liquidity sterilization, robust reserve accumulation, supported by activities of the Ghana Gold Board, and credible implementation of structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the external sector. Right Honorable Speaker, our external sector has shown remarkable improvement in the last 6 months. Gross international reserves reached $11.12 billion by June 2025, covering 4.8 months of imports, up from $8.98 billion in December 2024, equivalent to 4%, 4 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, even before the IMF and World Bank disbursement, in fact, without external borrowing, we have added $2.14 billion to the country's gross international reserves. Right, Honorable Speaker, trade surplus increased from $1.37 billion in June 2024 to $5.57 billion in June 2024, representing a whopping 306.6% increase just in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, this was driven by strong exports, particularly in gold, cocoa, and controlled imports. Mr. Speaker, the current account surplus improved significantly to a provisional $3.44 billion by June 2025 from $28.11 billion in June 2024. Provisional net capital and financial inflows reached $937.58 million in June 2025, indicating renewed investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and the financial sector development. Right, Honorable Speaker, monetary indicators point to a sustained monetary expansion. Credit to the private sector increased by about 31.3% in June 2025. Reserve money growth moderated and M2 growth remained consistent, supported by increased deposit mobilization and improved net foreign asset. Net domestic asset growth slowed, while net foreign asset surged, indicating a shift in liquidity drivers towards external inflows. Right, Honorable Speaker, I take you to the recapitalization of the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that I updated this House during the 2025 budget presentation on the restructuring and recapitalization of the National Investment Bank, our NIB, as one of the critical reforms in the financial sector that should have been delivered in 2024. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after spending a whopping $30.3 billion in the so-called financial sector cleanup exercise, the previous NPP administration left NIB in dire straits, with a capital adequacy ratio of a negative 53.13% by end of June 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have successfully, Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama and the NDC have successfully recapitalized the National Investment Bank by implementing an ambitious and credible plan to return NIB to profitability and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we have taken the following steps. Right Honorable Speaker, we have injected a total cash of 450 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we also issued remarkable bonds with face value of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, we transferred 500 million Government of Ghana shares in the Nestle Ghana Limited to the National Investment Bank. Right Honorable Speaker, these transfers have significantly improved the capital adequacy ratio from negative 53.13% at the end of December 2024 to a positive 23% in May 2025. Mr. Speaker, by taking these major steps, we have preserved depositors' fund valued at 6.4 billion Ghana cedis. We have also saved over 900 direct jobs at the National Investment Banks. So, Speaker, we have preserved an indigenous Ghanaian bank. But, Mr. Speaker, let me state this. Unlike the previous administration, we chose to spend to save a bank than spend to collapse a bank. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also prepared a forward-looking, overarching restructuring plan for the National Investment Bank to put the bank on a sustainable path of profitability. The plan also aims to enhance board independence and objectivity, strengthen risk management, promote accountability and transparency, prevent insider dominance, and improve strategic decision-making. Mr. Speaker, this plan will, among others, strengthen corporate governance framework and systems, improve enterprise risk management and controls, establish a modern business model, revamp operational strategy, improve financial performance, institute and enhance supervisory measures, and eventually we will list the NIB on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, NIB now has a total paid-up capital of 3.4 billion Ghana cedis and a capital adequacy ratio of 23%. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the President, I want to use this opportunity to assure the people of Ghana and depositors that our indigenous bank, the National Investment Bank, is now prime for business. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, NIB is back. NIB is now liquid. NIB is now safe. NIB is fully capitalized. Mr. Speaker, we therefore encourage all and sundry to do business with the revitalized National Investment Bank, NIB. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to credit ratings. Credit ratings. Mr. Speaker, the progress we are making in our economic reforms and debt restructuring effort has been recognized internationally. On the 16th of June 2025, Fitch Rating upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B-, with a stable outlook from restricted default, the first time since 2021. Fitch cited significant exchange rate appreciation, declining debt levels, strong nominal GDP growth, increased reserve accumulation, and normalized relationship with external creditors as key drivers. Right Honorable Speaker, to sustain these gains, we will, among others, do the following. We'll maintain fiscal discipline through continued implementation of prudent policies to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. We will continue the aggressive revenue mobilization by strengthening tax collection systems and broadening the tax base to increase domestic revenue without overburdening the citizens. Mr. Speaker, we will accelerate structural reforms in public financial management, including transparency and accountability measures to improve efficiency and reduce corruption. The Speaker will strengthen monetary policy framework, and the Central Bank will lead this to complement the effort that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, we will diversify the economy through investment in sectors beyond traditional export to reduce the vulnerability to commodity price shocks and continue to maintain strong relationship with our international financial institutions and development partners to support ongoing reforms and assess technical assistance. Mr. Speaker, it's expected that other rating agencies, namely S&P and Moody's, will follow suit, given the remarkable progress we are making in ensuring economic stability and promoting inclusive growth. Right Honorable Speaker, this is just the beginning. We are determined to do better than B-. Ghana indeed deserves better than B-. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to fiscal policies and give you an update. Mr. Speaker, I start with VAT reforms. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, we reaffirmed our commitment to the people of Ghana and the business community to undertake comprehensive value-added tax reforms this year. These reforms are aimed at addressing the distortions and cascading effect inherent in the current VAT structure. To support this effort, we also committed to seeking technical assistance from the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and engage the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, I'm pleased to report that we have successfully completed our engagement with the IMF. Currently, the Ghana Revenue Authority, together with the Ministry of Finance, is undertaking a nationwide consultation process to sensitize key players in the trade and business sector on the VAT reform and solicit feedback from them. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance hopes to complete this process by September 2025, prepare a new VAT bill by October 2025, and submit same to Parliament as part of the 2026 budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure the people of Ghana that at the minimum, the following will happen as part of the VAT Act. Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, COVID levy will be abolished. The effective VAT rate will be reduced. The punitive cascading effect of the GET Fund and NHIS levy will be removed. VAT flat rate will be removed, and a unified VAT rate will be implemented. The VAT registration threshold will be increased to exempt small and micro businesses, and compliance will be improved through public education, awareness creation, and the introduction of fiscal electronic devices will be deployed. So, Speaker, I now take you to expenditure measures as part of the fiscal. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of the fiscal consolidation strategy, we have taken measures to sanitize public sector payroll and rid it of ghost names. Subsequently, we engaged the Ghana Audit Service to undertake a nationwide payroll audit across all 16 regions of the country. The Speaker, the Audit Service has completed 91% of the payroll audit. So far, the Audit Service has not been able to identify or verify over 14,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, again, they have identified 53,311 separated staff on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, separated staffs are staff who are either on retirement, reassigned, terminated, or are on leave without pay or deceased and yet remain on government payroll. Mr. Speaker, the Audit Service expects to recover a minimum of 150.4 million of unearned salary from the separated staff over 2023 and 2024 period alone. Right, Honorable Speaker, going forward, we will enforce the monthly payroll validation process and strictly apply sanctions to all who validate ghosts for payment of salaries. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public fund. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. Let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public funds. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance will continue to monitor this payroll and put in place measures to prevent ghosts on the payroll going forward. Mr. Speaker, I now give you an update on the arrears payable audit that we did. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, we announced the launch of an audit of arrears and payables as at end December 2024. The Ghana Audit Service partnered with EY and PwC to undertake this audit. Mr. Speaker, the Audit Service was tasked to audit and validate 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. So far, Mr. Speaker, 87% of the audit has been completed. Results show so far are as follows. Mr. Speaker, a total of 28.3 billion Ghana cedis has been validated for payment. Mr. Speaker, 27.3 billion is pending validation as we speak. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 3.6 billion Ghana cedis has been rejected because of errors, duplication, and non-compliance with PFM and procurement rules. Mr. Speaker, of this amount, 562.6 million is without adequate supporting document. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of this audit will blow your mind. Blow your mind. Mr. Speaker, the audit is expected to be completed by end of August 2025. Once finalized, we will update the House on the findings and outcomes. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on the IMF program. Update on the IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana remains on track on the implementation of the IMF program. A staff-level agreement was reached during the fourth review mission in April 2025, and we received executive board approval on the 7th of July 2025. This unlocked $367 million disbursement, bringing the total disbursement under this program to $2.3 billion. The fifth review, which is scheduled for September 2025, will be based on June 2025 data. Mr. Speaker, I'm comfortable that Ghana is on course to achieve most of the targets for the fifth review. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt development. Public debt development. Right Honourable Speaker, our commitment to fiscal discipline, through prudent debt management and exchange rate appreciation has resulted in a significant improvement in Ghana's debt profile. Public debt reduced from 726.7 billion as at end December 2024 to 613 billion as at end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt reduced by 113.7 billion Ghana cedis in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, there is a negative 15.6% rate of debt accumulation. Right Honourable Speaker, Ghana's public debt to GDP ratio as at end June 2025 was 43.8% from the 61.8% of end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt as a percentage of GDP reduced by 18% of GDP in the last 6 months. Ghana's foreign debt as a percentage of total public debt declined from 57.4% as at end December 2024 to 49% by end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, this has significantly improved Ghana's debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on debt restructuring. Update on debt restructuring. Right Honourable Speaker, government remains committed to restructuring our bilateral and commercial debt under the G20 Common Framework. On the 24th of June 2025, the House approved an indicative terms of the Memorandum of Understanding between Ghana and Official Creditors Committee. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I wish to thank this House for swift action which has enabled Ghana to begin negotiation for the signing of bilateral agreement with each of the creditor countries. We are ready to sign the agreement with 2 countries as at tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that 4 agreements will be signed by close of tomorrow. First, we'll sign with France, and the second will sign with another country yet to be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, on the commercial debt restructuring, we have signed non-disclosure agreement, NDAs, with some commercial lenders, in line with the government's strong commitment to honoring its debt obligation. We have made 2 debt service payments of about $700 million to our Eurobond holders. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic front, government continues to meet its commitment towards the domestic bondholders. For the first time, for the first half of 2025, a total of 9.8 billion Ghana cedis was paid to coupons to DDEP bondholders, of which 3.6 billion Ghana cedis was capitalized. Right Honourable Speaker, for non-tendered bondholders, government paid a total of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. This was the outstanding debt service as at 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the second half of 2025, an amount of 10.2 billion Ghana cedis is due as coupon payment on the DDEP bonds and 724.1 million as debt service for the non-tendered bondholders. It is important to note that government remains committed to honoring its debt service obligation, and therefore we have made sufficient preparation towards the settlement of this debt, and bondholders should not worry, this amount will be paid in due course. Mr. Speaker, priority project under the restructured bilateral debt. Following Ghana's default on its external debt service obligation on the 19th December 2022, creditors halted disbursement of 55 bilateral projects. This resulted in several uncompleted projects dotted across the country, with a massive $3 billion in undisbursed loans. The IMF and Official Creditors Committee annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for official creditors loan implies that it would take 12 good years to fully draw down on the undisbursed loans. Under the MOU with the Official Creditors Committee, the government of Ghana was required to submit a priority list to accommodate the 250 million annual disbursement ceiling. Right, Honorable Speaker. During the presentation of the 2025 budget and economic policy of government, I informed this House that we will engage to resolve this challenge. Following the extensive engagement, government has submitted a priority list of 24 projects to the OCC and the IMF. This is expected to trigger resumption of disbursement for projects on the priority list upon the signing of bilateral agreement between Ghana and the creditor countries. We aim to ensure that all the priority projects are completed and commissioned by end 2028. Mr. Speaker, the priority projects are as follows. We are going to build a new bridge across the Volta River at Volivo. Mr. Speaker, the reconstruction of Tema Aflawo Road project, phase 1. Tema motorway runabout through Ashiaman runabout to Atimpoku. The construction of 14 pedestrian bridges, Kumasi roads and drainage extension. Mr. Speaker, Power Grant interchange and the Sekendi Takrady Township Road, phase 1. Rehabilitation of Dome Ketasi Road, Obichebi Lamte interchange, phase 2. Bogatanga Boko Pomakrom Road, PTC runabout interchange project at Takrady. Construction of drinking water facilities in Wenchi. Sekendi Takrady water supply. Modernization of Komfo Anoche Teaching Hospital. Construction of central medical stores in Tema. Efia Nkwanta Regional Hospital in Takrady. Bogatanga Regional Hospital. Establishment of the University of Environment and Sustainable Development at Bonsu. Establishment of 9 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training center. And, Mr. Speaker, integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. The expansion and development of existing senior high schools, renewable energy program, pilot photovoltaic system, Mr. Speaker, the renewable energy and energy efficiency program, and the construction of Takrady Market. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Kumasi Central Market, phase 2. Mr. Speaker, the main criterion for the selection of this project was closeness to completion. As a result, projects which were over 70% complete were given priority. The resumption of disbursement for the project and its associated debt service are fully in line with our commitment under the bilateral debt restructuring and IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no room for an increase in scope for any of the projects on the priority list as agreed upon at the IMF and the OCC. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, there is no room for any increase in scope for work for any of the projects on the priority list agreed upon with the IMF and the Official Creditors Committee. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 stalled projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Mr. Speaker, sadly, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Again, some contractors have submitted additional costs in excess of what Parliament approved. The Ministry of Finance has accordingly commissioned a forensic audit into this project. Mr. Speaker, we will apprise the House when this audit is completed. And Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the Auditor General is the one doing this forensic audit in partnership with some of the Big Four. Update on sinking fund. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, government announced that it will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to 44 of the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921, as amended, to build sufficient buffers in the sinking fund for prompt redemption of specified loans obligations of government. Mr. Speaker, government has set up a CD sinking fund account and US dollar sinking fund account. Beginning August 2025, the Ministry of Finance will commence the building of cash buffers to support the repayment of Ghana's domestic debt service obligation relating to the domestic debt exchange program bonds, which will fall due in the year 2027, 2028, and even 2026. Mr. Speaker, the CD sinking fund will specifically target the redemption and debt service harms in 2026 of 20 billion US dollars, Ghana cedis, for the year 2026, 50.3 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2027, and 45.75 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025. Similarly, the US dollar sinking fund account will also target Eurobond redemption, which will fall due from 2026 of 1.45 billion US dollars, 1.17 billion US dollars in 2027, and 1.14 billion US dollars in the year 2028. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the sinking fund will provide a reliable buffers that ensures timely and predictable redemption of this designated public debt obligation. This structured approach to debt service will enhance investor confidence and contribute to long-term debt sustainability of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to Government of Ghana's liability management operations. Mr. Speaker, government has begun an implementation of an effective and efficient liability management program to reduce embedded risk on debt portfolio. Our liability management operation will, 1, reduce debt service costs and mitigate refinancing or rollover risk, extend maturities to alleviate near-term financing pressures, Mr. Speaker, to optimize the debt portfolio by rebalancing the mix of short-term versus long-term instruments and strengthen market confidence. Under our liability management operations, Mr. Speaker, we will analyze the domestic bond market to assess suitability for bonds buybacks. We will carefully sequence issuance of benchmark securities and prioritize longer-dated tenor to establish a stable yield curve. Mr. Speaker, I take you to primary dealers and bond market specialist system as we inherited. Mr. Speaker, our debt management strategy is to use treasury bills for cash management purposes only. We intend to reopen the domestic bond market to finance the budget deficit. The reopening of the domestic bond market will aim at creating a more competitive primary market that can deliver the volume and pricing to enable the government lower its borrowing costs. So, Speaker, beginning August 2025, we will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, beginning 2025 August, the government of Ghana will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, the selection of book runners will focus on banks and investment dealers with the ability to achieve a wider market distribution and advice on pricing and structuring. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revised macroeconomic framework. Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic target. Economic development in the first half of the year do not warrant a revision to the macroeconomic target and the appropriations bill. Mr. Speaker, I am not asking for additional money from the Appropriations Act. We maintain the following macroeconomic target for 2025. 1, overall GDP growth at least 4.0%. At least. Non-oil GDP growth of at least 4.8%. End-year inflation rate of 11.9%. Primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. And gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, although we have made significant progress, we are cautiously optimistic. Right, Honorable Speaker. Despite maintaining our macroeconomic target for 2025, including the primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. We are revising both revenue and expenditure projections to reflect the impact of the additional revenue from the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Amendment Act 2025, Act 1141. Revisions to revenue. Revisions to revenue. Right Honourable Speaker, as a result, total revenue and grant has been revised upwards from the 2025 budget target of 227.1 billion to 229.9 billion, or from 16.2% of GDP to 16.4% of GDP. This represents a nominal increase of 1.3%. Mr. Speaker, the additional revenue of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis will come from the increase in revenues from the amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revisions to expenditures. Revisions to expenditures. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis has been revised downwards from 269.5 billion from the original budget projection of 270.9 billion Ghana cedis. However, primary expenditures has been revised upwards to 209.6 billion from the original budget projection of 206.8 billion Ghana cedis. This upward adjustment reflects an increase in the allocation to support energy sector payment. Mr. Speaker, interest payments have been revised downwards by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis from the original budget projection of 64.1 billion to 59.9 billion cedis. Right Honourable Speaker, domestic interest has been revised downwards by 5.1 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of gains from the reduction in the treasury bill rate as a result of the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. However, external interest payments have been revised upwards by 795 million to make additional provision for debt service due on post-cut-off date disbursement made by our bilateral creditors since 2023. Mr. Speaker, energy sector payments have also been revised upwards by 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to provision for fuel purchases for power generation. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to overall balance and financing. Right Honourable Speaker, notwithstanding the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the primary balance on commitment basis remains unchanged at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. Based on the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the following fiscal balance on cash basis improves from a deficit of 4.1% of GDP to 3.8% of GDP. I mean the fiscal balance. The overall fiscal balance on commitment basis improves from a deficit of 3.1% to 2.8%, and the projected annual borrowing needs of government reduced by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Simple put, we will be borrowing less by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, risk to 2025 budget, risk to the 2025 fiscal framework. Mr. Speaker, despite the robust fiscal performance, there are some underlying risks which pose a threat to the 2025 fiscal framework. The risks are as follows: shortfalls in customs revenue, smuggling of marine gas oil, mounting wage pressures, and pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, I'll take them one by one. Customs revenue. Right Honourable Speaker, customs revenue recorded a significant shortfall of 1.6 billion, even though the overall revenue is doing well, representing 12.7% reduction from the first half of 2025. This performance is attributed to systemic revenue leakage at key customs collection points, particularly the Tema Port and the smuggling of goods across our land borders. Mr. Speaker, these developments pose risk to the attainment of our revenue target for the year 2025. To mitigate these risks, government is implementing the following measures to address the existing operational challenges to safeguard revenue. 1. We will adopt the use of artificial intelligence, AI, to minimize human interference in revenue assessment, supporting the validation of the country of origin, as well as the accuracy of classification and valuation of imported goods. Mr. Speaker, we are rolling out advanced cargo information system to ensure that the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, GPHA, and the Ghana Revenue Authority, the GRA, receives comprehensive shipment detail at least 24 hours prior to vessel departure from the port of origin. Mr. Speaker, this will enable pre-arrival risk assessment, reduce the need for documentation amendment, and facilitate more accurate and timely duty assessment. We will also be implementing a robust anti-smuggling surveillance program targeting both inland and maritime borders. And to those at Sankasi, we are coming after you. Mr. Speaker, reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat this. We will be reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility, to facilitate the decentralization of customs operations. Mr. Speaker, operational risk assessment to enhance transparency and accountability of staff will be enhanced. Now I will take you to the smuggling of marine gas oil, MGO. Right Honorable Speaker, tax exemptions on marine gas oil was introduced to support non-artisanal fishing fleet operating from Ghana. Over the years, the tax exemptions have created incentive to abuse and smuggling of MGO onto the open market, resulting in revenue losses estimated at nearly $500 million Ghana cedis every year. The government will withdraw the tax exemption to curb smuggling and stem the erosion of tax revenue, thereby reducing the fiscal risk to the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to wages and salary, which happens to be the third risk to the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, we have seen some significant pressures on the compensation budget for the first half of 2025, mainly emanating from wages and salaries. Wages and salaries exceeded the target by 1.3 billion Ghana cedis for the first 6 months of the year. Mr. Speaker, the wage pressures were largely driven by last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous MPP administration in the last quarter of 2024, especially in the areas of education, health, and security sector. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. The wage pressures we are largely seeing are driven by the last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous government in the last quarter of 2024, especially in areas of education, health, and the security sector. In addition, ad hoc reviews of conditions of service undertaken in previous years have distorted the single spine pay policy and further burdened the public wage. Mr. Speaker, the government is implementing the following measures to address this challenge. Number 1, we'll conduct regular nationwide staff payroll audit to sanitize the payroll. Mr. Speaker, we'll be realigning all staff from overstaffed areas and defunct MDAs to areas with critical staffing needs. Right Honorable Speaker, we'll finalize the process for the establishment of the Independent Emolument Committee as part of the broader effort to reform and reset public sector pay. And finally, we will issue an executive directive mandating all MDAs to seek approval from the Minister of Finance or the Ministry of Finance before making any commitment with financial implications on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, pricing of goods and services and award of contract in foreign currency pose significant risk to fiscal management, with severe implications for the stability of our Ghana cedi. Unfortunately, foreign currencies are becoming the means of transacting business in Ghana. This trend, if not checked, will erode the confidence in our currency, drive inflation, and result in the loss of value in the symbol of our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, to curb this, To curb this unfortunate development, His Excellency, President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of fund, should be denominated in foreign currency. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. To curb this unfortunate development, President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of funding, should be denominated in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, we also want to use this opportunity to remind the public that per the Foreign Exchange Act 2006, Act 723, companies, institutions, and individuals are prohibited from pricing, advertising, receipting, or making payment for goods and services in foreign currencies in Ghana without prior written approval from the Bank of Ghana. Right, Honorable Speaker, I will take you to key policy initiatives. Mr. Speaker, I now present updates on key policy initiatives outlined in the 2025 budget. Right, Honorable Speaker, since its establishment in April 2025, the Ghana Gold Board has initiated reforms to licensing regime that governs the local gold trading sector and introduced new aggregation system to effectively mop up gold from artisanal small-scale mining sector across the country. These measures have already yielded tangible economic benefits within the short period of operation of the Ghana Gold Board. In the first half of 2025 alone, gold export from the small-scale sector stood at 51.5 tons with an export value of approximately $5 billion. This figure far exceeds the 26.4 tons which are with an export value of $1.8 billion from the small-scale mining sector over the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, simple put, gold export in tons from the small-scale mining sector for the first half of 2025 recorded about 100% increase over what was recorded in the year 2024. Similarly, the value of gold export from small-scale mining increased by about 180% for the first half of 2025 over that of the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, gold export from small-scale mining sector have exceeded gold export from large-scale sector. Mr. Speaker, the substantial foreign exchange inflows from the gold board operations in the artisanal small-scale mining sector have significantly strengthened our reserves, improved our balance of payment, and provided critical support for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, this tells a story of a country which has been denied the full benefit of its gold resources, a story of a country where illegal gold trade and smuggling have been allowed to fester to the detriment of the well-being of the people. Right, Honorable Speaker. On the 8th of July 2025, His Excellency President John Mahama inaugurated a task force to tackle illegal gold trade and smuggling. I also want to use this opportunity as the Sector Minister to reiterate that the government of President Mahama would deal ruthlessly with anyone found engaging in illegal trade and smuggling, as these nation-wrecking activities sabotage the progress of our country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate the point that no one should come to us and beg because we will not spare. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program deserves some update. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, President Mahama officially launched the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program, Ghana's ambitious and integrated strategy to boost production, create sustainable jobs, and modernize our economy. The 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program represent a national reset aimed at reducing import dependence, expanding domestic production, improving market access, and building a competitive, skilled workforce for a dynamic economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, The anchor of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program is the Volta Economic Corridor, a transformational project to unlock the vast economic and environmental potential of the Volta Lake and its surrounding lands. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor revives and expands on Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's original vision of the Volta project as a hub for agro-industry, trade and transport, now reimagined to fit today's economic reality and regional opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor will be executed through the following pillars of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. Right Honorable Speaker, Grow 24 will irrigate 2 million hectares of farmlands for year-round farming instead of the traditional seasonal farming. Right Honorable Speaker, Make 24 will establish agro-industrial parks for textiles, pharmaceuticals, and food processing. The Speaker, Show 24 will develop tourism clusters and hospitality hubs along the Volta Lake. And Connect 24 will turn the lake into a major inland transport route, cutting haulage costs and linking northern, southern, eastern, and western Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to support this transformative program, the Ministry of Finance will, in the 2026 budget, outline targeted incentives for the Volta Economic Corridor. These measures will be carefully designed to attract private capital, drive enterprise growth, and create decent, well-paying jobs. The Speaker, for emphasis, the Ministry of Finance will, as part of the 2026 budget, outline a targeted incentive for the Volta Economic Corridor. Right Honorable Speaker, the government will only facilitate and not dominate this ambitious growth goal. The Speaker, I now take you to the big push. Right Honorable Speaker, as part of the 2025 budget, we announced the commencement of the Big Push program, a flagship initiative of President John Dramani Mahama for massive infrastructure development. Since then, the President has dedicated all Big Push budgetary allocation for the next 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and I mean all Big Push allocation for the next 2 years to improve road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that Parliament approved that all oil revenue and mineral royalties accrued to the budget were dedicated to the Big Push. As a result, an amount of 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was allocated in the 2025 budget for the Big Push program to be used for road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Roads and Highways has spent the last 6 months of his time in office touring the whole country to assess firsthand the state of our roads. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads and Highways has undertaken studies and prepared comprehensive engineering interventions and cost estimates for roads projects across the country for the Big Push program. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has since issued commencement authorization for the following road infrastructure projects under the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, these are the following Big Push projects as approved by the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, number 1, the construction of a new bridge on the Oti River at Dambai. Number 2, rehabilitation of Wahan Road. 3, upgrading of Tumu Hamile Road. 4, upgrading of Tumu Han Laura Road. 5, reconstruction of Navrongo Tumu Road. 6, rehabilitation of Techiman Nkonsia Wenchi Road. 7, rehabilitation of Wenchi Sola Road. 8, Mr. Speaker, construction of Sunyane Outer Ring Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Kumasi Outer Ring Road, Eastern Quadrant. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Bintri Napanduri Road. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Dodo Pepeso and Kwanta Road. rehabilitation of Achimpoku Esukuma Junction Road, rehabilitation of Esukuma Junction to Enyinawase Road, Right Honorable Speaker, Enyinawase to Ho Titrenu Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Akosombo Jakiti Kudikope Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading Esukuma to Enumbuso to Parliament Road. Mr. Speaker, Adome Bridge to Akomufre Road. We'll be upgrading Ho to Petoi Road. Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation of Petoi to Afiadenyamepa Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Penny to Aflao Road. We will be dualizing Winneba to Mankesim Road. We'll be dualizing Cape Coast to Takrade Road. We'll be rehabilitating Mankesim Ejumako to Aguna Swedro Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Tema to Aflao Road. Construction of Dodowa to Afenya Dowenya Road. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be upgrading the Oyibi to Apollonia Afenya Road. Right Honorable Speaker, we'll be constructing the Enchi to Elubo Road. We'll also be constructing the Dadieso to Akontombra Road. We'll be upgrading the Adrefua to Osekojokrom Road. And we will be upgrading the Enchi to Kojoru Penchi Road. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Bediakon Junction, Camp 15 to Sefi, Adobokrom Road. Mr. Speaker, as part of the Big Push program, we have also selected the following abandoned road project for which no dedicated funding was allocated for by the previous administration to be included into the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows: upgrading of Kasua to Winneba Road, rehabilitation of Ofanko to Insawam Road, dual carriage. Right Honorable Speaker, dualization of Takrade to Aguna Junction Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Swami Interchange and local roads. Mr. Speaker, we'll also be constructing the National Route 18 from Wa to Han Road. And we'll be upgrading the Tumu to Chichiliga to Navrongo, including the construction of 36-meter span reinforced concrete over the Kenyibi River and 24-meter span reinforced concrete over the Bichirunu River. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be reconstructing the Navrongo to Sandema Road. Mr. Speaker, we will be rehabilitating the Tepa to Gosu Road, rehabilitating the Hohoi to Jasikan Road, and we will be rehabilitating Nkwanta to Oti Damanko Road. We will be reconstructing the Have to Hohoi Road, and we will dualize the Adenta Dodowa Road. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we will reconstruct the Jenejene to Sampa Road. Right Honorable Speaker, in line with Section 33 of the Public Financial Management Act, and as part of this media fiscal review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy, I am seeking approval for these multi-year commitments. Mr. Speaker, government has also initiated comprehensive feasibility studies for 4 projects which are currently at various stages of preparation, ensuring detailed assessment of their technical, economic, and environmental viability. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows. Project number 1, Accra-Kumasi Expressway on a completely new alignment. Mr. Speaker, Accra Outer Ring Road, Kumasi Outer Ring Road, and Adoso Echi Amanfo Bridge to connect the Afram Prince area. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to reorganization of the Ghana Road Fund. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not all. The government of President John Mahama has also taken a decision to remodel the Ghana Road Fund and refocus it towards road maintenance. As part of this media review, and on behalf of the government, the Minister for Roads and Highways will be laying before this House a new road maintenance trust fund bill. When approved, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill will replace the Ghana Road Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund will, among others, provide for a new governance architecture, provide a formula for a fairer allocation of resources, and introduce more transparency in the utilization of road fund levy and others. Mr. Speaker, government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. Right, Honorable Speaker, the government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these 166 constituencies across the country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Right, Honorable Speaker. The President Mahama administration has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these constituencies. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this translates to about 5,000 kilometers of road to be constructed in these 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure over the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, simple put, over the next 3 years, we'll be building 5,000 kilometers of road in these 166 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this House that we have paid all nursing and teacher training allowances from January to June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, from the end of this month, July 2025, all nursing and teacher trainees will receive their allowances promptly at the end of every single month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now move to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. I conclude this media fiscal policy review.
We have other business. It's not only this one. Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I conclude this media fiscal review with renewed hope and optimism. The last 6 months have revealed our enduring spirit, what we can collectively achieve, and our potential to rise from the brink. Upon assumption of office in January this year, we were handed an economy in deep distress, a country with dispirited citizens. Trust and faith in our leaders were at all-time low. The fundamentals were not only weak, but broken. Mr. Speaker, and the misery and suffering were palpable. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, In fact, under 200 days, under the decisive leadership of President John Mahama, we have begun to change the story. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama's economic management model is working. The turnaround is in sight. Mr. Speaker, the signs of economic progress are visible and measurable. Mr. Speaker, first quarter economic growth is at 5-year high. Our debt to GDP ratio is at a 5-year low. Mr. Speaker, inflation has declined to a 4-year low. Right Honorable Speaker, our credit rating has improved from junk to B- with stable outlook, a 2-notch upgrade and a 4-year high. Right Honorable Speaker, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the years 2022, 2023, and 2024, with no cedi depreciation in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the level of the appreciation of the Ghana cedi has never happened in the history of our nation. Prices of petrol and diesel at the pump have reduced significantly to the benefit of consumers. And the price of sugar, rice, and cooking oil at a 4-year low. 4-year low. Mr. Speaker, the price of 25 kilogram bag of Royal Aroma rice, which used to be sold at 650 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 356 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the price of a lonka of sugar, which used to be sold for 50 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 44 Ghana cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, price of 25 litre of cooking oil, which used to be sold for 980 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 640 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, price of konkonte, 1 sack. Price of konkonte, 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,200 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 950 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, a ton of iron rods, which used to be sold at 9,400 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold at 7,500 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, onions. 1 paint bucket, which used to be sold at 120 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 95 Ghana cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, POP cement, which used to be sold for 115 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 90 Ghana cedis. The Speaker, maize, 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,600 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 1,450. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture has promised that it will go down even more. Mr. Speaker, the price of Yas sanitary pad, which was 25 Ghana cedis in January, is now going for 15 Ghana cedis. 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, palm fruit, 1 olonka, which used to be sold for 40 Ghana cedis, is now being sold for 25 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is the reset President Mahama promised. This is the reset President Mahama promised. It has been 6 months of hard work. We have lessened the burden on households and businesses. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the perception that we are not spending, we are indeed spending, and spending at the right places. We are making the right investment in the lives of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of $700 million US of Eurobond obligations has been paid. An amount of 10 billion to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.7 billion Ghana cedis to the Social Security and National Insurance Trust has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 9.1 billion Ghana cedis to the energy sector for stable power supply has been paid.
Mr. Speaker, an amount of 5 billion Ghana cedis of arrears has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker. An amount of 4.6 billion to the Ghana Education Trust Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 1 billion Ghana cedis to the free secondary education program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion Ghana cedis to the National Health Insurance Scheme has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 1.4 billion for the National Health Insurance claims has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 252 million for vaccines and essential medicine has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 72.8 million Ghana cedis as capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 895 million to the school feeding program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 477 million to the LEAP beneficiaries has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 122.8 million for BECE registration has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 300 million to the no fee stress policy has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 191.7 million Ghana cedis as teacher training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 462.6 million as nursing training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 25 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 21 million Ghana cedis for National Apprenticeship Program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 34.5 million to the Jumawa program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis as goods and service to run effective and efficient government ministries, departments and agencies has been paid. And Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis to save the National Investment Bank has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, non-interest expenditure of 84.2 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. So far, Mr. Speaker, from January to June, total cash of 114.5 billion has been paid from the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, we are spending and spending at the right places. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are spending at the right places. We are touching lives and we are changing our country. Mr. Speaker, this is not all. We have also worked to improve the fiscal situation. We have restored fiscal discipline. We have implemented appropriate policies to reduce interest rates significantly, thereby reducing the cost of borrowing. So, Speaker, we have saved on domestic interest payment following the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. Mr. Speaker, there is still more work to be done. President Mahama is determined to deliver. Inshallah, His Excellency John Mahama will deliver. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. So, Speaker, I repeat, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. But the good news is that today, hope is in sight. And we are determined to navigate the country out of the terrible storm we inherited from President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, we need the support of the people of Ghana to weather this storm. Mr. Speaker, to the farmer in Yendi and to the fisher folk in Sekendi and Shama, to the nurse in Sunyane and the teacher in Enumbuso and Ejumako, to the Ghanaian youth seeking decent work, to the elderly seeking better pension. We see you, we hear you, and we are working for you. John Mahama will work for you. The NDC will work for you. The gains we have made so far are the results of your sacrifice, your patience, our belief that change was not only necessary but crucial. Mr. Speaker, this media review is not just a technical report. It is the story of the Ghanaian people. A story of a nation that refused to give up. A story that echoes Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, this is a story that echoes Nelson Mandela's quote, that it always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, even as we look back at how far we have come, we are also looking ahead. This is the essence of John Maham's leadership. He is focused and he will deliver. President Mahama is honoring his promise to the Ghanaian people. The second half of 2025 promises to be even better. We expect inflation to continue its downward trend and reach our 2025 target ahead of schedule. We will sustain the stability of the cedi through disciplined spending, targeted investment, and continued reserve accumulation. Growth will be further boosted by strategic initiatives, including the 24-hour economy program, the Big Push infrastructure program, and the revitalization of agriculture through the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that during my vetting, when asked what I would like to be remembered as a minister, Mr. Speaker, I stated that I would like to be remembered for stabilizing the exchange rate, ensuring low prices, and creating jobs. Right, Honorable Speaker, ahead of the presentation of the 2025 budget, my engagement with the traders at the Mokola market revealed that prices and exchange rate stability were the overriding concerns of the business community. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank our cherished traders at Mokola for their valuable insight. Mr. Speaker, the update on the cedi and the prices, as said earlier, clearly shows that we have taken deliberate and decisive action to ensure that the challenges with exchange rate and prices are tackled head-on. Mr. Speaker, let me assure all Ghanaians that the stability in the exchange rate and the lower prices we are experiencing will be sustained. Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker, the government has worked hard to bring down and stabilize the exchange rate with deliberate policies. It is now time for businesses to bring down prices to reflect the new economic reality. We understand businesses went through some sacrifices during the turbulent economic challenges, but so did the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for prices to come down to reflect the new realities for the benefit of all Ghanaians and not only for the traders. Mr. Speaker, as we look forward, more jobs will be created, confidence will be deepened, and the Ghanaian economy will stand tall again, not just in the sub-region, but on the global stage. But to do this, Mr. Speaker, we must stay united as a people and eschew divisiveness. We must continue to have faith in our country, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, we must have faith in our currency, the Ghana cedi. For 60 years through cycles of inflation, devaluation, redenomination, and recovery, the cedi has remained the symbol of our sovereignty. It has endured, it has evolved, and it remains the only legal tender of our republic. Let us protect it. Let us trade with our currency, the Ghana cedi. Let us talk about it with pride, not as a burden, but as a badge of economic independence. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the cedi. Fellow countrymen and women, I believe in the cedi. You also have to believe in the cedi. Mr. Speaker, to all of us who have the privilege to serve in the leadership of our nation, let us unite and do this for ourselves, for our children, and for our children's children. It is our collective responsibility to reset our country. Ghana needs us more than ever. Our people needs us. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude this address without expressing deep gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, whose unwavering dedication and vision continue to anchor this national reset. Mr. Speaker, on a personal level, I thank His Excellency the President, because without him, this work couldn't have been achieved. Mr. Speaker, he is indeed the anchor towards our economic reset. Right, Honorable Speaker, and to you,
Father, Mr. Speaker. Father, Mr. Speaker. Alban, Sumana, Kingsford, Bagman, our father, and members of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service, I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Aban Papaba. Mr. Speaker, Aban Papaba. No wonder my brother Kwame and his team had to flee the chamber. I salute Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Asampanabo, the revive our economy. Asampanabo, the revive our economy. Honorable members, Kenyo Deni Uyebo, Ato Kenyo Deni Uyebo, Ato Kenyo Deni Uyebo, Ato Forcing. Honorable members, in line with the practice and convention of the House, I refer the media fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year to the budget committee to be assisted by the leadership of the Committee on Finance for deliberation and report to the House. When it comes to the House, we will hear from the chairman of the committee after it has gone through the report as to whether they second the motion that has been moved or not. If they do so, then it will be opened for debate. This is a motion, it's not a statement. And so members will have the opportunity to debate the mid-year fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana. So I intend to permit the minister
the presentation and first reading of one bill. So I intend to give him the opportunity to do so now. And then we can make the references to the appropriate committees so that all these committees can work together and then report to the House for us to have a comprehensive report on what we just heard from the Minister of Finance. We will start with the presentation and first reading of of the bill. And so, honorable members, item 1 on the order paper addendum, Minister for Finance.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies, Act 2025, Act 1135, to increase the rate of the energy sector shortfalls and debt repayment, levy marine gas oil in order to improve compliance and curb diversion of the product and provide for related matters.
Honorable members, the Energy Sector Levies Amendment number 2 Bill 2025 is accordingly referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. We now take item 2, presentation of instruments 2A.
Public-private partnership regulation 2025.
Honorable members, the said instrument is also referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. 2B.
Fees and charges miscellaneous provision amendment regulation 2025.
Honorable members, the fees and charges miscellaneous provisions amendment regulation 2025 is also referred to the Committee on Finance. Sorry, that one is regulations. So regulations go to subsidiary legislation committee. I amend my earlier referral of public-private partnership regulations and direct both 2A and 2B to the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation with support, I believe, from the leadership of the Committees of Finance. They are needed to support at least the consideration of these instruments. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, your earlier referral of the mid-year fiscal policy to the Budget Committee and a request that they should be assisted by the leadership of the Committee on Finance. You know our present arrangements where Budget Committee is chaired differently from the Finance Committee. So I will crave your indulgence if we could make it a joint referral of both the Finance Committee and the budget, because it is a multi-year commitment. So economy and then finance, the two of them should handle this referral.
Honorable Majority Leader, I have no problem with that at all. So we will accordingly amend the earlier directive by referring the said media review to a joint committee of finance and budget. Please, you know by our rules, other members are permitted to attend the sittings of committees. So any member with interest or who wants to have a point put across is permitted to attend and contribute. It's only you don't have a vote, but at least you have the opportunity to make inputs into the report. So it's accordingly referred to a joint committee of finance and budget for consideration and report to the House. Honorable members, yes, Majority Leader.
there's a very strong lobby for the leadership of the Economy Committee to join the two committees, just the leadership of the Economy Committee, given that there are significant economic policy matters implicated in the discussions. So if we could just add the leadership of the Economy Committee, Economy and Development Committee.
I have a difficulty in adding the Committee on Economy and Development because when you look at the standing order, the focus of that committee has to do with matters relating to the economy and development, but emphasis on development planning. Is economy and development planning generally, and the jurisdiction to investigate and inquire into the activities and administration of ministries, departments, and agencies under the mandate of the committee. And the investigations and inquiry may extend to proposals for legislation. If we open the floodgate, as I just eavesdrop, we may be called upon to add ways and means. That's why I added that members are by our rules permitted to attend as members of Parliament to contribute to the deliberations of the committee. So let's leave it at the Joint Committee of Finance and Budget. I hope my friends in the Economy and Development Planning will not take issue with this. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the referral and the guidance. We believe that the two committees will effectively perform the task that we have referred to them. So, Speaker, ordinarily when the Minister for Finance presents his budget or mid-year review, and if my friends opposite were there, we'll ordinarily have an opportunity as leadership to thank the Minister for the presentation of the mid-year review. I don't know if we will do that or we want to continue with other business before us.
Well, if it is the pleasure of the House that the leader should, on their behalf, express some kind words of gratitude to the minister, why not? It will be permitted. But let me just acknowledge the presence at the distinguished visitors gallery of some members of the National Democratic Congress national executives. We have present with us the national chairman himself, Honorable Johnson Asedu Nketia. We also have the chief executive of the National Democratic Congress, in the person of Fiavi Kwete. And we have one of our former leaders, recently left us voluntarily as a deputy minority leader at our last parliament, but now occupying a very privileged position. I'm told he is now in charge of the financial intelligence Security and Exchange Commission, in the person of Honorable James Kuliche Aveji, longest serving chair of Public Accounts Committee. We also have from the Bank of Ghana, the governor of the bank himself, in the person of Dr. Johnson Esiema. We have the first deputy governor in the person of Zachary Mumuni, and the second deputy governor, Matilda Asante Asiedu. Also with us are officials of the Ghana Revenue Authority. We have the Controller General himself, Mr. Anthony Kwasi Sapon, and then the Commissioner in charge of the Customs Division, Brigadier General The writing is difficult to read. It's Annan. The person who wrote it. The Annan is spelled A-N-A-A-N. Is that how it's spelled? Annan. And we also have a commissioner, the CID, Honorable Dr. Alex Adumaku Mensah. We have officials from the Ministry of Finance. The Chief Director is here, Mr. Patrick Nimu, my former neighbor. We have the Director of the Budget, Mr. Isaac. Is it Franco? And the Coordinating Director, David Collison. Please, next time, take your time and write the names. I think the person was in a haste, so it's very difficult to read. Honorable members, on your behalf, I warmly welcome them to the House, and I thank them so much for their support, particularly the moral support they have given us. I hope they will appear before the committee to assist the committee to do a good job so that we don't leave any room for those who are absent to raise red flags. We may now grant permission to the majority leader if he wants a few words to thank our Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to, on behalf of my colleagues in the House, thank the Minister of Finance for such a wonderful presentation. The Minister for Finance's delivery was splendid. We clearly understood every policy initiative that he has dealt with, how he has dealt with it, and what his plans are for the country. So, Speaker, I know that from a very personal level, the last 6 months have not been an easy period for the Minister for Finance. It's been a very difficult period for him because he's had to deal boldly and decisively on issues that many who have come before him have hesitated to deal with. I want to assure him that this House stands solidly behind him in the performance of his duties. We will continue to back him to ensure that proposals that he brings to this House are expeditiously approved so that he can effectively address the challenges of this country. So, Speaker, for once, I listened to a mid-year budget review without biblical quotations by Bible-wielding ministers who have ended up digging a hole without a cathedral emerging.
Majority Leader, you have to thank the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for limiting the number of biblical quotations.
I don't want you to want to thank. Thank him and let's go.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that our friends opposite fled the chamber before he presented the media review. It is obvious that they have been monitoring the performance of the economy. And they knew that this media review was going to unearth the wastage, the thievery, and the mess that was bequeathed to the NDC government, the abysmal performance of our predecessors. And they knew that he is going to recount the very positive steps that have been taken in the last 6 months. This is indeed the basis of the minority fleeing the chamber before the presentation of the budget. Every Ghanaian knows that the incidents that happened in Ablekuma North are not grave to the extent that a whole minority will refuse to listen to the mid-year budget, which concerns the welfare of all Ghanaians.
Majority Leader, don't tempt me. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm still thanking the Minister.
You are to express the gratitude of the House to the Minister. Don't go into troubled waters. Just do that and let's move.
Mr. Speaker, so I want to thank the Minister for Finance for scaring and intimidating my friends opposite. Speaker, on a more serious note, I think that we need to address the walkout. And I'm saying that the walkout is as a result of the good news that the Finance Minister was bringing. And we thank the Finance Minister for bringing the mid-year review to us. We are very grateful to him and will continue to assure him of our support. Thank you very much, Mr. Atto Forson.
Honourable members, may I now refer you to Order Paper Addendum 2. We have one item there to deal with, which is presentation and first reading of bills. The Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025,
by the Minister for Roads and Highways.
An act to establish the Road Maintenance Trust Fund to provide sustainable financing for the maintenance and rehabilitation of public roads, bridges, and related infrastructure in the country, and for related matters.
Honourable members, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill 2025 is referred to the Committee on Roads and Transport for consideration and report to the House. I would want to yield the chair to my deputy so that you can continue with the other business whilst I go to perform, as you all know, the launch of the second anniversary of the Democracy Cup. We need some of you to be present for me to do so. Not all of you, because we have some business to continue with. At least we should have a quorum to transact business, even if not to take decision. The launch will not take a long time. After that, the other members can come to join. Please, First Deputy Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, can we go to the main order paper and take item 7C? Item 7C.
So there you have it. It's been a long wait, but now we know what the first half of this economy has been like so far. I'm sure you have your own experiences, but from the macro economic point of view, that is what the finance minister has just shared with us in Parliament. Unfortunately, the minority caucus, as you very well know, was not present there. They had headed to the Jubilee House to present a petition that we brought you pictures of. It was received by the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra. From there, we know that they headed towards Kodeo. We'll bring you pictures of that as well. But let's talk about the economy for a minute while we look forward to bring you some updates on the minority caucus's journeys today, right? I'll go straight to Blay. Blay is on the very far end of my table, but perhaps because of the way the camera will pick the shots, I'll also introduce my guests as well. I have a new panel here. Right next to me is Eric Wache Iyadom, PhD. He's an economist. Doc, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Next to him is Samson Asaki Awingobit, who is from the Importers and Exporters Association. Very important perspective he will bring to this conversation. Samson, I appreciate you joining us. Next to
Pleasure
Samson,
to be here.
Absolutely. Next to Samson is Peter Tekpe, PhD. He's also an economist. Doc, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And then there is Blay.
Just a bit closer this time around.
Will I start saying lawyer
Just Blay's
Blay?
fine. Blay's fine. Blay's fine.
Okay. All right then. But we've been going through the figures, right? I
Yeah.
want you to set a tone for our conversation in this leg while we're prepared to go to Parliament and get some views of some MPs as well. But talk to us after we set the tone of what was in the 2025 main budget for the full year. We now know what the half year it looks like. What are the readings you're making?
I mean, I think it's a lot of confidence on the part of government, and you get that quite clearly. we had made a point about the fact that there is the possibility that they may want to revise some of the figures that they have put out there. And we had made a point that, look, in terms of the expenditure and the revenue, that was where the main challenge was, because when the budget took off, they had to make changes to the revenue handle, the very important D-levy that they brought out there. So the question that was being asked was, what will happen? Would they make changes to the projections? Would they maintain the projections? We have seen the finance minister basically say that, well, government is maintaining all of that. The only changes they have made has to do with the expenditure because of the changes to the revenue. And it makes the point that total expenditure on commitment basis has been revised downward from 269.5 billion from the original budget projection of 270.9 billion. In terms of primary expenditure, that is what has been revised upwards to 209.6 billion from the original budget projection of 206.8 billion. And this upward adjustment, he explains, reflects an increase in allocation to support the energy sector payments. Remember, we had made a point about how the energy sector is a big challenge because of the recurring problems that we have. There are legacy debts that have to be cleared. There are recurring commitments that continue to trouble government. Government also has to meet its commitment in terms of procuring fuel to power the various plants. And so the energy sector was a big challenge that we expected something to be done about that. The levy is in force. Government now says that, well, despite these changes that it's making to the expenditure side, it is keeping its targets in terms of what it expects to be the growth rates, all of those macroeconomic indicators, it is keeping them constant. And so the question that we're all asking is, how would they be able to replicate that performance? And the finance minister interestingly says that, well, look, the second half will be better than the first half. And so he makes reference that they want to ensure fiscal discipline. He says they want to be aggressive about revenue mobilization. And earlier during our discussion, we had made reference to VAT, which is a very essential part of the IMF program. In fact, the IMF has said that government has indicated that they want to reform the VAT system completely. We had the finance minister say that by the time the next budget will be presented, there will be a new VAT law that will be laid to change it completely because of the challenges that has to do with it. He also talked about the need to diversify the economy, which is something that we've heard many, many times over the period. We talked also a bit about the commitments. If you remember, Kemini, we had already said that there's the issues of debt that government or that they have to pay, and government was required to do an audit to determine that. They started first with a payroll audit, and we have been told that about 14,000 workers, they couldn't particularly validate them. So there are issues over there. There are about 53,000 others workers who have been classified as separated. And these are individuals who either they've retired or they are dead people who shouldn't be earning, but they are earning. And the government is saying that some of them have received monies. Individuals who are not supposed to receive monies, which government is going to try to recover that amount of money from them as well. Then the audit in terms of arrears are still taking place. He gave us bits of summaries there that 3.6 billion completely have been rejected. You have 27.3 billion that is pending validation, and 28.3 billion have been validated. An update was given on the IMF program. We know that just recently we received a little over $300 million. We are now around 2.3 billion out of the $3 billion that we're expecting from the fund. He's very confident that when the next review takes place in September, Ghana will meet the benchmarks again for the next disbursement to also take place. There are a lot of road projects that he announced, which I'm sure you'll be discussing with our guests that we have around the table as well. But the point being made is that what we see clearly is that government is not changing its approach. They just want to do more of the good things that they are doing, remaining confident that the growth, even though he's keeping the projections around 4, he's confident that they may even go beyond the 4. The inflation that they want to do around 11, potentially they could even do better. And it will come down to how well government rolls out all of these programs, the discipline that we've seen play out, the ability to continue with that. And he responded to the critics who have raised concerns about whether expenditure is taking place as much as not. I mean, he says that they are spending a lot. He talked about some of the major items, but we know that the major construction projects that he mentioned, they will be taking place shortly, and that would also come with its own issues. I mean, if you want to compare that to some of the things he spoke about, you know that major expenditure items will be on the books in the next 6 months to come. And so that is it by way of where we are so far, and it's a lot of work that we expect the government to do if they want to keep the ship afloat as they've been doing in the last couple of months, particularly because the IMF in the last review just a couple of weeks ago, they make the point that there were bits of slippages in December, and the new government, they noted, were turning around, changing things in terms of correcting some of those issues. And so that is it by way of a brief summary of how things have looked at in terms of the budget the media review presentation. But there's a lot more to discuss around the table, Kevin.
I agree, absolutely. And that's what we'll do right now. Blake, thank you so much for bringing us those figures. And in really, how you referenced it to the main budget and what the original outlook was, really put it into perspective. But let's come back to the table and then have this conversation. Gentlemen, we now know what the situation has been like, right? I want us to munch over what has caught our attention. But I do want to start with the macro level things before we look at how those are impacting us at the individual level. For instance, when government says that I've revised my revenue upwards, but I've reduced my expenditure downwards, whether or not it makes a difference. I want to go back onto the floor of Parliament now, where Bolga East MP Isaac Adongo is speaking.
And you can see that the fruits that we are beginning to see are impacting the lives of our people. There is palpable fiscal consolidation. We are being disciplined in the management of our resources, and we are doing more to raise resources internally to implement the budget. And that is beginning to show in all the sectors of the economy registering growth. So you see agriculture is doing very well, which is leading by almost 6.6% growth within the first quarter compared to the previous year. You will see manufacturing is doing very well. And this manufacturing is not what our colleagues come to call industrial development. Industry comprises not just manufacturing, but also includes the oil sector and mining. And often when manufacturing is not doing well, then you see that they come and tell us about industrial growth. But here we spoke exclusively on manufacturing. And you saw that manufacturing is growing at the moment. The service sector is the second that led the growth, and the non-oil sector is beginning to grow. But we are doing all this at the same time, making sure that we are not overspending the budget. We are making sure that we are delivering poor solutions to our people. So those who said that they were delivering free senior high school are today seeing how free senior high school is properly delivered. Are you hearing of students complaining about lack of food? When was the last time you heard secondary school children complaining about food? Or you've heard that recently? Have you heard about teacher trainees complaining that they have not been paid? Have you heard that nurses trainees are saying they have not been paid? But the proponents that were telling and scaring the people of Ghana that when you vote for John Dramani Mahama, he will abolish teacher trainee and nursing trainee, are now seeing that we are the people delivering those interventions. So today, I want you to take the good news out. You were here with your cameras, and you saw and heard the good news. Today, we are able to pay our people we have borrowed monies from. So we are not doing DDEP, we are paying pensioners their money. We are not going onto the international capital market to beg for people that we took the money that we cannot pay them. We are paying our public debt. We are making sure that the rating of our country is improving. And today, Fitch has told the people of Ghana and the world that we are doing a good job in managing this economy. And we believe that Moody's, Standard & Poor's will follow suit in rating the country. But even most importantly is the fact that all the interventions that His Excellency listed that he will deliver to the people of Ghana, we have begun delivering them. We are identifying major projects under the big push. The people who said they didn't know what we were going to do with the big push, today they know what the big push is about and the projects that we have earmarked to implement under the big push. For those of you who were wondering what 24-hour economy can do for the people of Ghana, we have indicated how we are going to drive growth through the 24-hour economy. The Growth 24 is there. We have also indicated how we will use the 24-hour economy to improve transportation and to improve tourism in our country. I'm sure our colleagues who ran away from the presentation because they knew that the bullet punch that was coming was too heavy. At least you listen to the economy and not Bible quotations, right? Did you hear any Bible quotation? It is mid-year review and not a sermon in church. And that is what we mean by managing the economy. Not people who come wearing white and quoting the Bible and imposing more taxes and more hardships on the people. So I want to assure you that this is just the beginning. A lot more should be expected, and that we are blessed to have a finance minister who understands the plight of Ghanaians. And together with His Excellency and the government in general, we will work very hard to ensure that the lives of Ghanaians are improved. So ladies and gentlemen, we will come back next week probably, and we'll begin a debate on the budget once the report of the budget committee is presented on the floor, and members can make inputs when that is done.
How ready is your side for a debate?
Oh, we are ready right now.
Today we can start the debate.
We can start the debate.
Now.
The people who run away are the ones who should look forward to ask them why are they run away? We are ready. When you are selling a very good product, you don't fear anybody. We have a good story to tell the people of Ghana, and so we are ready any day to sing the song for the people of Ghana.
Any day, any time.
Yes.
All right, so that was the chairman of the Finance Committee addressing the media, largely saying that...
Listen, we are continuing our coverage of the 2025 Media Budget Review statement, and we will lace this conversation with interviews from Parliament. We have the whole team there: Alfred Okanse, Mawana Egbeta, Christian Yale, who you just heard from. And so be sure that we are not done in Parliament as well, as and when developments emerge. We're right there for you. We've got you covered until this is over. Now let's come back to our conversation here in the studio. I was asking earlier, gentlemen, that first things first for me is the upward review of the revenue targets by some 2 billion cedis. And then we see a downward review of expenditure. Does it make any difference at all? I'll start off with you, Dr. Bwachiyado.
Thank you, Kamini. I think that the revision of revenue, which we were worried about earlier, shows that there is some indication that government will get enough revenue to be able to undertake promises or pledges that was outlined in the budget, which I think is a good sign. And again, the reduction in the government expected expenditure also give us an indication that borrowing to be able to cushion the budget deficit will not be, you know, so the government expected surplus is possible. So from all intent, the ability to raise revenue will ensure government project being fulfilled. Yeah, but I wanted the minister to tell us how much we're expecting to get from the new fuel levy, about the one city, how much
the D levy.
The D levy, yes. I thought the minority call it, you also call it D levy. Okay.
It makes sense, it makes sense, it makes sense.
The D levy, I wanted to know how much actually are we expecting to raise from. Sometimes we are expecting the emission levy, the COVID levy to go out by the end of this year. Yep. So this D levy that is coming, will it be able to give us the needed revenue so that government will not suffer going into the future? So generally, and it's also refreshing to know that government did not bring additional taxes, you know, to burden the average Ghanaian. So government revenue generally, it's in a good position. But I should also mention that the reason for the D levy, I think, is inconsistent in that telling us that you are going to charge D levy to pay off our debt. We have time and again told government that we cannot tax our way out of our challenges. Then it will make sense that let's increase our taxes to pay off all our debt, then we can come back to square zero without any debt. It is about your ability to manage your fiscal policies, your revenue, and your debt in a relationship. But the reason given is the same reason that we were told in 2016 that when the ESLA come, our energy sector debt will significantly reduce. But we will know that the debt is still with us, So I think the reason is not really the case, but rather the expected shortfalls in government revenue by reason of some important important taxes going out is coming to make up for government to be able to deliver his promises. But we should also be mindful and try to put in measures to address the effect, the ripple effect of charging this D-levy. You know that the decline in inflation is largely from the fact that fuel price is generally low and food inflation, like he mentioned, has significantly reduced to about I think it's a little about around 11%.
Right.
You see, the moment global oil prices start going up, the price at the pumps will go up. Drivers will begin to increase their prices. Food from the farm gate to the market to the marketplaces, their prices also start going up. So it may have a ripple effect.
Do you suspect that? And again, I'm using the example that you came up with. If crude on the global market goes up, do you suspect that we could get some cushioning from the performance of the city on the forex markets?
So there are three things we're expecting that influence fuel prices. Exchange rate, like you mentioned. Number two is taxes and the global demand and supply. Already we don't have control over the global demand price of the commodity. Government has put one cedi, so we are left with the exchange rate, which also depend on some externalities as well. So if these two is gone and you are left with one, I'm wondering how one will be able to make up for the effect coming from the two. So I was expecting that the minister will put in that in times of global oil prices going up, government is likely to take off that one cedi, so that you are giving hope that if the two variables that we do not have control over get out of hand, we can take that one cedi or probably reduce it to cushion the ordinary Ghanaian. Other than that, the gains that have been made in terms of inflation coming down, will eventually be eroded, and it will trigger into food prices. And see, you will go to the market, and price of goods will start going up. So I think that comprehensively, government should have been more detailed in terms of the one cedi D-levy that has been imposed on goods and services. The fuel.
Indeed, Samson, is business happy with what they have heard today?
Of course, yes, quite clearly. Hassan Algas extend his regards to all of us here in the studio. Say he's watching us. I must say that businesses is happy. As you saw that I was just speaking some few minutes ago, Dr. Obeng just called me, and of course, the minister was very confident that he's not going to ask for more money. He's not going to ask for introduce additional tax. One of the critical area we at business community has been calling for that the government should listen to us is the COVID levy. And 2023, when the previous government were presenting the budget in 2024, we said COVID was gone. There was no need for you to continue to impose COVID levy on us. Today, the minister said it is being abolished. In fact, 3% flat rate, the minister says that it's going to be scrapped off. The minister says that he's going to engage us, he's going to continue engaging us toward his 2026 budget, and by then the VAT reforms will have come. We, as you know, that we pay duty plus VAT input tax at the port. We used to make sales because when you clear, you incur transportation to your warehouse or to your shop. You would have got acquire labor to discharge your goods. Then you consider all those, and then you now add profit owner's margin. Then you then sell the output. When you sell the output, you used to deduct something small, 2.5 to 3%, and then the rest we take it to government. The previous government said no, he will even increase our VAT to 15%, collect it from the port. When we make sales, we cannot keep anything, we will still bring it to him. I want to disagree with Doctor here a little bit. When we were buying fuel at 16 cedis at 20 cedis per liter, only 1 liter, not a gallon. I didn't see this analysis that he gets made here that the one cedi levy that the government has introduced to help us put the light. And since then, we are experiencing the light, isn't it? Since they took over, we could see consistently that the government has really worked tirelessly. And the Minister of Finance even said that the team have really worked hard. And he talked about the coordination. You remember the Finance Minister talked about how the Ministry of Finance and the Governor of Bank of Ghana or the Bank of Ghana and other sector ministers coordinated and they worked and they brought this stability that you and I are experiencing. As we speak, nobody is buying fuel at 15 cedis, isn't it? At best, it's 14, petrol. Diesel, it's about 12 point something, isn't it? And so one series that there has been sustainability in the currency since for the past 3 months. And so to pay 1 cedi, when we were buying 20 cedis, I didn't see people resisting. And just 1 cedi, not 2 cedis, not 3 cedis. Even if the government had proposed 3 cedis, Ghanaians would have been ready to pay to have our light done to say, because we are buying only 1 liter at 20 cedis at the point.
Samson, I'll have you finish your thoughts, but let's go back to Parliament and get more from the ground. Michael Ogbudu is with our business team. He's there for us.
Parliament, a number of MPs are still around interacting with the media, and we'll bring you more updates as we go on in our subsequent bulletins. But I'll also walk you briefly through some other issues that have come up in the budget presentation. We heard the finance minister indicate that the president has given a directive that effective today, no contract in the country will be awarded in any foreign currency denomination. It will all be done in the US dollar. Honorable, we can talk to you if you don't mind. We are live on TV3. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you, too?
I'm good, thank you. So what's your take on the presentation? Clearly, a very excited majority.
Two things. Excellent delivery by Forson. Excellent delivery. Very well articulated. And a budget of hope. A budget of truth. I'll give you a typical example, and a very basic one. I bought iron rod 3 days ago. 5 tons of. So when he was comparing the prices, I thought it was going to be political. But he was truthful. And I said, this is a diligent man working under an excellent president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I mean, we're good. The economy, like he said, is doing extremely well now. But we are not out of the woods yet. And so we're going to continue with the prudent management, monitoring our expenditure properly, not engaging in profligacy. We're going to look at our borrowing, cut down. We're going to depend on Ghana's, domestic generation of fund. We're going to be depending more on making sure that we put our money where our mouth are, where it's very important. We're not going to engage in putting money in cathedrals and so forth and so on. We're not going to do friends and family. We're not going to deplete these pets. We're not going to do that. We're going to build on the successes that we've talked so far. And the Ghanaian economy is going to bounce back. Actually, that's bounced back. It's going to be resilient. It's going to be strong. And it's going to be absolutely perfect for our going forward. For me, I'm excited. I'm a Ghanaian and I'm proud to be a Ghanaian. One of the things that I am proud of is the fact that now we cannot be trading in dollar. It is important that we realize that our cedi, Ghana cedi, is who we are. That's our sovereignty. That's our identity. It's so important that, we're not pricing in dollar. It's one of the things that I applaud so much. Whatever the price is, whatever it is, you must pay cedi. That is who we are. And that is the best I have seen. And that is one of the takeaways. And I'm so grateful to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And I'm grateful because he appointed a very smart, intelligent young man who is Dr. Forson. And I think that this economy is really doing well again.
If you're so confident about the fact that the economy is doing well and the macro indicators are giving some very positive signals, then why didn't you push yourself as a government and then increase the targets that you set for yourself, but you maintain them?
No, we need to be cautious, okay? Again, we are not saying that we are out of the wolves yet. You're talking about an economy that was sent into a junk state, and we are getting out of it. Today, we are rated B-. You don't want to be so enthusiastic and engage in activities that will send you back. You need to be cautious, you need to be resilient, you need to be careful what you do. So we are not setting a target we cannot achieve. We are not trying to be too flamboyant and so forth and so on. We're seeing positive, change. We're seeing positive resetting of this economy, but we need to be careful. We don't engage in expenditure that will take us back. We are monitoring the international indicators. We are monitoring the local indicators. We are monitoring everything, and we will deliver. And that's what's important. Right. So we need to be careful.
One interesting thing that came up in this media budget presentation is the emphasis on infrastructure roads. For you as a member of parliament, how do you feel about a lot of the announcements? 166 constituencies would receive 10 kilometers of road over the next 2 years.
And that's an excellent approach. And that is why I say that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama understands what is it that our economy needs. Infrastructure road is one of the basic things that we need. And that particular approach, it's what is also going to bring our economy into the best state again. Can you imagine seeing 10 kilometers of road constructed in one constituency every year? What it means is that we're going to have our road networks properly constructed. And if you talk about infrastructure, go to all the developed countries, the Londons, the US, the Canada and all that. What you see to say their country is good is when the infrastructure is properly built. So that's a very wonderful one. Getting roads 10 kilometers every year in your constituency. Hey man, that's a beautiful thing, man. We got to applaud him.
Thank you very much. A very excited member of parliament on all that government has spoken about with regards to roads. A lot of investment in roads over there. We have the Honorable David Theophilus Dominic Vunti. He's the member of parliament for Trifo Ate Mwakwa. Basically sharing his excitement with all that the finance minister presented here in parliament, stressing on a lot of the things that they plan on using on putting together in order to achieve the macroeconomic targets that they've set from themselves. The finance minister also revealed that Ghana's public debt has reduced by 113.7 billion cedis in 6 months to 13 billion cedis, and this reduction in the debt is basically largely because of the appreciation of the local currency, which as some 2 months ago was adjudged one of the best performing currencies in the world. And a number of other issues have come through. I'll walk you through some of them. Now also on the issue of the payroll audit, the finance minister announced that persons who validate ghost names on their payrolls will be held liable and be made to pay for whatever financial losses the government incurs for their action in terms of validating the activities of ghost names in the country's payroll. He also spoke about the fact that VAT reforms, progress has been made with it. The government has successfully concluded engagements with the IMF on the issue of the VAT reforms. He also mentioned the fact that they were going to collaborate with the IMF for technical skills and also engage with the business community to be able to undertake that reform strategically with collective buy-in. He spoke also about reforms in some tax handles, and he emphatically stated that the COVID-19 levy, among other taxes, will be removed as part of efforts to create a more fiscal space for the public and also to encourage compliance by lowering some of the rates to ensure that more people partake or fulfill their obligations and ensure that they pay the right taxes. He also spoke about the recapitalization of NIB Bank, and he says that instead of spending to collapse the bank, they have chosen the option of spending to revitalize the bank. And he's spoken already that the bank is in a very improved financial position. He added the fact that this decision they've taken will secure some about 900 jobs of persons at the bank. And among these are some of the interventions that they are making to ensure that the economy rebounds. He spoke also on the fact that the government is determined to achieve the inflation target of 11.9%, as something that's just a little under 200 basis points away from the current rate at about 13%. And the lights just went off briefly, but they are back. The second time the lights are going off since we came to Parliament. And these are some of the updates on the presentation in the media budget review by the finance minister. He stated emphatically that he wasn't coming to ask for money, but also to ensure that they continue with that fiscal discipline and get the economy back on track. My name is Michael Obodu, and this is live from Parliament, where we're bringing you live updates and coverage of the mid-year budget presentation.
Well, our Michael Obodu there bringing us that interview. Very important conversation. We'll have a bit more of that a little later. But bottom line of everything now is whether or not Ghana is on the right path to recovery, and whether or not there is sustenance for this, so that you and me, our lives will be better. Let me take that to Dr. Tekpe now. Doc, very straightforward question. You didn't finish.
I was on. You told me that.
But you are smoking enough.
No,
you didn't finish. You finish your point.
The minister also stated that he is going to do what do you call it, reforms in the GRA, for that matter, the custom division.
Absolutely.
Where he talked about they are going to use AI, introduce AI, and then also do pre-arrival assessment. Then Cyprian Line will have to submit manifest to port authorities in 24 hours on arrival, so that they can do the proper assessment and then collect duties and the right duties. He also talked about he will go into Zankase. You know where Zankase? Do you know where it is? Zankase is in Boku area. Yes, so those who are trading along that corridor, you go to Togo to buy goods and come, they are not paying the taxes, so he will want to whip up with those areas, the loop areas. But he's emphasized on Tema Port, that the collection is falling short. And that is why, so he also talked about the staffing in that institution.
I apologize for cutting in, but I want us to specifically look at that a little later.
Okay.
So I just hold your horses for me. Let me pick initial thoughts from Dr. Tekpe. Doctor, are we on the right path?
Thank you very much. In fact, this is a good to listen budget because it has details of, comprehensive details of what has been achieved over the years, and then where we want to go. And if you look at it critically, there's a lot to be done. And the question is whether we have enough to do what we want to do. Looking at what has happened, I would say that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is probably the most favored president.
Why so?
Because if you look at the reforms that took place earlier, for instance, the revenue that is coming in from the gold board, looking at our debt restructuring, one of the areas where we spend a lot is debt servicing. And that is where we see the CD always depreciating whenever we have to settle debt or whenever external debt creditors are moving out their investment. Because of the debt restructuring, this has gone down drastically. It means that whatever revenue that comes in, the percentage of debt servicing will also be low, which will now make more money available to spend locally. And that is why, despite the big push and other projects that are going to be done, somebody will be asking, where will the money be coming from? If you look at it currently, our debt to GDP has gone down to less than 50%, 43%. What it means is that we now have space
to spend,
to borrow.
To borrow.
And that's what they want to borrow locally. And they said they want to issue debt, bond. So if you look at the space available, and looking at the revenue that is coming in, that's why I said that probably he is the most favored president, because he has a lot to do and he has a lot to receive as well. What they care, however, is to ensure that there's prudency in spending. Because if you look at the projects that will be undertaken, especially the road project, these are highly capital-intensive projects. And whenever there's highly capital-intensive project and you don't do the monitoring properly, that is where you see a lot of leakages and slippages, and that is where you see mismanagement. And I think that his level of experience at the presidency, and then the measures he has put in place now, and the legacy he wants to leave, there's so much hope. There's so much hope because these are playing very well positively to his gallery. And I can see they are being cautious as well, especially with the establishment of the sinking fund, where it's going to be used to service debt obligations, both locally and internationally. So you see that they know that you can't get this all the time. So you have to prepare for contingencies, and they are preparing for it as well. That is why there's hope. So if they actually go by what they said they will do, I can assure you that Ghana is heading to the right direction.
Doctor, I'm not cutting you, but you know that when you are servicing your external debt, and then we pay in forex. When the payment time is due, we are paying it in forex.
Yes.
Now, at the point where a dollar was 16 cedis to $1, today it is 10.4 to a dollar. So the country has made so much gains, and by extension, it has reduced our external debt.
I think he indicated that also in the review.
Yes, the good thing is that is now.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Whether it will be sustainable is key. So for now,
we pray for sustainability.
For now, we have.
We pray for sustainability,
and that is what we all want.
We don't only want it, but what we want to look at is whether or not the policy direction for the second half of the year would ensure that. Because remember, we are going to be spending much more than the 55.5 billion Ghana cedis that were spent on some of the things that he spoke about, like LEAP, like the stress-free, university education, so to speak, and a few other things like that. Let's not forget, even that 55.5 billion, wages are not included. Now, in this review, he tells us that wages went up by 1.3 billion cedis. He tended to blame a little bit, the employments that took place in the dying embers of the previous administration. Yeah. So it's it's much more nuanced than just saying that, look, we have our external debts, which is dollar price coming down. And so let's look at some of the nuances that come along with this, right? And I'll come to you now, Dr. Boakye Yadom, because the revenue, we are re-engineering our revenue to see some 2 billion cedis extra. Yeah. But I don't think that's enough, right? Because when we look at the expenditure, our expenditure will still be quite up there.
Yeah, government, I think the revenue estimate now is almost close to 300 billion Ghana cedis. I think in absolute terms, 298 per the Minister of Finance statement.
Where would that come from? Because I thought it was now 229.
No, it was close, yes, but per the additional adjustment that has been made, government revenue is expected to go up. Although he intimated that the duties didn't live up to the expectation.
No, I think he said 209.6 billion or so.
Yes. So let's explain, right? It used to be 227, yes, right? Then he says that it's not going up. It's been the upward review is 229.
Yes, 227.1 billion to 229 billion.
That's exactly what I've said.
Yeah. So that's what they talk. So the current is around 229 billion.
Yes.
Which has gone up about 16.4% of GDP.
Yes.
Yeah, the most comfortable revenue to GDP ratio we expect will be around 18%. We are still not where we are supposed to be, and that takes me to the point of our fiscal policies in terms of taxes. You see, over the years we've talked about innovation in our tax system, and Minister mentioned that they were going to be innovative. We keep hearing the word innovative, but as to the practical steps of broadening, how are we going to broaden the tax base? And my point I made on your sister station earlier this morning, I'm making it again, that you see, largely being an informal sector, if you have an informal sector where majority of Ghanaians don't pay direct taxes or income taxes, and a few of us that work in the formal sector continue to pay taxes, tax keep piling up on us. So how do we do that? I'll make some few suggestions. Number one, you see, I think we have not lived up to the expectation on using the Ghana card. Now, almost every Ghanaian can be identified. Number two, the Ghana card is linked to your mobile money, and majority of Ghanaians use what? The mobile money. And we understand that because of the removal of the e-levy, a lot of people, the volume of trade on mobile money is going up. Why don't you create also an incentive system where if you use whether Visa or mobile money, you are incentivized so that it will reduce the volume of desktop or tabletop payment. A mason comes to your house, the person works for you. If the person 1,000 cedis, he pocket, he doesn't pay any tax on it. You go to the Bosuo counselor who makes more money than a teacher in a classroom, They make money and they pay those municipal stamps on their what do you call it?
The taxes, the ticketing.
Those tickets that they pay. Meanwhile, they are making so
yeah.
much money that because we cannot identify the quantum of their direct income, they don't pay tax. And the teacher in the classroom is paying direct taxes. Can we find a way to be able to track those systems? And that is what we talk about innovation. There should be practical steps as to how we can bring those people to come and pay. The market woman in Abosu, in Mokola or Kanshi, that is selling. Is there a way we can track their direct income for them to pay a reasonable amount of money? If we can't do that, then always we'll find a convenient way of taxing our fuel and piling taxes on those that are already helping us build the nation. And that point is clearly missing in the budget statement. So I expect that government should tell us, how do we do that? How do we cross that 18% revenue GDP ratio? Other than that, we'll come back to the same story.
Absolutely. And then also the shortfall that we're going to see, right? How are we going to make up for that shortfall? I wonder what you think about, government's revenue cum expenditure situation.
No, but I think that for what Dr. Guest said, I think he talked about reforms he's going to do reforms in the VAT, and then he will going to scrap off the flat rate. Then they will introduce the electronic. I think he mentioned electronic somewhere. You can guess.
Yeah, electronic has been part of our VAT collection system.
So these are ways of widening the net for collection, so that at least all of us can. Because there are, as you said, you go to some shops in Abusukan, then they will tell you, I'm doing the standardized tax. Yeah. And then someone is also doing flat rate. But at the end of the day, the person gets in front of my shop. So we are all competing in the same market. So we want to, in uniformity, so that at least compliance level will be very high. And I think that he should be looking for a good rate that everybody would be, and then easy for accounting purpose as well. Absolutely. Because mind you, some of this informal sector doesn't actually understand how bookkeeping is. And so that's why I said they are engaging. And I think that we will ask those questions.
Most importantly, in addition to that, the threshold for
the flat
VAT.
Rate. Yes, used to
not just the flat rates, but the threshold for VAT registration for small and micro businesses is now being extended, which means that more businesses or small businesses, or rather, I mean, you'll be exempted for a little bit, because that's what it says, so that you'll be exempted for some time to be able to grow your business.
Exactly. And
what does that mean for you, from?
That means that if you are established, we used to ask that, why would someone get established business today? You started taxing the person. Then a bigger company will come today. Then you say you are giving that person exemptions. Yeah. We've been fighting this exemptions issue. So I think we need to grow. Then when I grow, you can tax me. Then and then of course the rate should not be said that it will scare me to run away from taxpayers when they are coming to do collection. But I think, as he said, his staff would go, for them, the GRS and him, would definitely go out there to do proper education. And I want to encourage the minister that let's also add, NCC, yeah? What do you call them? NCC. National Commission for Civic Education.
Absolutely.
To educate people to understand the reason why you should pay taxes. And I also agree with Doctor talking about Ghana cards, okay? Because I think at the point they said the previous government said that everybody was going to pay tax because they have your Ghana card attached, link with your account, link with your mobile money and stuff like that. So maybe these are areas that he can explore to properly raise more revenue. Then indeed, as we talk about he talked about coordination of the ministries and then agencies. And he made mention of his work with Bank of Ghana. In the previous government, what was lacking was that you will see the governor will say, oh, I am in charge of monetary. So when we are talking about that inflation is rising at 54%, then he point left finger at the Minister of Finance that he is in charge of fiscal policy. So today we have institutions whereby the Minister of Finance in charge of fiscal policy say, I am coordinating very well with my Bank of Ghana. So we will work to make sure that we have confidence in our city. And I'm so excited that he said from today, no government agency should go into contracts with dollarization. And that is going to help. What he didn't do for me is that they should also look at areas where the interbank rates, that banks are trading with different rates, under the supervision, I don't know, Doc, if you are aware of this, under the supervision of the same Bank of Ghana, that this commercial bank will come to you at Bank of Ghana to say, oh, tomorrow I want to trade one series to maybe $12. Then you accept. Another bank comes and say, oh, I'm going to trade one series to $1 to say maybe 11 series. Then you accept. Then there's no uniformity.
I think there was a document this week for you to declare every rate that some transactions.
Yeah, we went to that meeting, that WOG letter, is that not it?
So then that is being dealt with.
No, it is not biting. You read the letter. It's so mild. No, it is not.
But then a step has been taken.
Yes,
right?
Yes, it's the shipping lines. We took the shipping lines to the BOG to say that these people are using different rate. And this rate is not that it's for freight purpose, but local handling. After I pay you freight in Europe, you get to Ghana, I'm coming for my container, you say I should pay administrative charge. That administrative charge, you are using a rate more than what customs are using, 10.4. You know, he spoke about today or yesterday, he said this morning, the rate is 10.4 at the port. So why will the shipping line using different rate to charge? Then the shipping line say, look, we open account with different banks. And depending on your bank, if I collect the money from the importer, I go to a bank to buy $1. And my bank is having different rate. That's why the Bank of Ghana then explained to us how they agree with this rate issue. And that is what the Bank of Ghana is saying that, okay, shipping lines code your rate onto your invoice. So you may have a shipping line. So that's a leeway. It is not punitive enough because you may have a shipping line who is having an account with Commercial Bank. Commercial Bank probably traded at 10.4. Then he will say, oh, I'm with GT Bank or Access Bank. And that is trading at 12 cities. Then they will put the 12 cities on their invoice. You can't challenge.
I see. We'll see how the disclosures will deal with that front for you for now. But let me move on to Dr. Tekpe. Dr. Tekpe, because you mentioned the issue of the sinking funds, right? In the review statement, I think it's really smart of the government to have a CD sinking fund and a dollar sinking fund. I don't think we had that previously. When at the time the sinking fund was established. But my question then is, remember that the sinking fund itself, the monies that went into the sinking fund came as a form of a levy. Do you get the idea or any impression where funding for the sinking fund will come from in this review?
Well, not really, but once government has the authority, they can decide to allocate funds into the sinking fund. Because they just like savings account where you want to put in money and after that you use it to service debt later. So government can decide whether to allocate money from the consolidated fund into rate or they can use levy. So for instance, with regards to the energy levy, looking at what he said, I think that this year we're expecting about 2.9 billion because the main reason for the increase in the revenue from 227 to 229 is from a difference of, they said it's coming from 2.9 billion expected from the e-levy, the energy levy, which means that this is it. The only thing is that such levies must come with a sunset clause because we want to deal with a particular problem. So we must know when it's starting and when it is ending. For the sinking fund, this is a government policy. Another government can come and they can decide not to use it. But this particular government, they want to be intentional about it to say that we want to do this because we foresee that today things are good. Things are, looking positive. But every government must make provision for contingencies because you don't know what will happen tomorrow. And you cannot be running a government, you think that because today everything is okay for you, then you want to run it just like that. And that was what, affected us in the past. And because this government, I'm sure that they have learned a lot of lessons, they've decided that let's make sure that we cover our back very well with regards to the gains that we are making now. Because look, the opportunities that are available for this government in terms of what they have to do and what is available for them are enormous. That is why I'm saying that despite the numerous projects they want to undertake, there's also a lot that they can also gain as well, that they can receive in order to undertake most of these projects. What matters is whether we are going to judiciously use them so that it will benefit all.
You also talk about sustainability of the dollar current cedi appreciation. Yes. And I think that we are going to do more export, and that's why you talk about 24-hour economic issues.
Yes. No, come on. Come on. I mean, if
more export.
I understand. Hang on. That is the projection. That there will be more export. But Doc, I'll let you respond to that.
You see, if you want to do more export, what do you have to export? It is when you have more to export that you can talk about that. It's a measure government is putting in place. They want to see how they can, have enough space, whether we produce more, because you have to produce to export.
Exactly.
And you must look for the market as well. It's a policy that government want to be intentional about it. That is fine. What is important for every business organization is not the sharp fall in the CD or the sharp rise in the CD. What is important is government business being able to plan and budget very well, which is why I'm talking about sustainability. Because if the CD is sustainable and it is stable at a certain level, even if it is 15, and everybody knows that in the next 6 months, in the next 8 months, the CD is going to remain at this level, I can plan.
We have called for a fixed rate at the port. I think it was one of the requirements that I raised this week that at least right now, when custom is using 10.4 in calculating the duty in the port for us, why can't government give us that fixed rate for 4 months or 3 months subject for review than every Tuesday or every week, and we may not know whether we wake up the morning then the dollar will surprises the CD. So can we say government, as a government policy, okay, for the purpose of businesses and for the purpose of stability of prices of goods in the market for ordinary Ghanaians, can we say at the port we use this for this period subject to review?
No, you cannot shift your responsibility of hedging the currency to the government. Then the government should as well hedge exchange rate for almost every business person who does anything with the dollar. It is your responsibility as a business person to go into that arrangement to hedge. If we bring the government into determination of almost everything.
No, but I don't think he's talking about pricing.
I'm talking purpose for duty at the port.
At the exchange rate for duties.
Exactly.
Not the pricing of the product.
So even that, if the Bank of Ghana comes in to give you a rate, let's say, how long do you want it?
No, at least 3 months.
Yes. So
that's
it means
that's the
that
import cycle. 3 months after you can plan, you know that okay, when my cargo arrives in Ghana, the country is using 10.4. Not that you started your shipment when the rate is 10.4. By the time the cargo arrives, it is 16 cities that customs is using calculating duty.
I get your point.
Plan.
The government will, in return, get the dollar, whether through loan or by selling. So if at the end of the 3 months, the city has depreciated, who bear the cost? We push all these costs to the government. It's not like the government by himself is determining, So I think that
but exporters' proceeds also come into the country.
That's what I'm saying. So all the proceeds that are coming.
No, but then when you're saying that the hedge protection that is there,
that you are asking for. So government is the one that you are asking to pay that losses should it happen. You see. The possible rise, we are not saying that's gotten there, but we may get there. In 3 months, we don't know what will happen.
We don't want it to get
there.
So
if we push all the responsibility on government, so government need to be paying these losses if they do happen. You see, the point is, which I don't know whether.
No, let's stay with the port, but I want Dr. Tekpe to finish his thoughts.
I think that my brother is raising a very good point in terms of the way the duties operate at the port, where every week you have to.
The rate keep changing.
The rate keep changing. I think that is good for government to look at it, how they can be able to have some, fixed rate within the system in terms of duty payment, so that it can help to stabilize prices as well, because that also affects prices. But there's one point that I want to raise, which I want government to actually work on it and have specific timelines to deal with. That is the abolition of the COVID-19. And then they're trying to, reform the VAT reform they want to, because it's really affecting manufacturing organizations. You know what? COVID, National Health Insurance Debt Fund. This alone is 6, 2.51. These are levies. Yes. It's not claimable. If you bring in goods if you even import materials, you are paying this tax.
Raw material.
When you produce, you are adding the 6. When the customer or distributor comes to buy, he's also adding it.
So by
the time it gets to the final consumer, it's 18 has already been added because 6, 6, 6, 3. The one who is smuggling it and bringing it into the market directly is selling at a cheaper cost.
Absolutely.
That is actually pushing the manufacturer out of business. This is the manufacturer who has employed a lot of people. He's paying government bills. He's paying other bills as well. If government doesn't address this as soon as possible, unfortunately, even the 24-hour economy is going to be impacted. You know why? Because those who will be able to work 24 hours are those who must be able to have market to sell their produce. Because if I'm able to sell what I produce, then I can operate 24 hours. Other than that, nobody will produce and then get the stock stuck in a warehouse, not getting anybody to buy, and you think you spend money to produce all the time. And so when this is addressed critically, it will help a lot in terms of sustaining our manufacturing sector, so that when volumes are increasing, then business will be flowing. And when business are flowing, then they can employ more. And so it's very good. Other than that, businesses that used to pay huge VAT revenue to the government, you see that they will drop sharply. And government will think that they are doing something wrong. That is why their revenue in terms of VAT has fallen. But when your volume reduces, your VAT also will reduce.
So, Doctor, help me.
Something
will be abolished.
Yes.
Is it will be abolished in this mid-year budget review if it goes through the finance committee and come back to the House, that it will be abolished, or he's talking about in the future?
No, it will go through the process. He's talking of the second half of the year. Because this review is for the second half of this year.
So this abolishment is going to be in this mid-year budget review, isn't it?
Yes, that's what he said.
Thank you. That's what I was agreeing with Doctor here.
Well,
So
then I think you were saying the same thing with Doctor.
No, that wasn't the same thing.
We are hoping that should happen.
No. Something said it has been abolished.
It had been abolished.
Yes.
And he was telling you that it will be at the end of the year.
It hasn't been abolished.
Let's not argue. No, hang on. We are going to confuse ourselves.
When they read the budget, it goes back to finance committee.
Samson, relax. I'm just saying, we are saying the same thing. It's been said that it will be abolished. It's going through the process for abolishment.
Correct.
So let's leave it at that. While we're on the subject of the ports, Doc, and you can add your thoughts to what I'm about to put on the table, right? I think that the finance minister has talked about some revenue leakages at customs and all that, right? And which is why they are involving AI and all kinds of softwares to ensure that they are able to plug those revenue leakages. But much more than revenue leakages for the Ghanaian consumer is why we still have so many levies and taxes when you're bringing things into the country. And I thought that we should have had something on this. I mean, we are looking at nearly 24 levies, taxes, when you are importing something into this country.
Fees and charges.
Yes, Kemini, I think that Doug laid the foundation for my point that I'm about to build. You see, I applaud the government for all these short-term glory and the things that he has done. But the basic problem we have has not been addressed. As in, how do we change the foundation or the structure of the Ghanaian economy? It has not been addressed. You see, you remember in 2017 where there was Kinke Party because the city was doing well. We have been here before. And if we don't have a long-term sustainability mindset, we will just celebrate over short-term improvement. Then when another externality hits us, we will not be able to survive. Doug mentioned about the taxes and how it affects our industry. Let me show you that industry, usually when you even see the growth, go to the industry to find out whether industry is actually growing. In 2024, quarter one, the industry grew by 6.8. Quarter two, 9.3. Quarter three, 10.4. It dipped in the fourth quarter. Now it has picked up to 3.4. Let's look at the contribution of industry. Industry contribution for this quarter is around about, the minister mentioned, around 6.6% within the manufacturing sector. What is happening is that industry, or to be specific, when we say industry, we put the quarry and all the mining sector together. So when the quarry is doing well, we say industry is doing well. But typically, our manufacturing sector and the local producers are not doing so well because of some of these huge taxes. What incentive is government giving them?
But
if fuel price has gone up by 1 cedi, and there are no counter subsidy or what do we call it? Incentive for them, it means that their cost of production, which most of them run on fuel.
No, but that would be incorrect to look at it that way.
I'm coming
because remember, if you're using the fuel analogy again, then we'll go back to the fact that it used to be 15.
I'm making my point.
Right,
it
go
used
ahead
to
then.
be 15. That is why industry in the last quarter grew by 0.2. You see, let's stop comparing a mistake that has happened in the past that we are better off.
But if we don't look at it, we can't see how far we've gone.
Can I make the point?
Absolutely.
Yes. So the point I'm making is that industry, and I started giving you the figure from 2024, not just this quarter, that in as much as industry generally do well, it is the quarry and mining that is doing so well. So if we want to change the narrative, then we should see specifics as to how we are going to change the trajectory. You see, and if we want to dissect, I have mentioned time and again that the fuel that has gone to around 12 to 13, if the other global factors start changing, we may go back to where we used to be. But I was expecting that government will give us specific policy to support, especially manufacturing, not industry. We take it in broader perspective, then we leave it there. What are we doing for manufacturing? Because if these guys are doing well, number one, there'll be employment. And government wage bill will not be complaining about government wage bill that keep ballooning and going up. There will be employment. Number two, they will be producing import substitution. Goods that we are going to import, we will be producing them
here. But you see, the argument then from government will be that when you look at the PPI has moved from double digits to single digits now.
Then the figures should tell us in terms of manufacturing.
No. Let me put the full government picture together. When you look at the borrowing market too, government has been very cautious in how much is borrowing from the domestic market, which means that all things being equal, we are leaving money behind for businesses to be able to access. Right, and so when you're putting,
what cost?
I absolutely agree that the cost is a problem and it needs to be dealt with. But the truth of the matter is, if government is not borrowing as much also from the market, then there's money for businesses to access. The question will be how many of the businesses are able to access that money. But we can't also then flip that side of the book and then make it look like government is not taking certain steps to ensure that businesses have a conducive environment. Otherwise, we won't see production. The PPI at 5 point something, just first half of the year, right? Okay. Unless you are telling me that people have stopped producing. That is why PPI is 5 point what it is.
Okay, so there are several things that contribute to the production price inflation. Basically, when your input price go down, you are going to see it reflected. Number two, if there's no corresponding demand, the quantum of production is going to go down. So if we look at the industry growth, it tells us that certainly the output expected from industry or manufacturing didn't live up to that expectation. Now I get a point that government borrowing, minimizing its activities in the domestic market will create a certain space for local investors to get funding. But at what cost? We have been here for the past 6 months. We have kept the policy rate as where it's supposed to be. So you see, there's money, but there's cane on it. The cane on it is that it's expensive for local investors to get that money. So government is also being cautious. But if you bring it down and these guys start getting the loan and start doing investment activities start going, already it will cause consumption to go up. If consumption go up, the inflation that we are targeting, it may go offhand. So government is being very cautious. But the point is that it doesn't rule out the fact that we've not addressed the fundamental challenge that we face as a country.
You don't think the 24-hour economy will address that fundamental structure of the economy? So
now, if we want us to go into 24-hour economy, government requires about $4 billion to do it. And he has provided a seed money of around $300 million.
$400 million.
Yes, to get it done. Now, the government also has the big push agenda, about $10 billion. Together, it's about $14 billion that government expects. Government expecting this money to come from private investors. Huge part of the $14 billion to come from private investors. We are here. We've been told, no, government tells us that he has been spending. If we look at the expenditure mentioned, these are normal administrative expenditure that government on every day. If we don't expend on those things that the minister mentioned, the country will come to a halt. If you don't pay wages and salary, if you don't pay those nursing allowances, if you don't pay them, these are normal administrative expenditure that every government, no matter what, you must spend on. But as you're spending on investment,
let him make the point because I want to understand where he's going.
Can you allow me? No, because you brought in the 25. I'm making a point. I'm building up a point. So the capital expenditure in terms of paying those that have already even undertaken government projects, is yet to be done. And these guys, these business people who have rendered services to the government are borrowing. So what you've done is that by the time you pay them, there's a mountain interest rate waiting for them. They'll use the money to now go and pay those interest because they need to run for the past 6 months. So they'll go and pay this interest, leaving them a minimum money to invest to support the 24-hour economy that we expect them to go into. So largely, the picture we are painting is that government needs to do more, ensure a certain posture that private investors will be supported. If we don't get that one done, we will come back again to this studio and talk about the challenge that we go through as a country. We applaud him.
That's one way of looking at it. You agree, right?
We can look at it by the numbers that is telling us.
That's a projection you're making.
Per the numbers that we have and the output from the industry is bringing us to the point that we have not addressed our historical problem. I'm not saying it's not pertaining to this government alone, but the point I'm driving at is the fact that if we don't address the structure and make sure that industry is working, we'll come back and talk about the problems within the economy again.
I see. Something. Do you get the impression?
I entirely disagree with Doctor. Look, the minister talk about resetting the country and talk about
Doc, let him finish. Let him finish.
Structural reforms. He says that there will be policy where he will engage national unions, trade unions, tidying the economic policy, not spending as since they came. They have brought in the gold board law. It no more gets gold board. They have introduced. These are things that the minister and there's coordination between government and Bank of Ghana. These are things that the minister has spoken, and so these are so. And he said that there's clarity, there is certainty. And there's recovery, and it's tangible. We are all seeing. The minister talked about recapitalization of the NIB Bank. That the previous government spent 30.3 or so billion cedis to collapse banks. They have spent less to give bank, and the bank is even getting growing profit of 20-something% so far. They have saved over 900 workers, direct workers.
Again, for you, all those are targeted at the structure of the
these
economy.
banks, when they are well positioned, they are our bank, the people of Ghana banks. They will borrow. NIB was introduced or was established to help the industries. You know that. That's the purpose why we set up an NIB. The Agricultural Development Bank was also set up to help the agriculture sector. So we are going to push. And I know there are policies, programs at the Agriculture Bank now to help farmers. So these loans that we will go in for, because we are seeing drastic reduction where the government took over 23-point-something inflation to 13. As we speak, inflation is at 13%. So if inflation has come down, we can now push. So, okay, why? When the prime rate had gone up some previous year in the previous government, the Bank of Ghana governor met with you, the media, and asked commercial banks to up their interest rate to fight inflation. Even with that up inflation rate, it went as above 54%, and they were asked why. Now that inflation has come down, we expect that commercial banks' rate should also come down. That will give morale. That will be the incentives he's talking about, so that if a businessman, if a manufacturer goes to his bank, he will go and borrow at a lower rate.
So you're thinking the central bank, given the conditions at the moment, should reduce the MPC, the MPR.
The monetary policy rate, what you call it. Yes, it should come down.
So that
because you increase
there will be liquidity for business.
So Kevin,
before you come in, no.
The interest, the lending rate in the commercial banks.
I want to hear from Dr. Tekpe now. Doc, we've been talking about the structure.
I don't know how many minutes you are allotting.
No, that's all we have. That's all we have. I want us to talk about the structure of the economy because Dr. Boachigi Adom has brought that debate. Yeah. Do you see this budget and the half-year performance addressing the fundamental structure of the economy?
When we talk of the structure of the economy, it hinges on the government major policies. And every business, whether private or corporate, whenever government has a major policy, just take your time and go through that policy and see what advantage you can take out of it in your own benefit. Because there are so many things in there. When you look at the 24-hour economy, document, it's a document that even if half of it is implemented, this country will change drastically.
Will change the structure.
Because there is a lot in there which is very good. And I implore every individual, whether private or corporate, to go and read the 24-hour economy document.
Good.
And look at what is in there that you can take advantage of that will benefit you. Because there's a lot of things in it. And you see, government is talking about PPP, public-private partnership, in terms of rolling out of the 24-hour economy. That's why I want everybody to look at it. Because look, whether I like it or not, it's the government of the day. Whatever will benefit you, whether you support the government or not, take advantage of it. Don't sit back and say you don't care. Because there's something in there and government needs your support. And government wants to solve problems. So if you come to government and say, I am able to solve this problem by what you say you will do, government will give you the opportunity. And a lot of it hinges on agriculture. Now, the problem with agriculture, one of the major problems is financing. The banks in Ghana do not understand a Greek value chain. They don't. And so if you are a farmer, you want to go to the bank to take loan, look, you will never get it. Because what do you have for, because the person is, you see, the person giving you, the bank giving you the money, the interest of the bank is not the collateral. The interest is your ability to pay back.
Right.
And looking at you as a farmer, you have not registered your farm, you've not insured your farm, and you say you are going for all the, but these things are structures that must be put in place.
So the 24-hour economy hopes to change that.
The 24-hour economy is a document
that
has the value chain of all this to do. So that's something that if they are able to implement just half of it, it will solve the problem. So I pray that government will put the right people in charge who will be able to understand the fundamentals of the document, so that they will not roll it out as a political policy program, but they will roll it out as a national program, so that it will benefit everybody.
Non-partisan.
Such that it will
Samson,
live.
you've had your time.
Such that it will even live after His Excellency President Mahama leaves. Because the challenge with some of these things is that a very good policy, and then when the government leaves, then it dies away.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid we're out of time, but thank you so much for...
If I may
you may not. You may not. I apologize. You may not. But thank you. Dr. Eric Boakye-Yadom, economist. Samson Asaki, a Wingobit. He's with the Importers and Exporters Association. You can understand why he's very impassioned about issues at the port. Dr. Tekpe, also an economist. Peter Tekpe, also an economist. Gentlemen, I appreciate your time with us. But just before we go, and Doc, I will say something, but don't respond. Did you also read that our trade surplus had increased from 1.1 billion cedis to 5.7?
Like to 4 months. Exactly, it was
growing.
So
if there was no manufacturing, if there was, I said don't respond. If there was no manufacturing,
export means export. We have agricultural product that are exporting. So if you may allow me to explain
no, you may not.
You see,
you may not.
Let me explain to you why.
There's no problem there.
No, you may not.
They couldn't give us 4 months.
I absolutely understand. I actually thought you were going to add the issue of gold.
They give us only 1 point something.
But no, nobody's talking again. Samson, you're out of time. Thank you. Let's look at that moment when the minority caucus abandoned Parliament and went to the Jubilee House to present their petition on the back of the Ablekumenos constituency rerun election. Let's take a look at that.
The political trail is left and I'm saying that you've been part of the building of this democracy. A few days ago, we had a rerun of Ablekumenos elections. Amidst all the challenges, and we raised the matter severally in Parliament to be resolved. The EC, out of frustration.
How do we get the vision? How do we get it?
Can I? Don't struggle. So the EC, out of frustration.
Boss, how are you pushing?
Hello. Madam, making noise is not the solution.
Your cameras are filming. You want to take his voice. You come this way. You are pushing your microphones on top of the deputy of staff, and you are being spoken to, and you are shouting. Come this way, and you just take your sound. It's simple.
So you are good now?
Yeah, okay.
So, as I was saying, we have built our democracy to a very admirable point. And Mr. Chief of Staff, not to bore you with words, Ghana is seen as a beacon and a fledgling democracy. We think that we have contributed hugely. The two main traditions, the MPP and the NDC, both have contributed hugely to building our democracy to the point where we are. The recently held rerun of 19 police stations birthed a lot of issues. I won't try to unpack them here, but a lot of issues that certainly needs our attention of all the variables involved in the political field, particularly government, because a lot of the responsibility is on your head. You are in total control of the security of the state. So we are here to present a petition, basically on two important matters. The violence that occurred at the rerun of Ablekuma North election, and we are upbeat about subsequent elections to be held in our country. We are also worried about Kalamse. And it was one of your messages that you trumpeted with all the promise, rightly or wrongly. Now it's getting out of hand. And our respected Chief of Staff, you are an Easterner. If you are traveling between Enyinim and Nkoko, now the Galamsees are coming on the highway. We are told our water bodies are polluted all over. And even farm products, it's been reported that they've discovered heavy metals in foodstuff from the farm. I think in summary, we are here to present this petition and to appeal for your patriotic intervention in these matters. We have confidence in you. We believe you will act. Now, we hear you have 2/3 majority in Parliament. We heard that. But you also need a minority in Parliament to function. Now, if we don't hear anything, and it is business as usual, it is absolute silence, we are not going to hear anything, this is just the beginning of a series of actions we are going to stage in this country. But we won't do anything out of malice to undermine your governance. But as long as the threat of electoral violence keeps rearing its head, and our authorities seem to be at their wit's end, we'll continue to bring these matters into our attention until it is dealt with. So for and on behalf of the entire minority caucus, and by the way, Chief of Staff, our real name is the Mighty Minority. So we present this petition, I present this petition for and on behalf of the entire, respectfully, the entire minority. And we have also attempted, I'm sure the seat of government, you have all the videos of the violence, but we've also, just for the benefit of doubt, a recording of footages of the violence that reportedly occurred. We are presenting this to you, through you, to His Excellency the President. We are confident that the dutiful action will be taken as it should. Grateful. Yes, of course.
So, thank you very much, Chief Whip. So, I've received your petition on behalf of the Chief of Staff of the President. We'll do what to present it to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chief of Staff.
Well, so that is how that encounter went at the Jubilee House when the minority walked out on the budget statement delivery and headed to Parliament. They had their reasons. I've told you that already, won't belabor the point. But there'll be more on this in subsequent broadcasts, particularly News 360 at 7 p.m. here on TV3. Remember that I told you that from there, they went to Kodeo, the Coalition of Domestic Election Observers, also connected to the Ablekuma North election rerun only about a week ago. And so do join us then for more on that. But this will be the end of our special coverage of the 2025 media budget review. Again, conversations around this, interviews around this from Parliament with analysts will continue in our news programs, News 360 at 7 p.m. and Ghana Tonight at 10 p.m. Also log on to 3news.com, where we'll bring you a lot more from the media budget review, the things you may have missed during the statement delivery. Also tune in to 3FM right now, where Hot Edition is ongoing, and listen to some of the interviews that go on there as well. I am Kemini Amano. I am so grateful for your company from 6 a.m. up until now. Do continue staying with us. Bye-bye.